This woman's really scary. She could easily get elected president. She's much more skillful than I have ever seen. She's a liar on the deepest level. The things she is saying right now are not just untrue, they're the opposite of the truth, which is the hallmark of evil. She's an extremist. She'll say anything. She's much more like Gavin Newsom than I ever realized. I could go through a whole litany of why what she's saying is not true.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hello, Elizabeth. How are you? Good day. I'm so inspired by the Royal Grift. She got me on this now. I've been watching all her videos. Highly recommend The Biggest Fraud Alive. 1, 2, 3, 4. And all she had to do was go back to Meghan Markle's old childhood photos. And there's such obvious Photoshop errors that I thought, multiple pairs of eyes are better than one, right? So I thought, let's just do this publicly and let's look at some of these photos. I am not particularly good with Photoshopping. I mean, I can study a picture, but as far as seeing where it's manipulated is not, I can do it a little bit, but it's not my expertise. But even so, some of the errors are so obvious. And, just recently, I just posted last night video here, over here, of Meghan peeing her pants on stage. And nobody caught this. I'm like, what is going on? She just peed on video. I mean, they're all looking at it. And I'm like, well, it begs the question, what else aren't we noticing here? We're so distracted, and intentionally so. The globalists, even Yuval Harari, the Satanist, has admitted, he's like, oh yeah, all those cat and dog videos you see on Twitter, that's to distract you. They're purposefully distracting us in all multiple ways. And in order to avoid, but I mean, even the most obvious things, it's like, we're not noticing, we didn't catch this right away. So I'm like, we got to study these childhood photos again. So I'm looking back I did a search in our childhood photos, and I just want to look at some of them. And what I think is I look at the picture. Of course, you can look at the edges of the people and see if it looks fuzzy on the edges to see if it looks like they're Photoshopped in. But also anything that just looks off. It looks off to you. So that's what I'm focusing on. And again, multiple pairs of eyes, more people, different people will catch different things. It's just the way it is. So I think that if we make more videos where we take some time to just really scrutinize some of these pictures, because I do think that there's more to be found. This photo to me looks potentially like, this is Nanaki Pretty, her friend, her satanic friend, with Meghan. Allegedly, they were friends since childhood, 2 years old or something. This one could potentially be Photoshopped in, both of them. And looking at just her sleeve over here, there's like fuzziness between her and the grass a little bit. And another thing is this pattern on her shirt. It looks like it's actually drawn in potentially. It stands out to me as not looking like it's part of the shirt, because the shirt is sort of, it just looks a little off to me. Whatever that may mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at her pictures here to see, does anything look off to you? Like it could have been manipulated. Oops, I just lost it. Sometimes the thing goes off. This is on Pinterest. I don't like Pinterest. Yeah, it just looks potentially Photoshopped there. I don't see a lot in this one. There's more. There's a lot more we can look at. Lots of pictures online. I'm using Yandex, by the way, search engine. Yeah, they're shirts with the grass. The grass just looks to me like it's Photoshopped in. I don't know. Do what you think. It's off. Okay, so now then there's this picture with Meghan in school, allegedly with some other girl. We don't know who she is. And it looks like it's a spontaneous picture, like they're just caught in conversation and looking over. Now, this one, looking at it more closely, I mean, this is Little Red and White. This is supposed to be, I guess, her high school. And I'm wondering, this bottom part of the picture, there's this thing like a rug or something that's just sticking up there. It looks bizarre to me, or maybe it's supposed to be a bag, but it just looks, and you see how her leg kind of blends in with it, like her leg kind of disappears into the bag here. And it's a straight line. You look for this kind of thing, like a straight line, like something was cut out. And the way it's, I don't know. This looks off to me, whatever this is supposed to be. Like maybe it was the real background, it was cut out, or they're putting that in. I don't know. It looks off to me there. And also another thing that looks off to me, oops, I keep losing these things, is this backpack that she's wearing. So she's supposed to be wearing a backpack here. And what stands out to me is this little strap here. It looks a bit long to be sticking out there. It just looks a little off. But even more importantly is, look at this. All right, so supposedly the strap is going down under the shirt here. But when you zoom in closer to the top of the strap, look at the black strap on top. You see a white line there. Now, her shirt can't pop in through a strap, and it doesn't look like it's the locker. The locker is a dull grayish color. So what's that white? What's this whiteness here? This, I don't know if you can see my, oops, I just lost it now. Yeah, there it is. Sorry about that. What is that white line there? I can't zoom it in anymore. Just looks off to me. Yeah, you can see my finger there. So that looks Photoshop manipulated potentially there. And the bag just looks off to me in general. It looks like it's potentially been Photoshopped in. I mean, look how straight it looks over here, like a straight up and down line here. It just, yeah, it doesn't look, it looks, and the bag's way over here. This is what throws me off, is the bag is way down here, right? Because normally the bag would be higher up. It's like hanging really low. And yet the strap on the left-hand side, like if you have a backpack on your back, if she's really wearing a backpack and the strap is, you wouldn't be able to see it because it looks like it's all the way over, like it's pushed all the way over to her right hip. It looks like the left strap has to be twice as long as the right one. So this backpack looks off to me like it was Photoshopped in. If you consider the lengths of the straps versus hanging on her shoulder there, you wouldn't see that view of the backpack on someone who has their turned towards the camera. So the backpack should be behind her back, right? But they Photoshopped it in, it appears to me, like as if it's on someone who's standing sideways to the camera. And yeah, it doesn't look, it's too low as well. Yeah, it looks off to me. This whole photo, I think it looks to me potentially like both of these women or young ladies were Photoshopped into this background of lockers. Yeah, Meghan's head size looks off as well. It looks like they literally just took her face and Photoshopped it in from another picture of whoever this girl is, as Royal Griff says, whoever this girl is. Yeah, it is. It is one of the biggest cons ever seen. I agree. And we need to expose it. We're going to be on it. We're on it, people. Let's get on this. Hello from Singapore. Hello, Singapore. Hello, Kim. Does the girl have a wedding ring on? Oh, yeah, that's another one. Can you believe I mean, this is what astounds me when I'm watching the Royal Griff's videos showing Doria's picture with her knuckle the size of a ball, like a basketball. And I'm like, how did we not notice this? Like, like what else aren't we noticing? What else aren't we noticing? Okay, good. Glad you're doing well. Glad to hear it. Good, good, good. So let's look at some more photos and let me know if you see anything. Hi, Sandra. How are you? Oh, yes, you can do your emojis and they'll fly around the screens for fun if you, if you feel like it. Got the emojis going. When I'm live, not with the premieres, but with the lives, the emojis work. Anyways, this looks essentially Photoshopped, this entire photo. I think if you look at it from far away, Meghan's head size looks wrong. It doesn't match the body. It looks like she's poltergeist or possessed. What's that movie? The Exorcist. I mean, her head look how her neck is like swiveled all the way over, and it just doesn't match the body to me. It looks totally off, the size of her head to her body. And the woman on the right, her head is the right size for her body. But you notice how smaller Meghan's head is compared to the woman on the right. And the wrong shade, it doesn't match to me. It just looks very off. It looks like they put Meghan's picture on there. Okay. Yeah, you're saying the silhouetted backpack looks too sharp, cut out. Yeah. Yeah, this backpack was photoshopped in, I believe, in my opinion. It looks too. You notice it's pitch black, conveniently to Photoshop it in. And it does look very sharp. Let me zoom in as much as I can on the edges there. Oh, and look at that. Look at the edges. Okay, I can zoom in really well here. Look at that light, the lightness. When you see these kind of funky looking edges, that this backpack was photoshopped in from another picture. You see that? You see that light edge that doesn't match the background? There's no light source back there. This is from photoshopping it in. I think you're right. Yeah, thank you. Good point. Thank you. And look at the messy photoshopping there. You can see the lines there are off. It's like sometimes there's a white line and sometimes there's not. That looks totally photoshopped into me. Yeah, that doesn't look right. And look, another thing that stuck out to me is look behind her arm is like a white line. That's, I guess, supposed to be her t-shirt, but it's like it's just like a slit of whiteness, a light line there that doesn't go. It wouldn't, first of all, if that were her t-shirt, it would be dark. It wouldn't be that light because there's no light back there. It's shaded in, right? So there shouldn't be a white line there. It looks like a little pine needle sticking out. That doesn't go either. That looks off. So yeah, I don't believe this photo is real. I think it's photoshopped in. It doesn't look real to me. I think this is totally fake. So a lot of things about this photo don't look real to me. It looks off. So I just look at the photo and I just say, like, what looks off? Ghost. She's a ghost. Yeah. Yep. Oh, the arms are not proportional. Yeah, I was just going to say that. Her arms are really long as well. But Meghan does have long arms, but they do look a little too long. And they did manage to Photoshop her hands because Meghan has very big, boxy, manly hands. So they did manage, I think, to get her thumb looking like her thumb. But even her thumb looks kind of funny to me there. I mean, look at that long thumb. I mean, I know Meghan has a long thumb, but that thumb looks way too long to be a real thumb. That's a very long thumb there. And look at the square hands there. Yeah, her hands look way too huge there to me. Yeah. This whole photo is off. I think it looks really off to me. And the more you look at it, the weirder it looks. Yeah. Even this photo, every single photo appears to be photoshopped, manipulated. Hi, Lady of the Lake. How are you? I don't think there's anything real about her. I think everything is a lie. It's CIA lies. Yeah, it is very long arms. It does look very funny. Her face, because her head's too small. That's why her arms look so gargantuan, because her head is too small. They Photoshopped too small a head. I believe that's what I think. I don't know. It doesn't look. It's definitely off. The picture's just off, and that's why it looks. But that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at these photos, what I'm realizing is you just look for what doesn't look right. Like what looks off. What looks like, huh? Here's another photo. I mean, right away, doesn't it scream photoshopped in? Like her body was just put into a picture with trees behind her. I mean, again, whatever first hits you. Yeah, the head's too small. The head in the last one was too small for the body. Yeah. Yeah, it's obvious from there. Yeah. Yeah, or something's going on here. She's paid a lot of money, being promised a lot of power. Yes, I'm fine too. Thank you. I hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, everything looks fake. Everything looks fake about this. Everything Harry and Meghan doing, but particularly Meghan. So this just screams photoshopped into me. Yeah, different lighting. Exactly. They're usually good about the lighting, but sometimes, like with this one, they're way off. I mean, look how light she looks in this photo. She looks white. I mean, we all know she looks white. Look at her neck. Yeah. She looks a lot lighter skin than that, right? Exactly. Look at her chest. Her chest is practically entirely white in this picture. It's so and look at the background. The background is dark, very dark shadows. It's like taken at nightfall or something. Oh yeah, the entertainment industry is notoriously Satanist and CIA and evil. Yeah. Wonder what Lady C makes of the new current revelations. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't been catching her latest videos. I have to catch up. I haven't seen them. Yeah, it looks like she's under a spotlight. It looks like this picture of this girl, which I'm not going to assume is Meghan Markle from all the Royal Grifts research. It looks like this girl, this picture, again, was taken from somewhere else with a lot of lighting and just photoshopped into the trees here. It does not, this is not a real picture. You can tell just by looking at it, just one glance. And you know what? This goes with the, there's that book, forget, what's his name again? I have it somewhere, where he says, your first impression is usually the right one. And this for everyone, like always trust your very first impression because that's always, and then later on people start questioning, well, maybe I'm just assuming things or whatever. No, go by your first reaction to it, your first thought, real or fake. And when you think fake, you're probably 100% right because most people will make the right assessment the first time they look at it. Yeah, I hope so. It's about damn time, right? Yeah, big grift. That's what she is. Yes, year of revelation. Yeah. There's a book, Malcolm something, Gladwell. He has a book. You can get it on YouTube, actually. I think you can listen to it, where it's something like, I forget the title of it, but he says the first 30 seconds, whatever you think, the first few seconds, you're right on. And he did this with people who were trying to figure out dealing with paintings and whether the painting was real or a counterfeit. And he was saying again and again, these experts, but immediately their first reaction to it would be accurate. And then sometimes they would get, talk themselves out of it or second guess themselves. But it was always like the first reaction was always the right one. And this screams fake to me. My first reaction is photoshopped in the entire body. She has this does not match the background at all. Totally fake. And I assume if we look closer at the edges, again, study the edges of the figure here, you can see it's kind of blurry. They blur it out, pixelated there. Oops. Oh, I lost it. Let me get it back again. Sorry. Oh, look at the side. All right, look at the left-hand side of the face there. Look how blurred that is. Look at all this blurriness here of putting the face in there. It looks photoshopped to me. It looks totally photoshopped. See, I think they needed a dark background to get the hair in without making it look obvious that it was photoshopped in. Maybe it's difficult with dark hair. But look how sharp the hairline, very sharp, like cut right in. Yeah. It looks bad. Even I see some points here. I don't know if you can see that. It looks like some pixelated, kind of right here a little bit. Like some sharp points there. Yeah, she's photoshopped into this, in my opinion. Looks off. And what's with the color of the dress? The color of the dress, what is this? It's all faded out. It looks like sepia toned. And then you have these red and orange flowers. I mean, is she wearing a black and white dress? And her skin looks, again, very light, but also very sepia toned and very cool toned. And the dress doesn't look warm at all. All right. I think that's enough with this ghost. This is like a ghost picture. This is the ghost of Meghan Markle. Yeah, your first instinct. Exactly. Right. Thomas Markle was a lighting specialist. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Malcolm Gladwell, I believe his name is. It's on YouTube somewhere. Maybe everything is coming out because she served her purpose. Maybe. Oh, yeah. The royal family knew, of course. Did anyone see the royal grift? She's giving a speech at graduation and the TV. Yes, I saw that. Yes, I think that's part 1 or 2. Yeah, I mean, Meghan Markle, even the CIA photoshopped her videos of her face, and you can see her face looks like the adult face by the end of the speech. She like morphs from a child to adult face, and they get rid of the space between her teeth on video of her alleged high school graduation. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes, I pointed out in the beginning to watch the royal grift. Yeah. The tarot reader went down the rabbit hole, no longer on tarot. Yeah, Tarot by Janine. Yep. I remember. She's still around. I think she's still on YouTube. The M story was fictitious and the parents are part of it. Yep. Yeah. We knew that the royal family had to be complicit with this whole fake baby nonsense. But it's getting even deeper than that. Now it's like the entire history, everything is a lie. And CIA, it looks to me. Yeah. 43%, right. It's 43% photoshopped. Yep. Yeah. She's one of the, that opened your eyes, Janine. Yeah. Different color values. Yeah. We got totally different color values here. One's very faded. It's, when you can alter the saturation. So there's all this saturation in the background, but on the figure here in the dress, there's no saturation. So, if you do a little bit of altering pictures, you can pretty much see what's off here. Face doesn't go with the body. So do you wonder what Lady C will say when she finds out that maybe Tom Sr. and Jr.? Yeah, I wonder about that. And Yvonne are not what they seem. Yeah. And then it begs the question, is Lady C in on it? I don't know. Malcolm Gladwell, 12. No, it's not 12 Rules for Life. It's another book. There's another one. I'll know it when I see it, but yeah. And the way they had the nerve to criticize Catherine's picture that was photoshopped. Yeah, right. These hypocrites, right? Total hypocrites, total Satanists. That's what Satanists do. Right. Absolutely. That's what I think too. All of them. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So let's look at another picture. This one's obviously photoshopped. Okay. So now this one, not much to it. It's just a girl. It looks like they could have photoshopped in the face onto the girl's face, possibly. I think right away it looks like, right. So you notice how her chin is to the left or her left or our right, but the head on top is straight up and down. So how is it, because if you're a little girl with pigtails and you turn your head to the side like that a little bit, the pigtails should be lopsided. So I noticed that right away. So they photoshopped Meghan Markle's face into another little girl's picture here. This is not Meghan Markle. It's not her picture. Her face, Meghan Markle's face is tilted to the side, but whoever the little girl that they used for this picture, her face is straight up and down because her pigtails and the part in her head, the top of her head is straight across. So right away, that's what stands out to me right away, is that it looks like they just morphed in Meghan Markle's face into this little girl's face. Yeah. Oops. Apologies while I maneuver around here. Oh yeah, the royal family knows. Oh, you think, Lady C may have been markled. Yeah. Yeah, she does. She is a royal apologist. Yeah, she'll admit that. Yeah. Yeah, the face is off. The face is totally off. Can you see that? I mean, when you look at it, your first look at it, it looks like the face is melted onto somebody else's face, right? I mean, that does not look real. For the ponytails should be lopsided. The ponytails, the ponytail on the left should be down below the ponytail on the right because the face is tilted. That's what stands out on me in that one. And that's not Meghan Markle's forehead either. We know that. Um, zoom in a little closer here. Yeah, look at the line. There's like a light line around the face showing some potential manipulation. It should be a crisp line here. It shouldn't be all fuzzy glowing. So it does look definitely like this to me. It looks, oh, and look at by the ear. Look at the ear over here. It's definitely blurry by the ear. It looks all manipulated there. And there's no bottom. It's all fuzzy here at the bottom of the ear there. Yeah, this totally looks photoshopped. They photoshopped Meghan Markle's face onto this black girl's. It looks like a black girl, the hairline. Potentially, it looks like her face is too big for the head as well. I think it's very. It looks off. It looks totally off. It looks like she got a skull transplant here. That face does not match that skull. Yeah, it's very off. Yeah, Trevor Engelson, he's another player in this. All of these people working together, all well paid apparently. Yeah, another wig. I don't think it's a wig. I think it's somebody else's skull. I don't think that's Meghan's skull. How many years been working on this? Yeah, apparently a lot of years, at least a few years. I mean, I don't know. I'm no expert in this kind of thing, but yeah. Yeah, this has been definitely been going on for a while, for sure. Yeah, it's like she's wearing a small hair hat or a helmet or something, right? This picture is totally off. That does not look right at all. Look at the ponytails side by side. This girl who they photoshopped in had a much bigger head, I think. It looks totally off. Yeah, this is totally off. That's definitely photoshopped. Everything is photoshopped. There's not, it's coming to light that there's not one real picture of Meghan from her childhood. All right, so let's do a Meghan Doria pick. Those are always good, right? You can't believe photoshoppings that happen. All right, so the first thing that stands out to me with this is the shading by Doria's face looks fake. It's like this sharp shadow line. It doesn't look real to me. I don't know why. It stands out as it looks too photoshopped. Look at the shading. Look at that line of shading, like a precise line here going up and around. That's photoshopped, in my opinion. That looks way too fake to me. That does not look like a real. The real shadow, possibly like behind Meghan's neck and the hair. That it looks more realistic, I should say. I don't know if it's real, but the shadow by Doria's face doesn't look real to me. This looks totally fake. It looks like it doesn't look real. A hairline up here. It just looks too. And why is there shading over here? Say if there's a big shadow here, there should be a big light on the other side, but the lighting on her face is to the front. You see that? You look, the light is to the front and it gets shadowed on the side. But with a dark shadow like this and with the shadows to the left, there should be a light source coming from the right. But we're not seeing that. The light source from their faces is from the front. So this is totally photoshopped and fake. Put their faces together. I think Harry's a willing partner, in my opinion. I don't know. It could be brainwashed too, though. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they do a lot of MK Ultra and stuff like that. Right? Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it, it's Doria's face looks huge in comparison. Yeah, it is huge. Yeah. Doria's got 5 o'clock shadow. Megan's eyes look the same for both eyes. Oh, could be. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. Good point. It looks like they took one eye and just flipped it over. Look at that. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. And again, it just looks off. It looks, Megan looks very faded. The saturation's off. Doria is very saturated. You see the reds and the yellows, while Megan's not saturated. She looks very sepia toned. That stands out to me with that. It just like you got warm light and cool light. Megan looks like she's in front of cool light, and Doria looks like she's in front of warm light. It's a subtle difference, but you can kind of catch that when you're familiar with that. Yeah, Harry's a willing partner. Yeah. she's a ghetto version of Mata Hari. Okay, yeah, probably. I think you're right. Yeah. That totally looks photoshopped. The line between Doria's face and Megan's shoulder. She supposedly has a lazy eye. Because we know, unfortunately, in real life, she's booze-eyed. Gap, right? There's no gap between the teeth, right? Good catch. Where's the gap? She supposedly had that gap between her teeth until she graduated from high school and beyond. And here she's obviously not in high school, or maybe just started high school, and there's no gap in the teeth. Yeah, good point. Yes, thank you. I try. I think, you do have to pay attention to every detail when you're drawing faces. So, yeah. It's not the same picture. Yeah, I think they're photoshopped in together. Because we all know Doria was in prison, right? So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No space between the teeth. Exactly. It's gone. So, good catch, everyone. This is fake, phony. So, every single picture, it looks like it's going to be fake. All right, so let's look at this one. Doria with allegedly baby Meghan, who looks nothing like Meghan. Does that look like Meghan to you? It doesn't look like Meghan to me. And it also looks like Doria's photoshopped in again. If you look at Doria's arms and the side of her arms, it looks totally different from the background. This is a very old picture. This looks totally photoshopped in. Totally photoshopped in. And the first thing is that the way she's standing, okay, she's supposedly on a driveway that looks like it's on an angle. You see how the car is going up on the right, so it's like a going downward angle. It's a lot of driveways you go down towards the garage. And yet Doria's legs look to be the same height, the same straight across. Now, she could be standing on another step that we don't see, but she's not standing on an incline. That's the word I'm looking for, an incline. And she's too bright and clear for this picture. This is like a 1970s picture, or 1980s picture. And, when you look at those photos, they're less saturated. They're more blurry. They have kind of a grayish tone on them. Whereas Doria and this baby, who looks nothing like Meghan, in my opinion, look very bright and crisp and new. So again, it doesn't look like they're part of this picture. It looks like they're photoshopped into this, doesn't it? It just looks like a green screen, like they're in front of a green screen or something. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying, but we need more eyes on this, though. More eyes looking at it, because different people see different things. So a group effort would really reveal everything. Thank you. They should have photoshopped in prison bars. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Doria was never there. Exactly. Neighbor child could be. Yeah, now in this photo, they look too crisp. They look too crisp and white. Look how bright white they are, whereas everything else is all dull and grayish and, old photo looking, desaturated. They look bright, crisp. They look like they come from another picture. So, yeah, again, trust your first thoughts when you look at it. This looks like they're photoshopped in from another picture. It really does. Now zoom in on them a little bit. Let's look at the sides. Oh yeah, look at the digitization around the outfits here. Look at that. Oh, that screams photoshopped in. Screams it. Oh my goodness. Look how photoshopped in. Look at the line around the child's head, the white line there. Look at Doria's hair. What's this up here? The hair is kind of off there. I think that it looks like, yeah. I don't even know if she's with a child in this picture. The whole thing maybe. Look at that fuzziness. What's this fuzziness about right here? What's that? Like they made a mistake there. It looks like that. It looks like they took Doria's face, photoshopped it in. And look at the line around this child's outfit. Look at this dark line. Total Photoshop job. And look at this. There's like redness around here. It's like they did a messy job with some red here. Very sloppy. Look at the dark lines around the child. This child is photoshopped from somewhere else, and Doria is from somewhere else. I mean, look at the dark lines around the figure. You can see where they just chopped it up. And now look how. All right, look at this child's right arm. What happened to its arm here? Where's its? Oh, okay, that's its arm. All right, I see. It looks strange. Like there's a line going straight down. Yeah, look at that. It looks like there's a line going straight down. And it looks like they cut it straight across. You see this straight line? And then they pasted in another arm to make another arm looking like it's going to the left. Wow. So they put in, this is a fake arm. You can see they actually photoshopped in another arm there. You can see this straight line here. Straight, it looks like. Does that arm and hand size match the child's body? I don't know. It looks a bit bigger on the left than on the right, right? The arm on the hand on the right looks smaller. The arm on the right looks smaller than the one on the left. Look how big and fat the arm on the left-hand side looks compared to the one on the right. I think this whole thing is fake. Look at that. Look at the dark line. There's like a line going down. And look at Doria's arm here. Look how it just cuts off right here, straight up and down. That's not right. That looks like very bizarre. And the whole thing's suspicious. I think the whole thing's photoshopped. It looks totally unnatural. You can see blurriness around the outlines of them where they're put in there. This whole thing looks so fake. Wow. From beginning to end, this thing is just fake, fake, fake. Everything they do is just fake. Unbelievable. Yeah, it'd be difficult, especially on cement there. Yeah. Yeah, the arm near the pants don't look right. I agree. There's something off there. Looks photoshopped. The whole thing looks fake. Not right looking. That looks totally photoshopped. So she's supposed to be resting her elbows on her knees here, right? You got one elbow way down low and another one way up high. Now, if she's on an incline going down to the left, it should be the one on the left is down lower than the one on the right. But instead, they reversed it. This looks totally off. It looks totally photoshopped. The whole thing looks photoshopped. The child looks Asian. Yeah, possibly. Doesn't look like Meghan. Yeah, I saw her videos too. They are excellent. Yes, her and the Royal Griff, they're working together, I think. Mm-hmm. Don't let eye turned in and the right eye turned down. Uh-huh. And Doria or the baby? Doria, I think. Look how bizarre Doria's eyes look there. That doesn't look normal either. How can you turn your eye that much over? That's so weird. It looks off. I don't think it looks off. Yeah, it looks photoshopped. What's at the end of Doria's fingers? Yeah, her fingers look very off, don't they? They do. That they have a hard time photoshopping fingers for some reason, especially Doria's fingers. They look very bizarre there. And why is there like a white line over this finger? Look at the size of this finger. And look at that one. It's like a claw in there. The fingers are very bizarre looking in these pictures. Oh yeah, that definitely. It looks like Meghan's born what 1979 or maybe 1976. Who knows? Everything's a lie. One fat arm, one skinny arm. Yeah, on the baby for sure. Yeah, the Sidley twins and their father should get on this. He's the expert, right? Yeah. And they need to do a whole show going through every single baby picture. And Meghan's arm doesn't line up with the shoulders of the outfit. Uh-huh. Yeah, it doesn't, right? Yeah, where's the upper arm here? Exactly. The shoulder's here. So the arm should be. You're right. Good catch. Good catch. Look how off this arm is. There's like no top part of it. And this is so huge. Yeah, this is so wrong. This whole thing is off. You're seeing stripes through the baby's outfit. Yeah, I think you are. It does look like there's stripes. Look at that. Good catch. Look at the stripes. They actually didn't do the opacity high enough. So they photoshopped this baby in over a striped shirt and you can see the stripes. See, this is why we need multiple eyes. Good catch. Excellent job, Kim. Yeah, Doria looks like she's been on the wacky backy. Yeah. She always looks that way. Her and Harry and Meghan. Doria's claws. Yeah, something really suspected. Yeah, totally sus. Exactly. There are stripes on the baby's view. Uh-huh, yeah. The stripes. Yeah, good catch, everyone. The stripes through the baby's outfit. Yeah, unbelievable. Look at that. Look at that. Unreal. My goodness. You know, you don't even need to look that closely at these. You start seeing all these things are off. Child's face. Tom Senior face. Uh-huh. Could be. The car and Doria are not real. Mm-hmm. Her eye is off. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, from which year is car? I don't know. Does anybody know cars? I don't know what year this car is. I know some people might recognize it. I don't recognize what year it would be. It looks old. It looks like a 70s car. It doesn't look like an 80s car. 80s cars were, but you know, people still drove 70s cars in the 80s. Claws, the claws. That middle finger is huge. Look at the size of that middle finger. That middle finger is like twice as long as, yeah, there's something really off there. It looks like a snake coming in. I mean, this photoshopping is really bad. Really, really bad photoshopping here. Yeah. Right. The arm is totally off. That arm screams Photoshop. You can't miss it with this. If this part of the arm is so big, this one has to be much bigger here. It looks like a doll, like literally a doll. Yeah, where's Doria's wedding ring? Exactly. It does look like there's a little bit of a ring that they attempted to Photoshop in there. See a little bit of a glow there. Yeah, the stripes are unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a 70s car. I think it looks like a 58. Could be. I have no idea with these cars. I am clueless with cars, so there's writing on the wing. I can't make it out. Let me see. I'll zoom in. It looks like project or something. Peugeot. I don't know. What is that? I don't know what that says. I've never seen it before. I don't think. It looks very bizarre to me. It doesn't look American. It looks like it could be a foreign car. Maybe this is from a foreign place, this picture. This could be a foreign country they Photoshop this into. It looks like a Rambler, you're saying? Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks like two different hands and fingers on Doria. Yeah, it could be. Peugeot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. That's not my guess. I don't know what it is. Oh, Pontiac. I don't know. That doesn't look like Pontiac though, because you see there's like a G under it here or something. Pontiac doesn't have any lower letters that would go down. Yeah, it looks like Peugeot. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I can see there's like 2 letters and then it goes down. There's like a G there. It looks like a G and then upper letters. And this huge P, obviously you can't miss the huge P. But that's like, yeah. So it's not a Pontiac, I don't believe. Yeah, oh yeah, no afro on M. Yeah, where's her afro curly hair? It turned light brown and straight. And there's that little spot there. Look at Doria's hair. Doria's hair is like way up there. Totally bizarre. And there's this light spot, like a bald spot or something. Yeah, this whole picture is another child. It looks like a Spanish looking child in a foreign country. I think this picture looks like it was taken in a foreign country. All right. Whoops, what's going on here? Yeah, that looks like it's taken in a foreign country. Does not look real at all. It looks like they photoshopped them into a foreign picture. Because even this looks like kind of not American. Like this could easily be somewhere in Europe. It doesn't look to me even American. It looks like that's what they did. You know, they're picking pictures off the internet from wherever. Yeah, not Pontiac. He said, your husband said the car behind is a classic to see if Thomas Markle owned a classic. Okay. Another avenue for investigative. Thank you. Thank you, Louise. That's another investigation to keep in mind. Yeah. Well, they photoshopped her face in, but that hair was not hers. Yeah, the plants, they don't look American. Exactly. Where'd it go? I don't know where the picture went now. I lost it. All right, let's try another one. Should we try this one? Does this one you think look real? Doria doesn't look real in this picture. She stands out to me as like something off here. I don't know. She always stands out as being off. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, Right, exactly. Yeah, I said that earlier. The Sidley twins and their father they want to bother their father to get on it. But yeah, what stands out? But we could do our own investigation here. Come on, we got tons of sets of eyes here. Let's see what stands out to you. Does this look real? Those shadows on the right hand side doesn't look real. Why does he have a shadow but Meghan doesn't have a shadow? It doesn't look real to me. So the lighting is supposed to be okay. So when you get a shadow on the right, the lighting should be coming from the left. But if you look at the highlights, they're centered. You know, there should be, with a dark shadow on the right, there should be like a bright light on the left. It should be lit up here. It should look much lighter. There should be a light glowingness on the left-hand side, or this person's right-hand side from their perspective. So there's no glow here, but there's a huge shadow over here. So how are you getting this huge shadow there? Is that a demon? So already I'm getting like fakeness here. This looks fake to me already. This doesn't look like Meghan's hair either. I bet you this is somebody else. I think they photoshopped. Look at the hairline of Meghan. That looks photoshopped to me up here. That looks completely, look at the lightness right where they photoshopped her face in. So you can see that this was somebody else's face with lighter skin tone. And Meghan's mask, this is literally a mask of Meghan, and they plopped it into this girl's picture. So I do believe that there was a girl standing there, but they photoshopped Meghan's mask onto it. She looks stoned. Yeah, it looks thuggish, yeah. Doria definitely looks photoshopped, yeah. Meghan looks very white again. Yeah, they made Doria look pretty here. It's totally photoshopped. Look at her right hand. So this whole thing is screaming Photoshop to me. So look at her right hand here. The hands, it looks off. Now, all right. So again, with the shadow, okay, like I just said, there should be a lighting source to the left, causing a big shadow on the right. And you see how dark the left-hand side of her hand is? The lighting is from the front here. So this is totally off. It's like, how can you have a shadow on the left and then have a shadow on the right? You can't do that. I mean, if there's a bright light in front of you, but there needs to be the shadow would if the bright light is in front, the shadow should be behind them, so you wouldn't really see it. It should be behind. But this picture is showing a very large dark shadow, indicating a very bright light on the left-hand side of the picture that's just not there. And even Doria's fingers prove it, because on the left-hand side, her fingers are very dark and shaded. So yeah, this is completely Photoshopped. The fingers are Photoshopped. Doria's Photoshopped in there. It looks too crisp, this line around his shirt. And to me, it looks fake. And again, you see the pixelation there. It looks fake there. And this looks totally fake. Now, I mean, look at the darkness on the side of her face. What's with these dark lines on the side of her face? Is she growing a beard there or something? I mean, this is totally Photoshopped. I think this is somebody else's face, and they took Doria's face and plopped it in there. So it looks like this is a real photo of some 3 other people, and they actually Photoshopped Meghan's face and Doria's face into this picture of somebody else. Because look how bizarrely dark it is on either side of Doria's face. It looks like it was painted in. Look at that. She looks like a man, baby. That's a man. It looks like they Photoshopped Doria's face on top of a man with a beard. That's exactly what that looks like, right? That is not a real picture. This is so fake and phony. Everything they do is so fake. But look at the shadow. This shadow has hairs in it. You know, shadows are supposed to be a smooth line. Look at this bizarre shadow. It looks like somebody took a paintbrush and just put dots around it. Look how dotted. Since when does a shadow have dots around it? I mean, this is a very bizarre Photoshop, not very well done at all. And this hairline on Meghan's forehead gives it away right here. This light forehead, this light line. It looks so fake. It's so obviously fake and phony. And look at the ear. And she's got the dark line here too. What's with this dark line? They just plopped her face on there. Not very well done either. Another poor Photoshop there. So this is a real picture of 3 people, and they Photoshopped Meghan and Doria's face onto it. That's what it looks like. And those fingers look white to me. If it's not that the fingers are white, look at the shade behind it. Look at the shadow right behind it. It's not to the right, like this man's face. The shadow's to the right. The fingers, if the light were from the left to the right, there should be a shadow. And it's the shadow behind Doria is very bizarre looking shadow. They made it all dark in here. Like you don't see the side of Doria's face at all. It just darkened it in. Pretended it was a shadow, I guess. But it looks off. The whole thing looks off. And again, Meghan doesn't have a shadow. How do they have these dark shadows, but Meghan doesn't have a shadow? I guess they didn't, it's very bizarre looking, the whole picture. So this looks, again, very fake and phony, the whole thing. And look at the dark lines around the arm there. It's the left side of Meghan and the arm here. What happened here with the arm? Does she have leprosy down here? It's all dark and weird looking. The arm goes down and then goes up, and it's all darkened and pixelated down here. This whole thing is, I'm sure the more you look at it, the more bizarre it gets, the more Photoshopped it gets. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We'll keep looking. Yeah, Doria creeping in the background. Yeah, the earlobes look strange. Yeah, all the ears look strange. Look at Meghan Markle's ear. Yeah, look at Meghan Markle's ear. That is very bizarre looking. It looks white. It looks like it's somebody else. Like I said, I think Meghan was Photoshopped onto a white girl, because you can see the hairline of the white girl on top of Meghan's mask here. So, yeah. Doria's fingers suddenly look very thin. Yeah. Yeah, Doria has sideburns. Yeah, doesn't look like Doria. Yeah, it's too pretty to be Doria. Usual suspects for a lineup. Yeah, maybe Doria's shadow behind him. Yeah, but there's light from the side. How are Doria's fingers all dark over here on the left? How is there a dark shadow here of her fingers? Look, her fingers look like she's wearing like half gloves or something. It's supposed to be shadowed in. and he has all his shadowing there, and yet you can't have a shadow on the left and a shadow on the right like that. It doesn't add up, and the lines are too dark, and this doesn't look like a shadow. That's not how a shadow looks. And if the shadow looks like it has hairs growing out of it. It's just, the whole thing is off. The whole thing is very suspect. Yeah, Doria's holding the guy with two hands, supposedly. I don't think that's Doria. I think Doria's face was photoshopped on someone. Yeah, the wall behind Doria is blue. It's different left to right. Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. It goes from blue to gray. Yep. Your husband thinks we're crazy. If he followed Harry and Meghan, he'd realize. Yeah. Take some time. 3 shades of the wall behind. Right. You got blue on the left and gray on the right. And then white. Yeah. Air is white. Yeah. Meghan's air is white. The whole thing is off. Gloria looks like a predator. She is a predator at grabbing that guy. Yeah. She probably tried to sleep with him. She's probably high. That's not Doria, though. I'm telling you right now that it's Doria's face photoshopped on for sure, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess they've done to fake her age and to make it look like she has all these friends from high school. I mean, when you bring somebody into the royal family, you've got to have some photos of their history and people they hung out with. And so they had to create a whole life, right? Yeah, they had to create this whole backstory of Meghan with friends and proms. And I mean, they even made a prom queen. I mean, that video was photoshopped. There's no way that which was a prom queen. Nobody liked Meghan. I'm sure nobody. The whole thing is so fake. And what's with this whole thing is just bizarre. This looks weird down here. Look at this dark line. Look at where Meghan's chest is supposed to be meeting with this guy. This weird dark line here that doesn't add up. The shading, it looks photoshopped. She sort of blends and disappears. They disappear into each other. Look at that. There's no line. It's like her chest bleeds into him. This whole thing is just so fake from beginning to end. And that's definitely not Meghan's hair. Meghan never had nice hair with nice braids like that. Meghan's hair never looked that good. We all know that's not her and that's not her hair. Yeah. There's no way. Other photos. So every single picture we look at is photoshopped. Wow. But we've been doing this for an hour already, so I'm getting a little tired. We may need to do like a royal grift, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something, and continue this, because I think the more pictures we look at, the more photoshopping we're going to find. And I think, to get more people looking and talking about this, because it's really shocking how if you just take a couple of moments and really look at these pictures, you can see that these are photoshopped in. I mean, look at the sides of Doria's face there. I mean, it's so obvious when you look at it. Yeah, we got to scrutinize these pictures and expose Harry and Meghan for the frauds and liars they are. And the more people talk about it, the more it gets out there. I mean, get some real, like David Van Wooten and other people to really look at this and take it seriously and expose these crimes they've committed and are committing. So thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you for analyzing the pictures with me. And if you enjoy it, hopefully we can do it again, because there's going to be many more Photoshop pictures to look at. And again, thank you to Royal Grift for inspiring me to start analyzing these pictures. So, all right, I hope you all have a wonderful day. Until next time, everyone, take care. Bye-bye.
This woman's really scary. She could easily get elected president. She's much more skillful than I have ever seen. She's a liar on the deepest level. The things is saying right now are not just untrue, they're the opposite of the truth, which is the hallmark of evil. She's an extremist. She'll say anything. She's much more like Gavin Newsom than I ever realized. I could go through a whole litany of why what she's saying is not true.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm back again today because I have some free time, and I thought I'd look at a few more Photoshop photos of Meghan's from her past. And I also figured we should look at them as soon as possible before these pictures start disappearing off the internet. So I thought it might be fun to look at a few more. Anyone who's interested, there's going to be no tarot. And also, thank you to Kim in the last chat who was looking for this Malcolm Gladwell book I was thinking of. It was this one called Blink. And there's apparently an animated book or an audio book on YouTube. I wouldn't trust any audiobooks because they do change things on YouTube. And I heard on Amazon, they change things in the audiobooks. So you really want to, if you want to get the real deal, you want to go to the library and get the soft or hardcover there. It's a very good book. Basically, Blink, it says it all. In the blink of an eye, your first impression of things is very often the accurate one. And you can really summarize, get a good, your instant feeling, your instant impression. And, people have always known first impressions count, right? People always judge you on first impressions, and they're usually right? Hi, Jenna. How are you? Yeah, I'm on unusual time. I have the day off, so I have a lot of free time today. I'm not usually on at this time. So just an off day here. I got some extra time, and I thought we'd look at some more Photoshop photos from Meghan Markle's past, because so far it's quite surprising. Every single photo that Meghan Markle has out there from her childhood looks to be fake. So I'm going to look at this picture next, the famous one of Samantha Markle holding Meghan as a baby. And at first glance, the coloring looks good. And it looks all right. Hi, Patricia. How are you? But, again, Blink, my first impression here was that Samantha's face looks off. And it looks, I don't know, too big for the picture or something. There's something off about the face. And so I zoomed in. If you zoom in on her chin here, now again, this is all just my opinion. I'm not a professional, but you see the blurriness here. The line in her face disappears. There's a blurriness there. So the line of her chin, and then whoop, it disappears. And that doesn't happen. That's not normal. You see the other side, you get the line. So I think we've got another Photoshop here. It's a very good Photoshop. And I was thinking too, these other Photoshops we've been seeing in these pictures, they're so bad. I'm wondering if they did them on purpose they want us to find it. It's almost like maybe they want us to find these, because so many of these Photoshop photos, like we covered in the last video, they're so poor, the quality. I mean, look at the side of her face here, the baby. Look at this blurriness over here. It looks off. It just looks something bizarre about it. This whole hairline here also looks off to me. It doesn't look right. So there's a couple of things here that just don't look right in this picture. I don't know if you see anything else, but those two things stand out to me right away. So again, go by your first impression. When you look at the picture, what doesn't look right to you? It's like, that looks off to me. Just, because our unconscious catches things that we don't always capture. Another thing that's standing out to me now that I'm looking at it is the baby's shoulder on the right-hand side looks too low. You see the shoulder on the left is up here, and it's short and close to the body. But then the shoulder on the right-hand side looks dislocated. It looks like it's too low, and it's way down here. The shoulders, it's off. This looks off to me, the shoulders. It could just be the picture, but it just that's the impression I get. The arm looks off to me. Yeah. Sam's finger looks weird too, her fingers. Always the fingers. They have trouble with the fingers, don't they? Yeah, what's with that bend in her ring finger? Look at this ring finger. Oh my gosh. The ring finger is like bent down. Who can bend their finger at the last digit like that? And look how long this middle digit is. It's like you've got a ring on there. The knuckle should be here. There's very light knuckle. I can barely see it. And then this section of the finger looks way long. It's way too long and it's light colored. It looks elongated. So yeah, thank you. Good catch. Good catch, Tracy. Yeah, the fingers are off again. They look off. That looks too long. There's something odd. It's not. And look at the pinky. The pinky looks weird too. That looks very off as well. They always seem to screw up the fingers the most. They had Doria's middle finger that was like 10 miles long. She's more white than black. Yeah, but even that aside, I mean, these pictures are all photoshopped. Yes, we all have to work together. Yes. Absolutely. I think we should all take time to study some photos because it takes a while, but if you really just sit down with each photo, and again, I'm not going to catch everything. You guys are going to see things I don't see. So, but all of these pictures look fake to me. It just all look fake as ever. Fake as Meghan Markle. Now this one too. Now the Royal Grift showed this picture of her allegedly at a prom with this young man. That's not Meghan Markle's chest. I mean, maybe she got breast implants, but she's never had a chest like that. We all know that. And even that looks photoshopped. I'm telling you, nothing with this girl is real. I mean, and the chest is too low to me. Is it just me or is her chest way too low? It looks like she's a DD cup there. And it looks too low. Like her boobs should be up here, right? I mean, your boobs don't go all the way down to here, not unless they're 10 feet long. So this picture looks photoshopped to me as well. Like they photoshopped her body into this dress and they got it wrong. Proportions wrong here because this should be higher up. I mean, if you look at her chest, it's way too, it's off. I think they photoshopped her torso here, her neck and face and shoulders into somebody else's body. And again, focusing on the fingers look funny as well. Those first two fingers look very bizarre to me, the way they're like two little matchsticks there, and they're both like basically the same length. And this third finger goes over in a weird way, like it's broken to the right. Yeah, these fingers were photoshopped in my opinion, because this finger over here is going to another direction. Who has fingers in the middle phalange there that goes off in another direction? So these fingers are, look at that, so Photoshop looking. The hands photoshopped in there. The chest is not hers. And of course, she puts a big ass tiara on her head, which doesn't look right either. If her head is tilted, the tiara should be tilted more. And so the tiara is more straight up than, it's not lined with her face. Yeah. She stuck a pillow up there, probably. It's with the belly button. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Duchess of Narcissus. None of it is real. Exactly. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I love how everybody is coming out because we need a team of people to expose this fraud, the CIA operative, whatever it is she's trying to do here. I hope I'm showing the whole picture here, but that's what I see so far. Oops. There are so many pictures and they all scream fake. Should we look at this one? You've seen this one before. This one, the lighting on her face looks off to me. It looks like the left side of her face is all swollen up, and the right, from our perspective, the left side is all swollen up, and the right side looks scrunched in. Like it's not balanced. Like each half of the face should be equal size. I mean, it could be the lighting and whatnot, but even this looks off to me. Yes, yes. The more, the merrier. The more, the more to get it out there. I tell you, there's so much to expose, and it's just shocking. It's just shocking. Let me take a closer look at the lines here. See if anything looks. There are a lot of noise here. All right, let me see here. There's a lot of noise around, but that could just be the hair. Mm. Yeah, look at the chin. The chin on this side. You see the line up here that goes up. It's not the same. Again, I don't know if it's lighting, but it just looks puffier on this side than that side. But again, it could be the lighting. So there's a possible Photoshop of her face onto another child. Yeah, this. All right, look at this chin here to the white. You see how there's no line? It just blurs out here. There should be a line here where the collar meets her face. There's no line. So her face is photoshopped in again. I mean, it looks, you can just see this looks fake. It looks phony, like another mask. They just put it on top of another child. And the ear looks funny too. This looks to me like they put her face on another child. Yeah, it doesn't look real to me. This looks photoshopped. I mean, your chin line shouldn't just disappear like that. You need a line with the collar. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. I know we're not the first, but I think that more needs to come out with these two. Something not right about the hair either. It's too long on the one side. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. Somebody did a terrible job fixing her hair or cutting it. Yeah, it looks terrible. What the heck? Oh yeah, it's all the CIA connection with Gloria Steinem. Yeah, maybe he's being blackmailed. Maybe the royal family is being blackmailed, or he's brainwashed. I mean, William said something about him and his therapists twisting his minds. I don't know. Yeah, we all have to do our own review, shall we say, of the pictures before they disappear, and really take a close look at them and see what we each come up with, because different pairs of eyes are going to see different things. And I think the more the merrier on this. I think we all need to, not dump it all on the Sidley twins that their dad. Although I'd love for their father to analyze these pictures. But yeah, I think we all could chip in and put in our input on this. I think it might help. Hmm. Yeah, these pictures all look photoshopped. Oops. Oh my God, is that Meghan's face? Somebody photoshopped Meghan's face into this. This is actually celeb times. Look at that. Are they actually trying to pass that off as her? That's so obviously Photoshop there, generated, AI generated. Now we got to worry about AI generated pictures. Oh my goodness. We don't have enough. Now this picture I was looking at, it's so whited out. Like they really bleached out her face on this one. Not much to go on here. It looks. Let me see. Because I think what she does a lot of times is they keep the head and the face of whatever child they're copying Meghan's face onto, and they just sort of plaster the mask of her face onto someone else's face. Because you see how there's kind of a line here, and this weird line over here. This could be another example of Meghan's face being put onto another child. I mean, look at the nose. I mean, the nose on the left-hand side, it goes straight out and up. On the right-hand side, it's like down. The nose is not symmetric. There's a lot of digitization around the eyes, like as if they were replaced, photoshopped in. And again, with the blurriness over here, it's very blurry, where here's on the other side, it's very crisp. And you see this white line, this pixelation here, very suspicious looking pixelation around the eyes and here. There is a gap between the teeth in this one at least, but you can barely see. But this also looks questionable, very questionable, potentially photoshopped. Because you don't see, when you look at other objects around, you don't see that kind of all this digitization and pixelations going on. You know, you can see other things quite clearly. They look smooth. So again, I think this is a white child that Meghan was photoshopped onto. The hairline's always different with each picture, childhood picture, it seems. Seems like they get a different child to put her face on. Oh, thank you, Duchess of Narcissus. Thank you. Yeah, it's Archie's eyes. Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks always look the same. They're using the same child again and again and again. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Her hair is different. Yeah, we all need to chip in and put in our what we see here. Yeah, she had a camera then. Yeah, a very old camera. See, I don't know anything about cameras, but looks like an old camera there. Yeah. I think the ones playing the backyard as a child with her crown are real. Queen for a day. Yeah. But yeah, that's definitely her personality for sure. For sure. Yeah, well, I'm wondering if this is her natural hair because all these seem to be different children she's putting her face on with all these pictures. Hmm. Oh, yeah, Nissan Harriman complained about the time he analyzed the pics from Frogmore. Yeah, he was complaining about that. Uh huh. They all look like Archie. Uh huh. Yeah, I think they're reusing the same pictures over and over. Yep, the squad started it. Thank you, squad, for tipping us off. And I'm wondering, did they purposely tip us off because they wanted us to look at Meghan's old pictures? Because some of these photoshops are so bad. It's almost like they want us to catch it, you know? This one's pretty ordinary. I don't know if there's any. Oops. Sorry. We could look at this one while we're here. This is supposed to be Meghan, too. And they're calling it an enchanting family photo. Shows Meghan opening presents. I don't know. How does this one look? This is too straight here on this side. It looks up and down, too straight to me. And you see there's a lot of pixelation there. There seems to be a lot of discoloration here. It's not crisp between the child and the backgrounds. So a potential Photoshop here as well. And look at that weird hairline. What's with that hairline? Look what they did to it. It's like they put her face on this child. You kind of see a line there. And then they took the hair and they just pulled the hair down into big loops. Like here's the hairline. She's got like big loops on the top. That's Photoshop. That looks Photoshop to me. A really bad hairline there. I mean, the hairlines also give it away, right? So I think once again we got somebody else's face on someone else's picture. I'm looking at the jawline here, very blurry. The whole so you notice they're bringing out all these very blurry pictures. It looks very blurry over here on the shoulder. You just look at the edges. But you know they're using these old looking pixelated pictures. So, but I mean, look at the hands. On the hands look like a mess too. There's some flopping there. It could just be dirt or distortion there in the hands. But looks off. The shadow doesn't match either to me. It doesn't match the child's body there. You see there's something sticking out in front of the child. I mean, it might be the arm, but it just looks odd to me. It might be right, but yeah, it looks odd. This picture looks photoshopped to me too. Hmm. Saying the hair is different than the lopsided hair. Yeah, it's always different. The hairline's always different. The hair color is always different. Um, right, exactly. Hmm. Yeah, they're always like a different kid. Yeah, there's always something weird. Each and every picture is weird. Here's another picture of her. And again, her face looks very different. It's not as wide as it normally looks. Again, with the pigtails. They're saying she's a teenager in this picture. Does she look like a teenager to you? It looks to me about 8 or 9 or something. It says little red school on the shirt there, but let's take a closer look at this one. She looks too young to be a teenager in this picture. Face looks too small. Getting kind of a Photoshop vibe there a little bit with the pigtail there and the sweater here. It looks a little too white over here. Like there's no shading here in this part of the collar, although there's shading on the shoulders. So you see how it's like shaded in? It gets a little grayer there, but this side is bright white all the way up there. So that looks kind of odd to me. Doesn't look like her hairline again. The hairline looks funny. Looks like somebody just colored in a couple of bumps there. So this one looks like it could be photoshopped as well. A big shadow behind her. She leaning against a wall. Okay, I guess she's leaning against a wall there. I mean, look, it looks like to be a shadow like that right behind her, she has to be right in front of a wall. But then what's this up there? It looks like a building far away. So I don't know what's going on with this picture unless that's something on the wall and she's standing against it. I don't know. And this looks odd too, the way it's tucked into the pants there. It looks like straight across. You see how this is just straight, like a ruler? It should be curved. It should be going around. It looks too straight to me. Like if it's going around her body, it should be rounder looking, I would think. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think her face looks too thin too. Yeah. Too small, too thin. Mm-hmm. Okay. Preteen. Yeah, she definitely looks younger than a teenager. That's not a teenager. It's too young. Yeah, maybe 10 she looks. Yeah, the head size doesn't match. Yeah. The pout there. Uh-huh. Yeah, the little red house. That's an elementary school. So she would be under 12 here or something, right? That's not her hair. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like her face is photoshopped on yet another body. Look how dark it is in the background, and yet she's bright white. The sweater is bright white. This looks off to me. The whole thing looks off. Yeah, and there should be shading here for sure, I'm thinking. And let me see. Is that like a little bit of blurring here, like this weirdness under her chin where the sweater like stops right here and there's a gap there. That doesn't look right to me. That looks photoshopped to me. So the collar is supposed to go around her neck, right? So she's got a gap here where they didn't fill it in. It's like the sweater stops. And over here, there's blurriness above the sweater, which looks photoshopped to me too. It's blurry. Big indentation here. And yeah, it just doesn't look, and that hairline is fake. That looks like a wig for sure. Doesn't look like, it looks like they colored it in. And it looks like there's two sets of eyebrows. It looks like there's an eyebrow here and then there's an eyebrow on top of it. These don't look like her eyes either. Yeah, it looks photoshopped to me. Whole thing looks photoshopped. I don't know what's going on. I'll bet you this little red shirt that they put on here with a straight bottom straight across, which looks totally photoshopped. I think that's fake as well. And you can see the way the shirt is tilted. The shirt should be wrapping around her body, and instead it's like flat out so you can read it perfectly, right? Like as if she were flat as a board, or there was a piece of cardboard under there. If she's wearing a shirt that says that it would be wrapping around her body, you would only be able to see, like, read part of it. So, and then what's going on over here? What happened to this child's arm here? What's going on with this? This looks totally photoshopped as well. I mean, the child's arm is not moving because if it were moving, the whole thing would be blurry. It's only part of it being blurry. So that kind of looks like a Photoshop mess up as well. Yeah, this looks photoshopped to me. Yes, let's hope so. Yeah, she has not aged well, and she's all over the stage. She's got Adam's apple, Yeah, oh, let me see right here. The braids are too thin compared to the brush from her friend's birthday party. Hello, Joe. Hello. Well, I think her face is being photoshopped on other people is what it's looking like. Yeah. Hey, Duchess, how are you? Back again. Maybe they went back and doctored her photo. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like two arms. Yeah, there's something going on there with the arm. Arm and a half. There's something weird going on here with this part of the picture. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They seem to make like these really big Photoshop errors. It's almost like they want us to catch them. Like they want us to point out, like, that's fake. That's fake. This one looks weird to me as well. I think TRG looked at this one. The way Doria's head is tilted looks odd to me. It looks photoshopped because look at the light under her chin. It doesn't look right. It doesn't match. Her neck is like black, and then her chin is like light underneath. This really looks like somebody just took a Photoshop of her head and put it on this person's body. That's what it looks like to me. And I don't know who this child is, but this child doesn't have curly hair. They look like they have straight hair, it looks like to me. And even around the child, you see how dark it is around the outline of the head? It's all dark, like they cut it out from somewhere else. So this looks like a Photoshop too. See all the dark outline? And there's a really bad outline there. And you can see all the pixelation around the eyes and the nose. So they took this baby's face and manipulated the eyes and the nose and the mouth to look like Meghan. That's what it looks like to me. And Doria's head looks like it's just been placed there on top of this person's body. I don't know Doria, but that doesn't look like something she'd wear from what I've seen. I could be wrong. I don't know, but her face, the way her face is angled towards the camera, you don't see her neck at all. I mean, imagine someone sitting there holding a child and looking over, you would see some neck. You'd see a turn in the neck, like a line on the side, and somebody turns their head over. You don't see that. It just looks like it's just plopped there on top. It doesn't match. This looks like a Photoshop as well. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, too many of us have been just passing by, just glancing at it, going, "Oh, okay, there's Doria and Megan." Like, but when you really stop and look at it, it's like, "Whoa, wait a minute." Yeah, yeah, she looked 14 in that picture with that body. They photoshopped her head onto somebody else's body. You know it. You know it. Yeah, yeah. Back again. Back again. I'm not doing tarot today though. I'm just looking at Photoshop pictures. So I hope you enjoy that. If not, next time I'll do a tarot reading for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning I'll do a tarot reading. Yeah, it looks like Archie's alleged Christian. Yeah, I think you're right. It does look a lot like the uh, christening picture. Yeah, yeah. Oh, TRG is here. Hey, hey, Royal Grift. Welcome, welcome. We're helping you analyze some pictures here. You've inspired us. Inspired by the Royal Grift. So we thought we'd help you along and see what we see with the pictures. So far, all of them look Photoshopped to me. Every single one of these pictures, I'm like, that looks fake. That looks fake. This looks fake. This hand looks off. There's something bizarre with his hands. It could just be the picture, but I don't know. This one's, I think, is too small to really. It's better with a better quality picture, easier to see. Like this picture, I never got. This one in the middle, that looks like a Halloween mask. Like, how is this the same person? Look at that face. She looks like a freaking witch there, like a vampire. And look at the nose. I mean, it doesn't. Maybe it is her. I don't know, but it doesn't. It looks very bizarre to me. Maybe it's because it's tilted to the side. That's a very low pixelated picture. Let's try to find another. The baby pictures are the fun ones, like this one. Yeah. Doria's face looks photoshopped onto me. Look at the forehead here. It just looks like it's cut out and put there. I mean, Doria's forehead bulges like that. I mean, she looks like Frankenstein here. That just looks too weird to me. That's not. Is that really her forehead? I don't think so, right? Uh huh. Both heads are stuck on. Uh huh. It is, right? Yeah. You think it's real? Doria's face. I mean, look at that forehead. Come on now. I don't know what she looks like. A Photoshop is what she looks like. Yes, it's not a Rocky Horror Picture Show. Dorito looks like an extra from a film. Clark Gable, yeah. I don't think that's her hair. I think it's Botox, right? Me either. I can't believe the things that you've been catching. I'm like, what? How did I miss that? I didn't catch any of this. Yeah, this picnic photo is just, yeah. I mean, we all need to take some time to really just look at these pictures for a second. You look at them with a skeptical eye. I mean, that background looks like a painting in the background. Like they're in a studio sitting in front of a painting. But I guess they're pretending to be on a picnic. It looks like that's a wall of paint and that they're just sitting on a hard floor somewhere, is what it looks like to me. I don't know. What's with this red over here? Why is it red there? There's like redness stained on her pants. Doesn't look right. Her arm is discolored over here. What's that? Why is her arm? Is there a big burn there or something? It looks very dark. It looks off. It looks photoshopped. Again. That looks like they put Doria's face somewhat, or Meghan's face on someone else's. But that forehead, just I can't with that forehead. And the chin is going down, right? So when you're looking down, your nose is going down, and your eyes should be looking down, like the angle of the eyes. But instead, you see with this face, the face is facing to the left. So the forehead should be back. It should be a profile. But instead, you've got a head that's leaning down, but the face is going straight. So the face isn't coordinated with the direction that the head is facing, if that makes any sense. It doesn't look right to me. It looks like they put someone's profile onto someone else's, so who's looking down. They didn't bother straightening that out to make it look like the nose is going down, in my opinion. And this is so blurry. They make the pictures so blurry that could be anyone. That hairline, again, straight hair. Where's the curly hair? I thought she had curly hair. It looks straight. And look at the hairline. The hairline's completely wrong. Meghan doesn't have the big wide forehead like that. Again, I think that they just took some baby's photo and just altered it to make it look like Meghan again. Could be an Asian baby. They seem to like using Asian babies, it seems. And that this what's with this line around the hat? I know it's the hat thing, but it's like looks like it's going over the ear here. It looks funny. And it's too big. I don't know. This doesn't look right. It looks photoshopped as well. So let's look at the fingers real quick. They always mess up the fingers. Yeah, you notice the fingers disappear in the light. Don't you love that? It's like, fingers? What fingers? Poof, they disappear into the light. No fingers here. And look at that foot. One last thing. Look at the foot of the baby. Why is the foot pure white? What's that? It's like the foot turns. I don't know if she's wearing a sock or what. I mean, you see toes there. It's very bizarre. The foot just turns white. I don't know if it's wearing socks that look funny, but you can see the toes. I don't know what's going on there. This whole thing looks so manipulated. Who knows? But it looks like a very bright light on them, and it looks off to me in every way. Yeah, it definitely looks shopped. Yeah, it doesn't even look like Dorito. Yeah, that's not her Dorito's profile. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of photos. Yeah, the toes. Clothes are bright, real bright, and the background is dull. Yes, good catch, Duchess. Good catch. Yeah. All right. Oops. I looked at that one already. Let's pick another one, shall we? Oh my goodness. All right, now, which one should we look at? All right, we'll start with this one. This one looks much clearer, but it still looks off. still looks kind of off to me. See, her body is facing one direction. She's looking over, but there's no crinkle in the neck, and you look over, there should be some kind of crinkling of it. It's like they always take a photo of her looking face forward, and they slap it on a body that's not facing forward. It's facing to the side, and so it immediately looks off to me. Yeah. I can't add all your comments, unfortunately. I'm getting a lot of comments now. But trying to read through them here. Yeah, the birthday is definitely fake. Yeah, I saw that magazine, but I couldn't tell where it was from or what date. There's no way to see anything unless there's a better picture out there. Yeah, the face is already saying I'm getting what I want. All this photoshopping is something Thomas Sr. would come up with before his marriage to Harry. Well, Hollywood's always been photoshopping so much, right? That we just didn't even know about for many years. I remember back in the 90s, I had no idea about this stuff. I mean, I only relatively recently learned about it. This could be done so realistically. But now when you look back on it, so I'm looking at the angle. So again, I'm seeing some blurriness over here in the chin. See the chin line in a few different places. The chin just disappears and blurs into her neck. So that's kind of, and over here it looks blurred into it. It's like they put her face on someone else's neck and they just sort of blurred the edges to make it look realistic, I guess, or try to make it look realistic. They got the ponytails right. Like they got this ponytail sticking to her head and this one hanging a little bit, but it just looks like it's, I don't know, hanging a little too much maybe. There's something off with this ponytail hanging there. It looks again like they morphed Meghan's face onto someone else's head, maybe. Maybe that's what it is that's off about this. Because you got the hairline. Look, the hairline, the part in the middle of the child's head is not in the middle. You see that? It's off to the right. So you've got a part here, and it's not lining up with Meghan's face. So you got the part over here, and you got her nose over here. It's not lined up. It's not right. That looks off. And the head again. It looks like she's wearing a helmet again. It's like you got some other child's head, and then they Meghan's face on someone else's head there. So it looks like she's wearing the helmet head again or something. It looks like to me. It looks weird. The part is off. And what else? Something about the ears. The ears don't look lined up properly to me. This one looks too low to me. Slightly too low. Because the top of the ear, the top of your ear is usually match. So it should go about there, and the top of the ear here looks lower. So it's doesn't look lined up to me. Yeah, oh yeah, totally evil, exactly. Megan Sotero, Hairs look too straight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the two people whose births are speculated have the same birth date exactly. Oh my god, yeah. This is insane. Yes, this photo is definitely edited. What are the odds exactly? Yeah, look, every single picture, her hair looks drastically different. And her hairline, more importantly, her forehead, her hairline, looks so different. We have all been markled, exactly. Yeah, that's an adult Meghan changed to be young. Yeah, yes. Yes, it looks like you're seeing her adult face, just like that video that Royal Griff showed of her when she was giving that speech with the school. It's like Meghan started out with a child face, but by the end of the speech, she had adult Meghan face and the teeth and no space between the teeth. I couldn't believe that. I'm like, you're watching her face morph into an adult there. An AI, I guess. Yeah. Yep. Yep. All right. Let's look at another one. Whoops. Back to that one. All these pictures look fake to me. Oh, God. What's that one? Now, who has black and white pictures from the 80s? Come on now. Black and white, of course, to make it easy to Photoshop. The shirts look so bright white. It doesn't look right to me, though. Backgrounds. So they're supposed to be standing outside. Bright sunlight. You see how the tops of the trees are very white the sun's like noontime. It's like the sun's straight down on them. And yet there's no shadowing here on these two. Yeah, the sun is right on top of them, shining down. There should be some shadows under the chins, under the arms. There's no shadowing. See, they got a wall behind them in a house, and you see the shadow goes right directly underneath the house there and next to the wall there. But there's absolutely no shadowing. They're too bright white. There's no contrast in this picture. It looks like they're, again, even in the black and white, it looks like they were placed there outside someone's home. Doesn't look real to me. There's no shadowing there. You don't get, yeah, that doesn't look real. And I see a lot of pixelation around the eyes there, the faces. You see a lot of pixelation around the eyes and the mouth, both the eyes. I don't know. That looks, again, fake. Totally fake there, for sure. Looks to me. Oh, another baby picture. Look at that arm. There's something with the big fat arms. That arm looks totally photoshopped. Yeah, World Economic Forum did this. Probably there's so many pictures. Somebody spent a lot of time making these pictures. Because there are so many. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it wasn't a thing, exactly. Who's behind the picture, exactly? Good question. CIA. The other girl is clearer. Fence in the back. All right, so let's see the baby now. Oops, sorry. There you go. Okay, so that looks like it's supposed to be Samantha holding her. Right away, that the arm stands out to me. Like right away, boom, there's something wrong with his arm. It's too prominent. It's too big. And you see the line next to it. It looks like it's photoshopped in again. I don't know. That's what I'm looking like. All right. So there's 4 fingers here, and then there's a bulge of a finger there. I don't think the thumb could be seen, possibly. What do you think? Very straight hair again, Asian baby hair. Doesn't look kinky at all. This face here, this is supposed to be Samantha, I guess. I see a line around the chin. Looks like it photoshopped in. Possibly. See if there's any merging over here. And you see a kind of a blurring in of the chin. You see how the chin's like blurred in there again? A little bit right here. I got a blur going on. Looks very fat here too. This is like if this is the neck, I can't tell, or it might be the sweatshirt, but there's a very deep line here. And the face looks very wide. Samantha's a very thin young woman, and this is a face of someone who's got a lot of, and they got dark hair too. This person has dark hair, so that can't be Samantha. Who is this person? I don't know who this person is supposed to be holding her. They have dark hair and a very wide face of somebody who's heavier set than Samantha was. Samantha was very skinny. If that was a real picture of Samantha that we saw earlier, I don't know. But this face looks photoshopped, and I don't know. Something about this arm just bugs me. It doesn't look real. And there's a lot of whiteness. You see this white shadowing here? I don't know what that's about. It goes out from the baby's face onto the back of the wall, and a little bit by the hand. It's like, what's this white discoloration here? Looks off to me. I think it's supposed to be Samantha. I don't know where the picture is from. Oops. Oh, crap. So that's supposed to be Samantha too, but that's definitely photoshopped onto someone else's body. So maybe that is Samantha, and the other one was totally fake. I don't know. I can't tell. I have no idea. But this is not the same person that was 2 pictures ago. It was definitely someone else, but I think they're both supposed to be Samantha, I think. Because remember, Samantha claims that she raised Meghan, helped raise her, and babysat her and everything. Yeah, too short. Yeah, is that the correct age for teeth? I don't know. Way too big. Yeah, the face is way too big for Samantha, I think. Anyways. At least it's not the middle finger, yep. Looks like Lilibet's teeth, yeah. When do the freckles show up? Yeah, and the straight hair. Don't forget the straight hair, no kinky hair. How did she go from having all this straight hair to kinky hair suddenly? Too old to be Samantha? Yeah, yeah. Look around the mouth. The nose looks off too to me. Doesn't it look like it's altered again? It looks like they added on the little Markle nose there at the very end. The nose color looks different from the top to the bottom. This looks photoshopped to me. Possibly. Those teeth do look weird. She has the space between the teeth at least, but they are a lot of pixelation by the ear and around the face there. The blurriness again by the chin. The face, so she's got a line. Look at this line coming down and it disappears and gets blurry and then comes back. I don't know. Very suspicious. And this whiteness, this white smoke. It looks like smoke or something. Maybe the picture got damaged. Okay, but this hand looks off to me. Like it doesn't look like it belongs there. Look at the blurriness around the hands here. Like it was photoshopped or blurred in. There's a lot of blurriness next to it. I just get a feeling that the hand was photoshopped in somehow, or it just looks off. I mean, it could just be the picture. Sometimes pictures look off, but it just looks so huge compared to the baby that it just doesn't match the baby's body to me. It's a face of a 50-year-old woman. But I mean, the whole arm looks to be from a different baby. Look at the left again, like we did last time, like we saw. Look at the left arm versus the right arm. The left arm looks huge and the right arm looks small. Look at the size difference. You know what I'm saying? It just looks so much. But again, it could be the picture. Maybe it's the way the camera that captures the picture, but it just looks so huge. Maybe it's just, I don't know. But I don't know whoever's holding her. I don't think it's Samantha. You've been trying to find a photo of Meg speaking on one of Harry's first trips. Yeah. Where the random woman come from? Yeah. Which one's Samantha? Meg has buck teeth. Looks like a woman about 30. Yeah. So you think it's photoshopped? I agree. I think it's photoshopped too. You think the angle, the arm is the issue? Okay, could be. Could be, but something to keep with all their photoshopping. It's not out of the realm. There's a lot of blurriness around the arm, so I'd be suspicious anyways. The arms look just too different to me. Even with the camera angle, I just think that's too different. This arm's full of chubbiness and rolls, and this one has no rolls. It's chubby, but no rolls on it. Not matching to me. I'm getting a Photoshop vibe from that one. Okay, who is this? Does anyone know? This is supposed to be Meghan Markle, supposedly. I don't know who that is. Is this somebody that looks like Meghan? That's a boy. That looks like a boy. I don't know what to make of that one. I don't think that's really her. That can't possibly be her. It's someone that looks like her, I think. Okay, so this is supposed to be Meghan and a relative, I guess. That's not Doria? What do we think of this one? It looks okay. So Meghan seems to be standing up on a step, I guess. There's something off about this one too. It strikes me. I mean, right? I don't think that's a step. I think she's just standing behind her, but she looks more elevated. Something's off with this picture. Something's with the perspective of looking at Meghan and this woman. Their legs, I can't tell if Meghan's up on a step or if she's supposed to be behind her on a flat street, in which case it looks very off. I guess she must be up on a step, right? She has to be. So that must be a step here. It just looks like it might be confusing. Okay. Is that supposed to be Doria? She's too big to be Doria, I think. That looks so weird. Meghan's face. It doesn't look like Meghan to me in this picture. This is so weird looking. It looks like they found the perfect picture to Photoshop their heads onto bodies where the background is like mirrored windows. So it's like easy to blur it up and you don't notice. But around this woman's head is like a dark circle around her. Like the door disappears. She'd have the door straight down here and the door over here. There's some blurriness there. I don't know if that's her hair. Does she have huge hair here? I don't think so. So there's some weird blurriness going on there. This is so blurry. Both their faces are so blurry. It's like half her hair is curly and the other half is stuck to her head. It doesn't match. It looks very weird. It doesn't look like her. It's not her hairline, I don't think. It's a very bizarre, Photoshoppy looking picture. Look at her head. All right, this woman's head doesn't fit on these shoulders. These shoulders are huge. And this head is small and there's no neck. Right? I mean, where's her neck? And why is it all light and blurry down under her chin? Is it just me? Maybe this doesn't look like it matches. It looks like the head's too small. Could just be me though. Because it kind of, I don't know. There's no neck. It's like her neck is missing. Is it just me? Right. This is all on them. They caused all this. Oh, that's supposed to be the grandma? Okay. All right, makes sense. But she still looks like she has no neck. I don't know. It looks weird. It could just be the picture, I guess. But that doesn't look like Meghan either. That doesn't look like Meghan. That face doesn't look like her. Looks photoshopped. The chin is too small. You see how small the chin is? It's like where'd the chin go? I don't know. It's very bizarre looking. Doesn't look like her to me. It's a very strange picture. It's just a very bizarre looking picture. Yeah, a lot of questions about, we just zoom in again. Looking at the lines on, is like the shading here by the arm. Dark line there. Just be a coincidence, I guess, but I don't know. Look at Meghan's shoulder here. The dark line here and around her there. It's like dark line goes all the way down the sleeve. I don't know. It looks very potentially. The elbow blurs into the steps. Very blurry. They're very, very blurry. Let's look at the fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we count 4 fingers there. Looks like it's almost 5 though, or something. I don't know what's going on there. Very strange. Let's look at grandma's fingers. What's going on with grandma's fingers here? What is going on with those fingers? What did they do to this poor woman's hand? And she's got like shadows. There's like big long shadows. Now, wait a minute. Yeah, these hands. What's with the hands? What's going on with these hands? Is this an AI picture? I wouldn't be surprised if this was an AI picture. Because the hands are a mess. The faces are a mess. Doesn't look right. And what's going on around the heads is just too bizarre. I don't know what this swirly thing around her head is. I would bet AI is my guess. I'm no expert on these things. Yeah, why is she holding a teddy bear? Yeah. That's definitely not Doria. Oh, if you see by bricks by the feet, you'll see the wrap. Let's look at the bricks. Looks pretty smooth, except there's a line that goes up her leg here. Line next to the foot here. All right, so let's look at the shading again. So if she's got shaded fingers, the sun has to be towards the right, which would mean the bag would be lit up on the right. Her legs are lit up on the right and shaded on the left. The bag looks like it's shaded on the right, so that looks off. Unless that's her leg blocking it. Never mind, her leg would be blocking that. So light on the right, shading on the left. Oh, look at her arms. Okay, look at grandma's arms. They're like 2 different arms, aren't they? They're 2 different shades of color. And the arm on the left-hand side of the picture looks much longer. Well, I guess she could be pulling her arm back there on the left, but it just looks like there's something wrong with his hands and arm completely. Oh, and look by the hand and the girl's skirt. Look at that blurriness between the girl's skirt and the hand there. It looks funny. That looks suspicious. And it's the same thing with the girl. The girl has on the right-hand side, her arm is white. On the left-hand side, it's dark. It could be the lighting, I guess, but it just looks so pronounced on both of them that it just looks bizarre to me. Very strange picture. I would guess AI or someone. It's a very weird picture. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you think the bricks by the feet have a honey wrap? I don't know what that is, a honey wrap. But I see what you mean, like distorted a little bit. It's like going up. I don't know, they go up and down here. I'm not sure. The bricks. Yeah, I said that's a line by her leg, it looks like. It might be a little bit. Yeah, I see what well, I don't know. Bricks look more narrow on the right. On the left, they look wider. By grandma's head, all right, so we see the brown here. I don't know if that's inside or something, or if it stops halfway up. So this is supposed to be I see that's supposed to be the Never mind the handlebars there. So she's supposed to be standing in front of some handlebars, I guess. This just looks off. This whole picture looks off to me. I don't know. Looks photoshopped again. Those fingers, though, those fingers cannot be. They're weird, very weird fingers. All right. Very strange. Piece of hair missing at the top. Is that on the grandma or on the girl? They both have weird hair in this picture. I can't figure out the hair. You can't see it. It's so blurry. I don't know what's going on with this hair. And that doesn't look like a hairstyle Meghan's ever had, unless it's tied to the back or something, but it doesn't look like her face either. All right. This one looks photoshopped to me. Very bizarre looking picture. Doesn't pass the smell test. Oh, bruh. Now the part looks off to me. Like, could just be it swerved over on the left-hand side. I'm guessing that's got to be a real picture if it's from the school. This one may be a real one. Although, all right, so you see how the nose slants this way? It's like slants a little bit. So there's like leaning over towards the left. So the part of her hair, I think, should be about here. I guess maybe it's about right. Maybe it's just got curved over on the top. So this one I would give a pass to. This one looks like it could be real. Though it doesn't look like her. It's just too much younger there. She's changed her face so much. I mean, when did she have lips like that? Because her lips always look so small compared to that. I don't know. That one I don't suspect anything on that one. Oh, did her grandmother ever take care of her? I don't know. The Doria does have a girlfriend. Okay, yeah, I knew that. Yeah. No skin where the shoulders are meant to be. Oh, yeah, you mean Doria's girlfriend? Yeah, I've seen her with the girlfriend. Yep, seen pictures of that. All right, what do we have here? Okay, we have a picture of Meghan in the kitchen. What do y'all think of this one? The hair looks off to me. I don't know. There's something about the hair that's just bugging me. First thing that sticks out to me is the space between her head and the hair. Did her hair stick out like that so much that there was a gap between her head and the hair? I don't know. And it just looks off. It looks off to me. Like the headband up here, like if she's looking, okay, so she's supposed to be looking, she's looking down, and her face should be looking down. The headband should be not up there, but it should be like down here. I don't know. It looks off. There's a wire for headsets, and then there's this headband way up on the top of her head. It looks off to me. It doesn't, maybe she pushed the headband back. I don't, but it looks very weird to me the way that's set up with her hair. And the hairline on the right, it goes up to here, and on the left, it goes way up there. Like the hairline's like on the top of her head. Looks distorted. Yeah, it's like the top of the head and the face don't line up for me for some reason. It just looks odd. She's got the space between the teeth. There's shadow on the left. It looks kind of like an outline, though. Doesn't that look more like an outline than a shadow? It's very sharp, the jacket to the background. And the hands are very blurry. There's only 3 fingers showing here. And there's something weird here about the way her face and her neck meet. There's like a big gray blob there. You said big gray discoloration there. It doesn't look right. And the chin blends into the chest here. There's like blurriness there. I can't make it any bigger, but you see how there's a line to her chin and then it just gets really blurry right here, like it blends in. It looks like they put her head or her head onto somebody else's body here. Yeah, it looks like this is photoshopped. And they have one little hair sticking out trying to make it look realistic, but I think her head hair looks photoshopped onto this body. What do you think? That's what it looks like to me. Oh, I'm not seeing any comments. Head was out. Yeah. Okay. Oops. I lost my comments for a minute. I got them back. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll try to catch up here. She has a space between her teeth again. I see. Pushing her hair. She has headpieces in. Yeah, it looks like headpieces. How old is she supposed to be? I don't know. Eyebrows need to be fixed. So yeah, let's look at those eyebrows. Yeah, this whole thing looks off to me. I think they photoshopped because this person looks too thin to be her, doesn't it? I don't know. It's very thin. It looks like a guy a bit. Very flat here. I think they photoshopped her head on someone else's body there. I think he's a guy's body. I think this is a man with very flat chest and very thin hips here. That look very masculine to me. It looks like they put her head on a man's body or a young boy's body, a young man's body. I don't know. I don't think so. Try to isolate the calendar on the wall. Well, you know what they've done is they've made these pictures very old and blurry. So even when I zoom in on them, like you can't see anything. So I won't be surprised. See, you can't really see much on the calendars. You can't see the dates or anything. It gets very blurry. You can't even see what picture is on it. It's just very dark. I can't tell anything, what year or what month that is. I can't even tell you. So they make it all, they make all these pictures look very old and blurry and what's going on with the counter? So she's supposed to be sitting in front of a table here, and yet there's a chair right in front of her. Isn't that convenient that there's a chair right there blocking this area here? So you know it's blocking something significant. Is there, and then there's this black, they put like a black table just pops out of nowhere, black table with a photograph on it of something, who knows what. That's supposed to be, but this whole setup of this picture looks very suspicious to me, very, very bizarre. I mean, okay, this could just be something on the table, like a black briefcase. That could be it. This chair is like, but I don't know. It still looks like she's photoshopped to me. Her head, anyways. Yeah, the father's earning so much money. That doesn't look like a house where someone's earning a lot of money. Maybe unless it's maybe Samantha's house. I don't know. There's metal round bars part of the chair. Oops, oh crap, I just lost it. Oops, sorry. Go back here. This is it. Yeah, I don't see any metal bars. I see a little bit of a metal bar there, like right there. So, okay, that could be, I don't know. This just looks odd to me. This whole doesn't look like her body. It looks too thin. And her head looks big for the body to me. I don't know. Yeah, it might not even be her head. Yeah. Yeah. Line in her jacket and the hands underneath the wrong angle. Let's see. Yeah, the lines are wrong. Yeah, good catch here. These lines look too thin. These lines are much thicker. And there's something going on weird here with the collar. It's only a thin white line there, and over here you've got a few. They're trying to make her look like varsity now. Isn't varsity for sports? Meghan wasn't sporty. They trying to make it that Meghan was like some kind of gymnastic or something. She's supposed to be 12. Uh-huh. Supposedly. They definitely put a head on. It does look like a boy's body, doesn't it? That's what I was thinking. Ah, the chest looks totally flat. Yeah, you can't see the picture doesn't really show anything. It's like a little doll or something or a person in a dress. Why doesn't the white sleeve show through the open dots of the chair? Oh, good one. Let's zoom in on the chair. Well, I think you can kind of see some white there. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah, good point. Good point. Body proportions are off. Uh huh. Looks like a set on a trailer. Uh huh. Yeah, it does. That jacket and photos to give continuity to establish year. Uh huh. Oh, the letter jackets when you're effing an athlete. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Not the same jacket sleeves. Oh, yeah, let me see that. Yeah, the sleeves look totally off. The sleeves are totally different. The hands look off too. I don't know. They look off to me. The whole thing looks off. They must have had to change the hands because if that was a boy, they would have had to change the hands to make it look more feminine. That's what I'm thinking. I think she's photoshopped in this one too. I don't think that's her. Meghan would never be sitting happily in a kitchen like that. Not princess. There's no way. She looks she would be scowling if she was sitting in there. All right. Childhood pictures. Oh my goodness. Is that supposed to be Meghan? So I think that's supposed to be Meghan, but look how I don't know. It says fascinating childhood photos of Meghan. Look at the legs under there. Look at all the legs. That must be AI. That has to be AI. It's got like 10 different legs under it. Said the AI does that a lot. Look how ridiculous that is. Oh my goodness, we're going to be inundated with AI pictures, huh? Well, here's the famous Thomas Markle picture. Yeah, it'd be an interesting movie. Will we be in it? What do you think? Yeah, the wristbands are different on the jacket. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to look for the legs and look for the fingers. All right, so here's the famous Thomas Markle and baby picture. Is it real or is it Memorex? What do you think? It looks real enough to me. I think just a little baby. Yeah, anyone could pose the baby they get. So, but even so, I'm going to point out. Hand looks a little blurring there. I think it looks real. Dark line around the baby's head, though. What's with all these dark lines around the head? Like an outline. Maybe it's not real. It has a dark. I think that may be another baby's head they put there. Maybe he was holding Samantha and they transplanted another baby and said, oh, it's Meghan. Because this head looks like it may be a cutout. Possibly. And the hair looks straight again, as usual. Uh, there's no shadow. Mm-hmm. You sent me a pic? Okay, let me check. To det@duck.com. That's my email. Pig with extra legs. Yeah, all the pictures are crappy on purpose, too, I think. Think about shadow. So the shadow should be behind the picture because the light's in the front. But you see the shadow next to Thomas Markle's face where he looks like he has a Hitler mustache. What's going on under Thomas Markle's nose over here? What's that about? But the shadow seems to be going behind. So it's all lit up. So we're not seeing too much shadowing going on. See a little bit of shadow by his thumb there. So the shadows appear to line up. Although I don't know what's going on under his nose, though. It's not the pic of the baby you need to look at to compare Thomas baldness. 70s pictures, the orange red color. I think it could be Samantha that he's posing with, though. How do we know that's Meghan? You know what I mean? They could have black hair, right? Right? Maybe not. Who knows? Who knows who's related to who? The baby's ear. Okay, let's see the baby's ear. Well, it looks like there's a scratch in the picture, but the ear does look bizarre, doesn't it? What's going on with that ear? That's a bizarre looking ear for sure. Not necessarily the pick sepia tone. Yeah, why are there no photos of the entire family together with Sam and Tom? Yeah, good question. Maybe the whole thing is a psyop. None of them even are even related. Maybe they're all actors. It's possible. Whole thing's just a scam from beginning to end. Oh, let's look at this picture. Samantha. Again, you see how blurry these pictures are? Who is that? So that's supposed to be Samantha on the left. Somebody photoshopped that, I think. On the left, that has to be. I don't know what that is. Let's go down. Let's find a better picture. That picture is not very good quality. This is totally bizarre. What the hell are they doing here with that picture? What is that? It's supposed to be the day she's born, I guess. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. They're really going crazy with these pictures. That is so distorted. I'm not even going to start with that one. That one's just too fake looking. Oh yes, there's this one. We all have seen this one. The way Meghan's sitting doesn't right off the bat. Like the first thing that hits you is like, what is she sitting on? Like if she's sitting on the arm of the sofa, how is she propped up like that? She's like really propped up higher. You know what I mean? Like if you're sitting on the arm of the sofa, you still would be sitting back a bit, and having to lean forward. But she looks like she's like sitting on top of something slanted that's like hoisting her up. It's a very bizarre angle that she's sitting there, and I can't discern what she's sitting on. Sam's arms look big. Okay, let me see. Her legs look discolored compared to her arms. Is that supposed to be Sam? That's not Sam, is it? That doesn't look anything like Sam to me. What, in this picture? Check out Tom Jr.'s Instagram. Okay. But that's Samantha. I mean, her arms don't look particularly big here. What's going on with the fingers there? I mean, look at the hands of the child look weird. Yeah, I was looking at. I mean, kids do that. I guess they can do weird things with their fingers, but that does look weird there. Very weird. Megan's body, like she's leaning this way. Her shoulders are this way. I don't know what's going on. It looks like she's like photoshopped into the background or something. Like there's no line here saying her body. Like here you can see her body ends here, the line. Although there's like an orange line behind her. What's this orange line next to her arm and chest here? It looks like this was maybe cut out of another place because there's an orange line all around Meghan. It looks like. It doesn't even look like Meghan. That face, it looks different. It looks like someone else's face. The hairline and everything. That her skull looks too small. She's got like that's not Meghan. They put her face on someone else. Look at her face compared to her skull again. She has a little tiny skull and this huge face. Oh, something weird going on here again with this picture. There seems to be like an orange outline to the whole thing. And like if your arms are here, how is her chest leaning over? Like, no, it's just not, doesn't look very comfortable. It doesn't look right. And how wide is her body? She looks like she gained 100 pounds here. Like her hip width, how wide are her hips here? She was never that big. You have to be, she would have to have been a very overweight if her hip, one hip's over here and the other hip's all the way over here. It's a very large size. And I don't think she was ever that large from the pictures we've seen. It looks something very odd. It looks like Meghan was photoshopped into this picture is what it looks like. Like, I don't think maybe she wasn't originally in this picture and she just photoshopped herself in, or maybe, I don't know, or something. And this blurriness of her back into the background is very suspicious to me. Very blurred it together. Not distinct. So this picture is very strange, something very off with her, and that's not her face. I don't know whose face that is. That's not Meghan, though. Doesn't look like her to me. She looks 7 feet tall, right? Yeah, I mean, please. Hands of the child look very weird. Yeah. Look at Thomas Markle's hairline. Okay, let me see his hairline. Thomas Markle's hairline. It's a little too straight. Look how straight it is here on the right. His right hand side is like straight up and down. That's very suspicious. Yeah. He could be photoshopped in too. His neck looks very weird here. Like there's no. It looks like he's photoshopped in there too. They photoshopped his head on this person's body. Because look at his shoulder. How can he's supposed to be leaning his head over? There's something off with this picture. This picture's off. I think Thomas Markle may be photoshopped in there. Thomas Markle had a ribbon added in the photo. We're all in on the scam. Meghan was never there. Yeah. I think she may have been added in too. I don't think she was there. I think they added her. Yeah, that's not Samantha. I'm like, that doesn't look anything like Samantha. That can't be Samantha. It must be someone else. Maybe that's Thomas Markle Jr.'s wife. When he was married. It says Tom Jr. Instagram. Okay. I'm going to pull up Tom Markle Jr.'s Instagram. Someone's asking to look at that, so let's see. Don't forget, you can follow me on Instagram at Daily Empress Art. All right, so what's Tom Jr.? So Thomas Markle. I assume he's under that. This Thomas Markle Sr. Thomas Markle Jr. Is this him here? Is that, I got one picture there. I don't think that's him. What's his account name? I go searching for it now. I don't really look at his page. Thomas Markle Sr., not the real Thomas. So send me, post in the chat a link to his Instagram so I know where to go. All right. In the meantime, look at this. Turn the varsity jacket again. Supposedly. Same jeans. Why is she always wearing jeans? It's like this is supposed to be, is it the same day or a different day? They got the jeans and the varsity jacket. Oh, these look like two different women, don't they? They're supposed to be the same person on a horse, but they look like two different people. So for some reason, getting face that looked like Meghan. The girl on the right looks like she's Indian, and the girl on the left looks like Doria. They look like two different people to me. I don't know. Is it real? See, all the pictures are such poor quality that even if you try to zoom in, pixelation, you're not really going to be able to tell much. I can't really tell. Her head looks too small, but this jacket is huge. So, I mean, that's why it looks so small to me. Doesn't her head look too small? Oops. No, let me see. Oh, I just lost it. All right, so look at her hair in this one. So this one, she's got big, puffy hair. Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. The computer hates me right now. Well, the first picture of her in the varsity jacket, here we go. She's got big puffy hair out to here. It's short and it's puffed out. Then those other pictures, it's all slicked back and her face looks much smaller and younger. So I'd be suspicious of all these pictures, honestly. Yeah, this one, there's something wrong. She's photoshopped on the side here. There's something going on with her body over here. That's not normal. And it's too big to be her body. It looks photoshopped into me. And where does her leg go? I mean, like the whole thing is just her legs just disappear back there. And it's sort of merged together with her father's leg. You see the father's leg is like blended into hers. They're both wearing denim, so they blur together. I don't know. This whole picture looks photoshopped for sure. That's definitely not Samantha. That is not Samantha. It must be there's something going on with her face, or there's a stain on the picture, or something very odd with the whole picture. I think they may have photoshopped Meghan and her dad in that. It's possible. Could have been another man. So this is Meghan posing with a celebrity. I think that's Nanaki Pretty too. And that's the Satanist Lammy daughter there, the Satanist daughter, right? Michelle Lammy. So Meghan Markle, Michelle Lammy's daughter, and Nanaki Pretty photo together. Oh, the varsity jacket is from the fishing video, right? Right, I remember that. Okay, the real Thomas Markle Jr. Okay, thank you. I'll look for it. This one appears more realistic. It looks more real. Although, well, you see there's a dark shadow, very dark shadow here, a line. There's also a line by Meghan. Very dark line there, but I don't know. Do you think does his face, is it just me? His face looks like it might be photoshopped on there. I don't know. The hair looks like a wig or like it's photoshopped on. It just doesn't look real. I think somebody else may have been posing with them and they put the celebrity's face on it or something. Because why is there a dark line by her face here, but there's no dark line by her body next to his body? And like if she's pressed up against him, why isn't her jacket smushed? Right? Because look, see how there's a space there? Like she's pressed up against somebody standing there. You know what? This picture's fake. It looks fake to me. I think it's fake. I don't know. It looks fake. Could be wrong, but it looks fake to me. It looks bizarre, right? No gap in the teeth, right? Good point. Thank you. Yeah, no gap in the teeth. Where's the gap? Well, that's definitely photoshopped for sure. Oh, yeah, I think this whole picture may be photoshopped. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, everything's looking fake here. All right, so let me see. The real Thomas Markle Jr. Somebody wants me to look at the real Thomas Markle. The real Jr. There we go. Thank you. Didn't even think of that. The real. All right, let's follow him. I'll follow him. I don't care. I'll follow whoever. I don't care. I'll spend. I just usually post art on here. I don't spend too much time. Let's see. So, what picture you want to look at? There's a lot of Photoshop pictures on here. Did you share a picture recently, or? Uh-huh. Oh, he's got a mighty long arm to have it around Nanaki. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Look how long his arm has to be to get around Nanaki. This is so photoshopped. Look at that. We're supposed to believe his hands are all the way over on Nanaki's shoulder. And look at his fingers. It's so fake. That looks fake to me. There's no way. There's no way because this is this arm on this side. Yeah, no way. There's no way he could. He maybe the tips of his finger would reach, but not his whole hand. No way. Oh, this is Photoshop. They photoshopped him in. This whole thing's a scam. They're scamming. I think all three of them are like photoshopped in. I think maybe he was posing with someone else, and they photoshopped themselves in there. So I think this thing is a scam too. I don't think this really happens because her sleeve doesn't look like it's pressed up against anyone. And the way that Nanaki's standing with her arms folded, like, why would you stand like that if you're next to a celebrity you really like? It doesn't make any sense. All right. So back to this. Back to this. Yeah, his arm is way too long. Your dad is someone important in the Eyes Wide Shut gang. Oh, really? Ooh, maybe. Yeah. 2022, the year of interests. Okay, so he's got a lot of crap on here. Like I could not be bothered to watch that. It's too much. There's only so much you can take of these idiots. 2022. There's baby pictures, some family pictures. It's April 30th. There's a picture here. This is a father. Oh, this is his father, I guess, or him maybe. Video. Well, I don't know. I'd have a lot of scrolling to get through to get any family pictures. Do you have a link to an exact post? If you want to send the exact posts, because otherwise scrolling through this is going to take forever. He posts a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take too long to go through this, I think. My goodness, how many pictures of this woman can there be? She broke the internet all right. Yeah, I don't know. So, what do you think? Fake? I think it's fake. Fake, fake, fake. So let's see. One more. Should we look at the bikini one? I was trying to avoid this one, but. Ay, 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 ay. So what do you think? Real or fake? It's always around the head. Oh, they got the slant of the ears. Oh, you know what? I think they did it again. Because you notice how the ears are very slanted, the one on the left versus the one on the right? They should be even, right? So if they're slanted like that, that means the head is tilted. So whoever the original picture was of, the head would be tilted to her right, down to her right. So that's why you see this pigtail is leaning against this one spaced out. It's kind of like that other picture we saw of Meghan with that diamond or that star. These pigtails look familiar. That's all I'm going to say. And the ears are at an angle, which means the head is supposed to be tilted, but this face is not really tilted. So I am going with this is a Photoshop. They Photoshopped young-looking Meghan onto another young person posing in a bikini. So the face is like this, but the ears show that the head should be tilted more. So I think this is another fake picture. I don't think that this is real. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh right. Yeah. Good catch, Royal Grift, with the belly button. Right. Yeah. Thank you. She's on this. She's opened our eyes. Thank you, Royal Grift and Duchess of Narcissist. All done great work. Opening our eyes to everything. SpongeBob, SquarePants. The Flatsy dolls. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's why I kind of avoided it. I didn't want to get be accused of PDFing. But it is important because it's out there, right? So I mean, obviously, I think it's fake and possibly, and the ears, let's call it off. So are off. So I don't necessarily believe that picture is really her. So she's probably always been an innie, in other words. So as the Royal Griff pointed out, that's not her as a child, I would believe. But who is she is the question. Who knows who this woman really is? Just have a bunch of Photoshop pictures and now AI generated ones that all amount to basically nothing. We know nothing about this woman and what she's going on, but whatever it is nefarious for sure. And yeah, glasses, no glasses. There's something up here, and she is with Harry, living off of our tax dollars, wasting millions of dollars, our tax dollars, paying for these two idiots to have security that they don't deserve. And they are censoring our freedom of speech. So, and they need to be exposed. So there you have it. So I'm going to end this and thank you all for being here. And it's great talking to you again. And next time I'll get more pictures lined up. If I find more, I'll do that. You can send me pictures at det@duck.com, det@duck.com if there's a picture you want to look at, and we could do another one. But I think that's all I'm finding for now of pictures of Meghan's childhood. So there you have it. So I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for being here. Until next time, take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Testing. Can you hear me now? Hopefully it looks like my sound is working now. And I apologize. Thank you for alerting me. I was sitting here talking to myself for the first 6 minutes there. Hi, everyone. How are you? Hi, Justin. Hi, Kathy. Hopefully you can all hear me now. And if so, yes. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, it's one of those days. Anyways, thank you for being here. So this evening, I thought we'd look at a few more photographs of Meghan Markle's childhood that are all questionable as usual. And so let's take a look at it and see what we see, what each person notices with each of these pictures. And this picture, good, great, Justin, great. Perfect. Yeah, I had a little technical issue there. Apologies. But anyways, I'm back. It's fixed now. So we got some pictures here. This first picture was sent to me. Thank you to the person who sent this to me. It was from Thomas Markle Jr.'s Instagram account. He posted this in 2022. So I thought I'd just start with this one and looking at it. And so it's a sepia tone picture. And the first thing I noticed is that the hat is very much clear and in focus. The rest of the picture is very blurry, which is odd. And it's that Panama hat Meghan Markle always wears. And also, I zoom in here on her face and with her near the dog, looking at the face to the dog here. It's a very good Photoshop, but you can see this kind of, it looks like a pointy chin there. On that side, very pointy. It looks very Photoshopped because her face is not that angular. You can see on the other side, it looks like there's two different chins. It's like on the right-hand side is a very square chin, and on the left is very round. So I'm going with this being a Photoshop. I mean, I think the hat is Photoshopped in potentially because it looks so different in clarity. And Oh, and also the hand. I was looking at this hand down here on the bottom. Look at that. The thumb to the fingers. That looks like that's not right. That's either AI or she doesn't even have fingers. I mean, that's really bad. So this whole thing is probably Photoshopped. Look how straight it is next to the dog to her hand. It's like straight up and down there. The dog's body to her hand, straight up and down. Yeah, this is Photoshopped for sure. Some strange white thing on her hand there, some white coloring. Yeah, this is terrible. Thomas Markle Jr. put this on his Instagram as a picture of his sister. We have to question them before when they're first produced. Mm-hmm. Hi, Bettina. How are you? This is Samantha Markle. Sorry, I didn't say it. Samantha Markle, Meghan Markle's sister. Yeah, this is supposed to be Samantha, believe it or not. I don't think Samantha ever had dark brown hair like that either. So, but Thomas Markle Jr. put this on his Instagram account as a real picture of Samantha Markle, but it looks totally Photoshopped. So if Megalodon is scamming everybody with everything, then both of her siblings are in on it, is what it looks like. Right? Because this is from his social media account. This is not just something I searched online. Yeah, and that Panama hat too. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but I don't even know if this is really Samantha's face. I think it's a lot of Photoshop. Can you hear me now? All right, so that's the first picture. Did I miss anything? Do you notice anything else? Oh, and one more thing. I don't think is the hair turns from dark to light over here. You can see it's half dark, half light. So that also looks very Photoshopped. So the whole thing looks Photoshopped. It's like made sepia toned to throw you off, right? Because I think the Royal Griff said, they turn pictures to black and white to try to hide the photoshopping, but even with the sepia toned, you can't fix that hand. The hands are really appear to be the real weakness of photoshopping. I always mess up the hand. The puppy came out well though. They did a good job with the puppy dog. It looks very realistic. Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of the family anymore either. Yeah. Okay, good, good. You're welcome. I'll try to keep myself near the microphone. Well, she apparently was. If you saw some real pictures, I don't know. We gotta see, because this is a very pretty picture. I'm not dismissing that, but I think there's so much photoshopping on it that, if you get this much photoshopping, anyone's gonna look good, right? Just saying, her face is photoshopped for sure. All right, let's go on to Megsy. And then there's this picture. We've all seen this one multiple times, haven't we? Now, if you look in the background, of course, you can tell that's just a poster in the background. So they're not actually in this park. It looks like they're on a sidewalk somewhere, perhaps. And Meghan's like leaning over her, and Samantha holding a diploma. So looking at the hands, I don't know, that hand looks a little, the way it's it could just be the picture, but it looks kind of claw-like there, which is kind of odd, the way she's holding it. So the background's definitely fake. It does look very digitized here on one side of Meghan's face there. There's a lot of weird lines over here. It's a very poor quality picture, so it's probably it could be. And there's something gold right here, next to Meghan's chin. You see how she has her mouth, and then there's something gold under that, and her chin looks really warped in there. I don't know what that's supposed to be. It looks bizarre, though. But again, it's a very poor quality photo, unfortunately. Maybe I can find a better one than this to try to look at, but this one doesn't look good. And like in this picture, half of Samantha's hair is black, the other half is red. I don't know what that's about. Maybe that's a touched up one. I found this on the internet, so maybe somebody did something to it. So maybe I'll just skip on this one and move to a next one, because that one looks Photoshopped for sure. Okay, here's another poor quality picture, allegedly from Meghan's childhood. What stands out to me first is something about her foot just doesn't sit right. I don't know. It's like one leg is perfectly straight, the other one, her foot and ankle just looks off, the shape of it and everything. And where's her legs? Yeah. It just looks like she's standing on air. It doesn't look like she's standing on the ground. So it looks like she may have been photoed into this picture. I think this image is it looks like it's photoshopped into this image. And I don't know what they did to her face and hair, but that could be done to cover up the photoshopping of her face onto the picture. I can't really zoom in anymore, but it's very, very blurry. And oh yeah, look at that! Look at the fingers there. She's got like 6 fingers, I think. Or it's the 1, 2, 3. Very bizarre looking hands there. Yeah, the hand is very off. for sure. Yeah, this looks like a copy paste job, and they made it very, very blurry, out of focus, far away, which seems to be their MO. Yeah, I heard that. So is Meghan allegedly, though. Hi, free speech. How are you? So, do you see anything in this picture that stands out to you? There's a very they purposely use all these very poor quality pictures, and it makes no sense because in the 80s and 90s you could get very good pictures, and this looks photoshopped. She looks like she's just copied and pasted into this scene. Her feet don't look like they're really on the ground. It does not look real. There's no shadow. So there's a bright light on the, going back to the light and shadow again. So we're supposed to believe there's a bright sunlight in her hair, right? All this bright sunlight in her hair and on her face, and on her neck. And yet there's no shadow on the other side. There should be a shadow coming from her on the other side on the left. So again, definitely a Photoshop in my opinion. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah. Fake. Another one, another fakery. I don't think I've seen any real looking photo from her childhood. I'm wondering if any exists. Oh, yes. And then there's this picture. Seen this one a million times. So, yeah, I've seen this picture so many times. I never sat and analyzed it to question it. It looks like he would be in his studio. There seems to be camera equipment in the background. She looks to be like a teenager. My first impression is that her forehead is not the shape you normally she has like a rounded oval kind of forehead, and this forehead looks more squarish. Yeah, she doesn't have a square forehead like that. And I'm kind of getting the vibe that her face looks very big and just plopped onto her neck here. Looks very smooth on the neck, almost too smooth. And again, why so blurry? Why all these blurry pictures? They're so close to the camera. There's no reason for the picture to be so blurry. Does anybody else see anything? I'm not seeing much with this one. The background is very plain and dark. So, okay, there are some dots on top of Thomas. All right. Yeah, look at that. If you zoom in on Thomas Markle's face, you see the change from Thomas Markle's skin tone to the person behind it with a reddish skin tone. You see the line there. And if you can see that, my pointers. Yeah, you can see my pointer, right? No? Like right here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's this line. So you see that they plastered Thomas Markle's face onto this. You see there's a line there as well. It looks like they just took his face and put it on someone else's head again. That's what it looks like to me. Because there's no reason to have a line like that there. That's a very sharp line. Like it was put on there. Yeah, someone else with a higher forehead, they put him on. Lines to the right are too straight. You mean on his face? Like his neck, you mean? You mean on the right side of her face? Oh, her face, yeah. Yeah, that's too flat there. It looks a little bit too straight. You're right. Look how pointy her chin is supposed to be there. It's very straight down. Yeah, that doesn't look right either. Right, they're not. Yeah, pictures from the 80s and 90s are very clear. They're very good quality. Yeah, and all these pictures are very suspiciously, they're blurry, they're far away, et cetera, et cetera. They're always out of. And this man worked in Hollywood as a lighting director, allegedly. We haven't seen proof of that, actually. And yet, every single picture from Meghan's childhood is blurry and, poor quality, and dark tones, and black and white. Yeah, her head shape is wonky. Her face. Yeah, that doesn't look like her face either. I don't think that's her. Forehead there doesn't really look like her. It looks okay. So you know what I'm seeing? What looks like to me is, do you see I mean, this could just be the ponytail too, but there's like a line here between the hair and the hair behind. There's like two tones. There's like dark hair here, and then it goes like light brown hair there. So it's like they took her face here and the top of her head and plastered it on someone else's hair. Like do you see the difference between her hair and the person, whoever was there before her? And I guess it's supposed to look like a ponytail, but that's not a ponytail. As you can see, the line goes straight down here on the side above the ear. So there's two different sets of hair here. There's two heads of hair. So they took Meghan, they chopped her above the ear and made a little point at the top there. And then apparently put her on top of somebody else with dark curly hair, but not as dark as her hair. Is what it looks like to me. So yeah, this is a Photoshop in my opinion. Yeah, the earlier picture was from Samantha's youth. Yep. Yeah, you're saying the entire Markle family has always made you side eye them. Yeah, it looks like they're all in on it. Whatever's going on, CIA, whatever it is. His head midline is pointy, just off center. Yeah, it is very pointy. Oh, yeah, it's off center, right? Because this other person's point. Good point. The point of the head of the other person is over here, and the point of Thomas Markle's head should be over here, right? Because his head is turned. The person, okay, so they plastered Thomas Markle's face on top of somebody whose head was straighter. And they're making Thomas Markle's face. For some reason, they're turning Thomas Markle's face. I think they do this when they Photoshop to like throw you off, or to cover up something on the other person's face. And the ears, I don't know if this is Thomas Markle ear or the other person's ear, but the ear looks, I don't know if that's low. That's not the right height, I guess. I can't see the ear over here. It's all chopped in here. Do you notice this is where his other ear should be? And instead it's like cut inside, like as if the hair comes down, it cuts down. There's no ear there. I'm not showing it. It's like they just removed the other ear so you didn't see the discrepancy, or I guess, I don't know. He doesn't have an ear on the left side. No ear. Maybe Meghan chewed it off. Side eye, yes. I think everybody should be side eyeing him and these pictures, because look at Meghan's hair. It just stands out to me now. Wow. All of these pictures are fake, man. Each and every one. Yeah, this is why everything is in the back is in the dark. Yeah. But I mean, they parade this woman in the mainstream media day after day. Every newspaper used this picture, blasted it everywhere. And yeah, every single picture I've seen so far looks photoshopped. Every single one. And where does Thomas Markle's shoulder going? Where's Meghan's shoulder? They're supposed to be standing next to each other. Her face looks bigger than Thomas Markle Sr. Look how squished up his face looks. His face looks too small next to Meghan, who's supposed to be a child here, has the same. How can they have the same size face? I mean, I think Thomas Markle's face was bigger, I believe. It looks too small. This face, Thomas Markle's head is too small for the neck. And they're different skin tones as well. It just looked like they plopped Thomas Markle's head onto this neck. That it doesn't match, right? It doesn't look like it matches to me. So you remember when Michelle Obama allegedly told her to slow down? Yeah. Yeah, because Meghan works for the government. I think the whole family is working for the intelligence agencies. Why they perpetrated this psyop on us, I don't know. But I mean, these photoshops are not, some of them are better than others, but most of them aren't very good. I mean, they're kind of obvious, especially nowadays. I'm not even very good at this, and I see a lot of stuff here. Now, there are people out there who catch every little thing. Yeah. So again, another blurry, out of focus picture, poor quality. I don't know if we looked at this one already. Wearing a Canada sweatshirt. The sunglasses are white on one side, and there's nothing on the other. Again, it doesn't look. I mean, this could be photoshopped. It could not be. It's such a poor quality picture here. I don't think I'm going to see anything here. Does anything obvious stand out as being photoshopped with the picture on the right? Oh, you're talking about the photo that was her in front of the ducks? Awkward taking a step. I think you're talking about, what photo is that? This one? Yeah, this one looks awkward for sure. It looks totally photoshopped, this one. But the one you meant? You're thinking more and more about the story about Lauren from Stretch Recipes, about being approached to marry a prince. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there's another woman who allegedly was approached. But I don't know. Meghan and her whole family seem to be in on it. So it seems like a really orchestrated, planned, plotted. I mean, I don't think they would have left it to chance to some stranger they just hired, but it could have been if it was early on, like years before. Yeah. And none of these pictures really look like Meghan. It's kind of hard to tell with these blurry ones. Again, why would so many of these pictures be so poor quality if Thomas Markle was so wealthy and they would have had a top camera and you could have gotten really good pictures? There's no excuse for a lousy picture like this. He would have had he was very wealthy, allegedly. He would have had a expensive camera and would have gotten some much better pictures of his children, right? Than what we're seeing. It's all very suspicious. Yeah, no one followed up on that. Yeah. She was mixed race too, but prettier. Yeah. Because it's no doubt there were nefarious terms involved with marrying Prince Hairball. All right, I'm not seeing much in this one. It's so blurry, it's hard to tell anything. But like I said, the sunglasses look off. So on one side of the sunglass, you got a white Hello Kitty, but on the other side, there's nothing. So it looks very blurry on the right side of the jaw. The jaw looks too pointy to be Meghan. It does look like it's probably Photoshop. That chin screams Photoshop to me, right? I mean, look at that face. That screams a really poor Photoshop quality there. The pointy jaw there. Yeah. And the left-hand side looks much more pixelated than the right-hand side. Yeah, it looks Photoshopped again, even with the poor quality that they tried to hide it with. Still looks Photoshopped. Well, I told it first and she got canceled. Yeah, and so did Married with Children. I mean, Married with Children was the longest running, most successful show ever. Yeah. Hair is too straight. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Divide and conquer. That's the name of the game. Absolutely. Hmm. All right, let's look at the next one. Hopefully, it's a little better quality. Let's see here. Oh, God. Look at that green color. It's like neon green. Already, it looks fake. Or color alone. What's with the coloring of these pictures? Every single picture, they always Photoshop her or her dad or her sister. It's like in front of a bush, in front of a fence. It's like in front of something that you can easily disguise, I guess. It's not too exact. Like grass is perfect to Photoshop on because you just fill in the areas and with the green grass, and this green color is very unnatural already. And just looking at it, like again, the first thing that hits me is the little girl sitting there on the man's lap does not look to be sitting on his lap. It looks like a little girl. It looks like the picture may have come from a little girl sitting on a step or something. Because that's not how a child would sit on someone's lap. You don't sit. It doesn't look right. Normally you would fall back into the person holding you. It would be more difficult to sit there. It's like a leg like that is not so easy to sit on. Like as if his leg were a stool. This doesn't look right. This looks off. It doesn't look like, and look at the top of the child's head. Look how straight across that is. It's like buzz. It is buzz cut that top off. Look at the top of the head. That is total Photoshop. Yeah, they throw in the dog too to distract. Look at the doggy. Look at the doggy. Don't pay attention to the buzz cut of the child top of the head straight across. Oh yeah, this is Photoshop. Oh, this screams Photoshop to me. The dog doesn't look real either. The dog, I don't know. I think the dog looks too small, don't you think? That's a small Labrador retriever, right? They're much bigger dogs than that. The dog looks smaller than the child. Yes, look at the size of the dog. The dog is like the exact length of the man's calf. It just looks too small. That's like a little tiny dog. And golden retrievers are big dogs. Those aren't little. Yeah, good one, Jenna. Good one. Yeah, good catch. Oh, she likes that type of dog. Yeah, not surprised. She likes abusing that type of dog. You mean that's not a obvious Photoshop of the dog. That dog is way too small for a golden retriever. There, no way. Yeah, this is supposed to be Thomas Markle Sr. and Meghan. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Thank you. Hit the like if you like. Yeah. This looks photoshopped already. So the child does not look like she's sitting on the man's lap. It looks off. The dog is way too small. Looks small, too small to me anyways. He's got 4 fingers showing and no thumb. I don't see a thumb anywhere in sight on his hand. It's just 4 fingers. Can you hide your thumb that well? That looks like a woman's arm to me. I don't know. But his shoe, look at Thomas Markle's shoe there. I don't know. It looks off to me, like very cut out looking. His leg looks too thin to me. I don't know. Thomas Markle is we see Thomas Markle as being a man that his size. Usually older men who are overweight, aren't wearing jeans and sitting on the ground. That's like a younger person, a younger, fitter person would do. But somebody who's overweight and middle-aged, wearing heavy jeans and sitting on the ground. Like this pose that he's doing is a very model pose. So it looks like they got this from a magazine of a model posing, and they just like puffed him out a bit to make him look a little more overweight and then stuck his head on it. Is that pose? I don't know. It just looks very modelly. Oh yeah, let me see. Her right foot looks deformed. Let's look at her right foot. Oh yeah, look at the size. Look at the size difference of the calves of the child. The one on the left looks like a rod. Like her leg was amputated and she had one of those false pegs, like a peg leg. And the one on the right is much thicker. And it looks like the hand of the man is behind the leg of the right hand leg. That's very bizarre. Yeah, the legs don't match. Two very different sized legs. He left the golden retriever boggart behind. Yeah, isn't that terrible? That's so horrible to do to an animal. Yeah, in Canada. They put the pop can in. Yeah. Right. One of the legs is a stick. Yeah, this whole thing is photoshopped for sure. Not a very good one either. Did Meghan do these photoshops, or did like wondering who the heck did these terrible photoshops? Really bad. I mean, the leg is terrible. Dog looks too small, looks too far away. I mean, the dog looks tiny, I think, compared to them. This arm looks photoshopped in, like it was somebody else's arm there before. That doesn't look like the body and the head don't match the child. So you get this young little body, very weird. The shoulder on the right looks very weird compared to the one. It doesn't match the one on the left. So you've got this tan shoulder on the left, and on the right, you've got this lighter. It doesn't look right. It looks like they photoshopped an arm on there. And the fingers, look at the fingers in the child's mouth. Look at those fingers compared to the other hand. Look at the right hand versus the left hand. Look what a difference that is. It's huge. Those are entirely different hands. Yeah, legs don't match. Yep. Coke cans are different sizes too. Uh-huh. Yep. You get the cherry Coke apparently. The dog has like that red eye, like you're indoors and you get a flash. But this is supposed to be an outdoor picture or something. But you don't usually get a flash from far away. And look at the hands. Look at that hand in the child's mouth. Oh, I can get that. I can't get that any bigger. But the hands are all wobbly, and the fingers are huge. Look how much larger the fingers of the hand on the right are to this hand on the Coke can. You got little dainty fingers, and then on the other hand, you got these big, huge fingers. Wow, like an adult hand there. Does not match at all. And look at her forehead. There's like a big lop of hair going down, like in the middle there. And again, the buzz cut straight across the top, like they just bzz. Yeah, this is a terrible, terrible Photoshop. This Photoshop is horrible. Oof. And they haven't even touched upon Thomas Markle's head here. Very cut and paste looking. Look how blurry their faces are. They're so blurry. See a lot of pixelation on the sides. His arm doesn't match the redness there, the skin there. This whole thing looks so fake and phony. Wow. Yep, terrible Photoshop image there of Meghan's alleged childhood. Yeah, even worse than that. I mean, I think Kodak boxes did better than this. The box. What's going on with the box? Yeah, why is there? Oh, yeah, the Kodak box. Yeah. It says Kodak next to it. Like they just got the camera, I guess. Very sloppy here. They got cans all over, boxes laying there. It's a very bizarre looking picture, really. Just how they set it up. One leg really skinny compared to the other. Yeah, I mean that's the dead giveaway. The most obvious. This is why these are such poor photoshops. The legs are just that's it. Case closed. Kaze Kuzo. This is a Photoshop for sure. Without a doubt. Those legs say it all. It's ridiculous. Really bad photoshopping. Wonder if Meghan did all these. You think Meghan sat around doing all these? And the dog's eyes are red, it looks like. Look at the dog's eyes. They look like they're very bizarre looking. Like Cujo there. Maybe it's a Kodak. Yeah, maybe it was a Kodak ad. Yeah, you're right. That model pose looks that the man is doing. Right? Who's taking the pic? I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be Doria, I guess. I never had a dog, though. Where'd the dog come from? Right? Yeah, he would not only have a flash camera, he'd have like one of the best cameras possible, right? He had tons of money. They were very wealthy. So he would have, very high quality camera if he wants. He should have all photography level pictures, professional photography, Yeah, that dog is way too the whole thing is so bad. Hey, Duchess of Narcissus, how are you? Back again, looking at some more pictures. So this one's definite Photoshop. Look at the legs. You see the legs and the girl on this one. This is supposed to be Meghan with her dad. And look at the legs there. Yeah. Every single photo is photoshopped. Every single one, it seems. You say these photos are not done by a serious organization, too amateurish. So who did this? Yeah, good question. Yeah. I don't think they were really wealthy other than good equipment. I don't know. If he was a top lighting director in Hollywood, unmarried with children, he should have had tons. They get paid tons of money in Hollywood, especially in the 80s, 90s. Oh yeah. I mean, that was before the internet. I mean, you were on TV, that's very lucrative. Anyways, let's go to the next ones. This one's a definite Photoshop. Next. This one looks like I think it came out in Radar Online. Now look how warped it is again. Why are all these pictures so warped looking? I don't know. They're all fuzzy, poor quality. And right away, the first thing, it doesn't look like he's sitting in a chair. He's supposed to be sitting in a chair, but he doesn't really look like he's sitting in a chair. Body just doesn't look right in that chair. And her body, it doesn't, it looks off. The proportions of her leaning on him. If he's sitting down and she's standing up, I mean, she's not that short. If somebody's sitting down, you would be bending down further to put your hand on the shoulder. I mean, unless he's sitting on top of a pile of books or something. So the proportions are off here. It looks very off already. But again, the picture is kind of warped. I think the picture is warped. It looks like it was taken at an angle. The picture was taken at an angle. Where are her shorts on the left? Top of the old picture, this one. Oh yeah, the shorts. Yeah, you're right. The shorts. The shorts could have gone up, I guess. I mean, you see a little bit of fabric here, but yeah, behind the Coke can, I guess. Maybe that's why they put the Coke can in, to hide the other shorts. And you can see a little bit of white here by her arm too, showing a little photoshopping there of the child. This child was not sitting on his lap for sure. Yeah, that's definitely photoshopped. Good point, though. Good point about the shorts. Yeah, the fingers are awful. Yeah. Yeah, now he needs a GoFundMe. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with his family, but I wouldn't be donating anything. If they're working with the CIA, they're well paid. Don't worry, your tax dollars are already supporting him. If they're all working with intelligence, so now her face on doesn't. If you look at Meghan's face and the top of her head, it looks like it doesn't match the hair behind. It looks like they just put Meghan's face with the hair tied back on top of somebody else here who had long hair, who was bending over posing. Do you see that? You see how fake the head looks on top of it? Looks like they just again took Meghan Markle's head and just put it on top of a woman who had long hair, long wavy hair. So it doesn't. You can tell it's like two different people going on there. So this looks photoshopped already. Is that his coat by her arm? I guess it's supposed to be. I think she's supposed to be leaning on his shoulder, but it looks like he's wearing shoulder pads. It looks very bizarre, like his arm on the side of. Yeah, it's very bizarre. Like he's wearing it doesn't match like the tuxedo. It looks like he's wearing a jacket over the tuxedo or something, and it gives him big, bulky shoulders. I don't know. This doesn't look right. It doesn't. The arms look too short where they're folded in front of him. It just looks off. It doesn't look right. It's like he's wearing two different jackets. Why would he be wearing a tux and another jacket that he's hanging off tux here? See how weird? That's like, this is very weird. And it looks like his shoulders are like 10 miles long and she's like leaning on his shoulder, but his shoulders are way too wide. And I don't know if he's wearing a big puffy jacket that makes him very wide. I don't know why that would be. I said thumb on the Coke can is the wrong way around. Yeah, the thumb blurs away. Yeah, it looks like a bad Photoshop there with the thumb. I can't really tell which way it's going, but it disappears there and it gets all blurry, which is typical Photoshop trick. So yeah, something weird with the thumb there for sure. Yeah, super middle class. Well, whatever way, she was not poor, that's for sure. They could afford much better pictures. There's no reason for these horrible pictures, these horrible blurry pictures, except if you're photoshopping them in, which is exactly what it looks like is going on. So when you just look at Meghan's head, like I said, it sticks out. Like that head doesn't match the hair, the long hair at all. So I think they've just put Meghan's head on another girl here. And I have no idea why they put this bizarre looking jacket on Thomas Markle Sr. His shoulders are way too long, wide. And it doesn't look right. The body looks off. He looks like he gained 100 pounds here, but again, this is many years later, I guess, but still. It's very strange. So isn't that convenient that it's very dark in between their faces, so you can easily Photoshop them in here. The faces next to each other, very blurry and pixelated again. So difficult to tell with this poor quality picture, very pixelated. It looks like he has a black eye there. Something going on with his lip, this weird thing on his lip, like a big point. Very strange looking picture there. Anything else stand out? It doesn't look like he's sitting back in a chair. He doesn't. His back would be straight up and down, and it looks like he's leaning back, but you can't lean back when you're sitting in a chair like that. It's not impossible. So this thing doesn't add up. This pose, the way his body is, it's kind of like Meghan on the sofa, stiff as a board, leaning over. Just the body doesn't match the chair or whatever. Yeah, padded shoulders, but men didn't wear padded shoulders. Women did, but not men. It's very strange. Yeah, that's supposed to be father and daughter. They Photoshop father and daughter. Yeah, his head does look off and blurry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. No gap in the front teeth. Yeah. Where's the gap? Supposed to have a gap there. Yep. No gap. Raccoon. He's really proud of his girl. Raised to be the monster she is. Yeah. Hi, Marley. How are you? Her legs. Yeah, the legs are funny looking too. Looks very thick. Look how thick the calves are. All right, so those are not Meghan Markle's calves. We know that. There's no way. See, already and they're two different color legs. Yeah, she's never had full calves. No way. Yeah, her good catch, Jenna and BBQ. Yeah, her legs are way too thick to be Meghan's legs. She's never had thick legs, muscular legs. What's the blue under his beard? The blue under, I don't see anything blue under his beard. His beard looks funny, but looks Photoshop. He has no neck. He has no jaw. It's like they put the jaw on and then they put the neck. So it looks, he has no, yeah, this neck is off. They just like Photoshopped his face onto somebody with a big neck. And he has no chin now. He should have a deeper chin. But so it should be like more going back more on the face. So yeah, it looks off. The chin is off for sure. The head looks a little small too. Yeah, Meghan Markle's legs too thick. Yeah, yeah, she looks Italian. Yeah, you get an Italian vibe, right? Uh-huh. Yeah, people thought she was Italian. She thought she was from Malta. Remember? Is blue. I know what you mean. I'm missing the joke there. I don't know it's blue. There you have it. Another Photoshop. Father and daughter Photoshop. Look at that. So everybody's Photoshop, not just Meghan. Dad, the mother, everybody. Samantha. They're all Photoshopping stuff. And Thomas Markle Jr. is even posting on Instagram pictures that are Photoshopped. It seems just a way of life, I guess. So here's Megalodon again, allegedly. Again with the bush behind her. Very contrasted picture. This picture is very contrasted, which could mean they're trying to hide something with the Photoshopping. That's when I look at the legs, the shoes here. I can't tell if the shoes match because they contrasted this so much that you can't even see her foot on the other one. Her head looks off again. The head doesn't match the body to me. It looks off. Right? That just the head doesn't seem to match the body to me. It just stands out. to me, anyways. Mouth mustache. Yeah, it doesn't look like her. You're right. It looks like Doria, maybe. No shadow. Where? What part? Well, she has a shadow under her nose and her chin, under her arm. I see shadows. What? No shadow where? It's too highlighted. I think too much contrast. I think the shoes look wrong. Yeah, I'm looking. That's why I was looking at the shoes. It looked like two different shoes. They're making it look like the bright sunlight is whited it all out, but you should still be able to see if the sandal there. So I don't know what's going on with those shoes. If it's two different shoes or something. Right leg is skinny, not the same size. Now, that could be the sunlight too, I think. That one, yeah. It's hard to tell with this picture. Again, blurry picture. It's all fuzzy. There's all these dots on it. It's all, hiding the photoshopping here with the pixelation again. Her legs look a little too close together. Isn't Meghan bow-legged? Every single picture I've seen is her legs go way out, and this girl is not bow-legged. Strange face. Yeah, it's not Meghan. The hand looks a little off. The face does not look like her. It looks like they just put somewhat like her face. The arm on the right looks very off. Where's her arm on the right? Like disappears into nowhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, so these are supposed to be her fingers here on the pole. So where's the arm that goes to the pole? There's no arm leading to the pole. And it looks like if you look around her head, you can see a cutout here. It looks like a cutout. Doesn't that look cut out there? Like a white on top of the hair, like a different background. You get the pigtail again. In between the pigtail and her face, it's all like peach color, like a different background that was photoshopped in. Yeah, this is a really bad Photoshop. Wow. And you don't see a shadow of the girl on the bench. Is that the shadow you were talking about? Okay, I see it now. There's no shadow of the girl on the bench. She's standing in front of a bench and there's no shadow. Or there's no shadow on the ground. She has no shadow at all. Yeah, okay, I see what you were saying before. I couldn't figure out before where the shadow. Yeah, she has no shadow. She's a ghost. Yeah, I don't know why that arm is supposed to be behind her head. I guess that's what it's supposed to be doing. But then why are there fingers on the pole? You see that? It looks like there's fingers wrapped around and a thumb wrapped around the black pole there. You see that? That child had a hand on the pole. And this cutout here, it looks like there's a cutout. That's what it looks like to me. I guess that's supposed to be the arm. There's fingers right there, it looks like. So I don't know. And the arm, if that's supposed to be her arm on her head, it's a very weird looking arm. The way it's wrapping around just looks a little bizarre there. Doesn't look right. And she's got a pigtail on the left side, but I don't see a pigtail on the right side, do you? So it's only on one side, unless maybe she's pulling it back. And her ear on the right side looks very off. Look at her ear. There's something going on with her head by her ear here. There's like some big mass here, like she's got a tumor growing in her head. I don't know what the heck this is supposed to be between her. Unless that's her hand, but I guess that could be her hand supposed to be reaching over there. But again, there's another hand over here on the other side of her. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah. I don't know. This picture is very weird. Very weird. And this hand looks huge or just square. She's got like a square hands here holding an apple or something. Very strange. Very weird. I think it looks photoshopped. Yeah, the whole lighting on her face doesn't look right. Yeah, the whole thing looks weird. I don't think it looks like Meghan or whoever Meghan's supposed to be. All these pictures, she looks different in every picture, like a different child. So this picture is very weird. I can't get over those fingers next to her though. There's definitely fingers there. So they photoshopped her head onto a child, I think that was holding the pole, is what it looks like to me. And this child has her hand over her head, her arm over her head. I don't know. And there seems to be an outline here around her sleeve. It looks like an outline there. It looks like they cut it out from somewhere else. That looks photoshopped. I'm going with photoshopped. So it looks like to me. All right. Okay, that one we did. Okay. I think we did this one already. Yeah, we did that one already. Look at the happy family. All right, so right away, the first thing that sticks out to me is she doesn't look like she's really in the same picture as Thomas Markle Sr. She looks too clear and vivid, while he looks all blurry and pastel there in the background, or muted, I should say. And his face, again, Thomas Markle's face is put on someone else's head. It looks weird. It doesn't look. There's something off with Thomas Markle's face size on that head. The head's too small or something. Yeah, so let's start with Thomas Markle. His face is. Yeah, you can kind of see a line, I think, there. He's a little bit of a line here. They put his face in someone else. Look how weird this looks. And look at the outline next to his face, the dark outline where they cut him out of somewhere else. Oh, yeah, so they put Thomas Markle's face on someone else again. The dark line goes all the way down to the neck. Wow. That's a really bad Photoshop. Look at his ear. Yikes. What happened to his ear? He looks like Dumbo. Yeah, that's really bad Photoshop. And then Meghan looks completely like vivid, clear, good quality picture, like smack on top of this. They are not. And look how they put Thomas Markle's arm, trying to make it look like he's putting his arm on her when it's obvious he's holding his glasses. Why would he? Yeah, that looks so. Look at his hand. Looks so weird there. It's a very weird looking thumb and fingers. Very strange. Yeah, and Meghan looks just totally copied and pasted into this picture. She does not even look like she's. This looks like, you know, when you do a visual board, you make a board for the year, and you cut out pictures from magazines and you just paste it on, collage it on. She looks collaged on this. She does not look like they're in the same room at all. This is total Photoshop. Wow. This time they just Photoshopped her whole body into the picture. They didn't bother putting her face on another head. They just put out her whole body and put it in. Look at the lines next to the arms. She's got a. Wow. You can see some lightness above the headband. They Photoshopped it from a different background. I don't think Meghan ever, as far as I know, I mean, all we see are Photoshop pictures, so who knows, but I don't think she's ever had thick hair like this. This is like really thick hair. All right, I think, okay, so not only is this whole body look like it was a Photoshopped in there, but I also think that Meghan's face, again, is Photoshopped onto somebody's head who had really thick hair. Because again, if you look at like how round under the headband there, it looks like that's Meghan's head there. And they plopped her face on top of somebody wearing this handkerchief or whatever band or whatever on her head with long, dark, curly hair. Oh yeah, no, I guess she really did have thick hair for a while when she was younger. If those were her, those pictures were really her. But these all look photoshopped. It really does. Her head and the hair don't match direction. I don't know. There's something off with it. It just doesn't look right as well. Just like when you look at it, it looks off. Looks like a wig or something. And even the way the hair is falling on the shoulder, it looks fake. Like your hair doesn't fall on your shoulder like that. It's just like it's weird. There's something off with that hair. Something that hair is bugging me. There's something really off with it. It's pitch black and it's just like it looks off. It doesn't look real. Yeah. And I don't know who that woman's supposed to be, but and Meghan looks like she's bigger than her dad. Look at the size of Meghan's head and Thomas Markle's head and this woman's head. Meghan's head is like 10 times the size of this woman. This woman looks tiny. Thomas and the woman look like they have tiny heads, and then Meghan's big head here looks like huge compared to them. Very odd. Sizes are way off. She didn't resize Meghan proportionately. She's a different size. I mean, look at the woman in the white dress. Her entire body goes from the top of Meghan's head to Meghan's waist. So this woman, we're supposed to believe, and I think this woman's face may be photoshopped on there as well, because her head doesn't really match the body there. It looks a little big. But if we're to believe that they're all in the same place, this woman's from the woman's shoulder down to her knees, it looks like is from Meghan's waist to her head. I mean, it would make sense if she were standing back like 200 feet or something, but yeah, she's supposed to be standing right behind Meghan. That doesn't make any sense. This doesn't look right to me. I don't know. It looks off to me. That's just my opinion. Yeah. Hey, you think they put her face on other people's pictures? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That's what it looks like. Oops, I think I was missing some comments. They were slow coming in. Strange arm position. Yeah, the arm position is strange. Oh, that was the other picture. Sorry. Thomas Jr. hasn't uploaded videos in a while. Really? I wonder what's going on. Sorry if I missed. There was a delay in getting your comments, so I missed some. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me go back. So you wrote too much contrast. I think you were talking about this picture. Yeah, too much contrast with that one. Hair looks reddish brown. Yeah, that's the wrong color for Meghan. Yeah, what's around her neck? A very long necklace. It looks like that's weird looking. I'm going back to your comments because they didn't pop up for me right away. I'm just getting them now. She looks like she has no knees. Yep. The legs look off where the knees should be, I think. I don't know. It looks off. She has the tooth gap. Yeah, she does have the gap in her teeth. They did manage to do that one. Because, of course, when you're little, it looks cute, right? The right side is not the same as the left. Shadowing looks all wrong. Yep. Looks like Doria. Yep. Cut out. Yep. Yeah, the nose is too wide. You're right. I don't know, but I think Meghan had a nose job supposedly too. But yeah, I think it is definitely too wide for her now. Shadows are all wrong. Yep. Might be her original nose. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's the Markle nose, the devil. Right. So yeah, before the first nose job was my first thought. Okay, so then that one we skipped. And this one we're on now. So let me see. Yeah, it looks creepy. Yeah. These people are strange. Sitting on a stool. Yeah, I don't know what she's sitting on. Yeah, good point. No, I can't see the chair at all. Wicked Witch of the West. Her hands are whiter on her arms. Yeah, they are. So the hands are look whiter, but that could be the shadowing, I guess. You could. Yep, yep. Yeah, won't get fooled again. You can't believe any of their pictures before or after her new face. Yeah. No, oh, no gap in teeth. Right. Where's the gap? Where's the gap? She always photoshops the teeth, you know? She's giving herself away with this photoshopping big time. Yeah, right. She'd be 6 feet. Yeah, at least maybe 8 feet. I mean, she's way too big. And she made the same mistake with the christening picture with the baby Archie, the christening. She made Catherine look, too big. And so she did it again here. She's way too big in this picture. Yeah, good catch. Say Thomas Senior's thank you for the GoFundMe seemed like he was a hostage. And I wouldn't be donating any money. It's something funny with these people. Yeah, something very creepy going on. Yeah, the hand color doesn't match. It looks like a weave. Yeah, it looks fake or somebody else's hair. I don't think that's her hair. Put her face in other people's pictures. Yep. Yeah, who is she exactly? That's not her body. Yeah. Yeah, the shoulders are too narrow, right? Her shoulders are wider than that. I thought maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the hair. See, the hair is covering the wide shoulders. In this picture, I don't know. They're trying to cover the shoulders, I guess. Head too big for the body. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. And it looks like the head's facing the wrong way. Like you see the person in the picture, the V from her V neck faces towards the right. So it looks like her head would be facing that way, I would think. I don't know. Thomas Jr. has been suspicious. Has been suspicious to you. Hey, they're all suspicious to me now. She was too dark skinned. Yeah, her pictures like she's looking like different. Sometimes she looks Indian. Sometimes she looks black. Sometimes she looks Italian. Teeth and feet. Like Catherine in a really short skirt at a christening. Yeah. So Megan's really messing up these photoshops very badly. All righty. So, we've been doing this for over an hour. Time flies. Photoshops. Oh, one more picture and then we'll call it a night. How about that? One more picture. Oh, yeah, this should be easy. It's a simple, just Megan picture with a plate on her head, supposedly. I don't think we looked at this one. What do you think? Is it real or photoshopped? They always have this weird thing with the lighting. They always have a bright sunlight on them on half the body, so it really makes it difficult to see if there's photoshopping done there. She looks like she has a scar on her left shoulder. And this one or the last one? Are you talking about this one? Yeah, I think that's the picture. I believe. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be a scar. I don't know. Yeah, there is some kind of mark there. Yeah. Sam did have dark hair. Okay. Yeah, something sus for sure. Great fun. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you're having fun. I can do this. It doesn't, yeah, it's fun for me too. I didn't know people would be interested in this. Yeah, it looks Spanish. Yeah, or Italian. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Crystal. Thank you for being here. Thank you. All right. So One last picture here, the baby picture. Why does the shirt, oh, it's an anchor. I was going to say, why does it have a T? How does a child balance a plate on its head? Do you know any children that would balance a plate on their head like that? It just looks off, the plate to the head. Is it just me? Like, would a child be able to sit there that still and balance on the top of their head like that? It looks like off to me. Yeah, it could be any baby. True. True. Left arm looks like the elbow is backwards. Oh, yeah. It does look off. The arm is weird looking, but it, again, you got a baby picture, so it's kind of hard to tell with their arms. But yeah, it does look off. Something off about the arms, yeah. Oh yeah, Meg does vision boards. Yeah, so she's had lots of practice with the copying, cutting and pasting these pictures and her face everywhere. No, what's no? Almost looks like something a little boy would wear. Yeah, it does. There's been a number of pictures when we know they're copying and pasting Megan's face onto a person's body, and the body looks like a boy. You know, like this picture over in the beginning that we looked at. I didn't want to say it right out, but I see. But quite a few times, when she's wearing the varsity jacket, it looks like a boy. Okay, that could be a girl body. This looks like a boy body to me. My first thought was that's a boy body. I don't know about you, but it looks like she likes to paste herself on boys' bodies, so she doesn't care. We'll do that next time. We'll start off with that next time. But this one, it could be a boy. Yeah, like a little girl you'd put in a blue and white. It looks like a kind of nautical looking thing. It's an anchor in the front. So this looks like it could be a little boy. She plopped herself on there. It looks like baby Archie. If you told me this was baby Archie, I'd probably believe it. It's like she's using the same pictures. Something going on. What's with the neck here? There's something going on with that neck. Really twisted. It looks very strange, the lighting on the neck to the face. It looks like he's wearing a scarf or something. So there's something off with this neck. Does the neck look like that on a baby when he turns his head like that? It looks very strange to me. I don't know. I don't take baby pictures. So. Yeah, good. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah. Probably a plastic plate. Okay, you're right, a plastic plate. But even a plastic plate, can a child this small balance a plastic plate on their head? I mean, it just seems like they wouldn't be able to hold their head still. Like they would be taking it down to play with it, right? Like a child at that age would be grabbing it, wanting to bite it. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense to me that it looks off. The plate looks off to me, the way it's balancing on the head. It looks off. It looks like it's too. It looks photoshopped. It looks off to me. I don't know. It looks weird. Maybe some babies would tolerate having a plate on their head like that. I don't know. I think they had a pic cut out of the top, so put a plate over it. Yeah. And this would be like a good cover when you cut and paste this picture from somewhere else, you just cover the head. But why on earth someone would think to cover the head with a plate is beyond me, you know. Maybe you put a hat on the child or something, or just a very bright white. They're putting a lot of bright white color here from the sun, so they could just white it out like they did other pictures. Yeah. Yeah, hair is lighter. This one looks like Archie's Christmas picture. Yeah, I was looking at it. I'm like, this looks like Archie, the Archie picture she uses. This could be the Archie pictures. I think this may be what Harry and Meghan are showing This photoshops like this to say it's Archie. Yeah, she worked really hard doing these pictures and she didn't do a very good job, right? Doria nephew dressed. Is that Doria nephew? Oh, it could be. It could be Doria's nephew. Yeah, because it looks like a little boy outfit. Uh huh. Yeah. Perspective way off. Yeah. Yeah. That's with the child in the lap. Yeah. This looks like a boy to me, too. Uh huh. Paper in hands. Okay. My grandson ran around with a mixing bowl on his head. Yeah. Okay. So maybe some children like doing that. The arm is backwards. Okay. Looks backwards. Yeah. Has the same lazy eye. Yep. Markle Jr. has been on YouTube since the big payday from the fundraiser. Or has Markle Jr. been on YouTube since the big payday from the fundraiser? How much money was raised? How much did they get? The air is dented. How much did they raise? Yeah, the ear looks off to me. It does look weird. And there's some whites. There's a cut in the air, like there's something in the ear here. There's like a slit in it, which looks off to me. It looks bizarre. Looks photoshopped. Can't really say much with this one, other than that. Other than say it looks off to me on the head. I don't know. It just looks off, and the ear looks off. And the arm looks, like you said, backwards. And the outfit looks like a boy's outfit. And the neck is bugging me. I don't know. This neck is just, there's something with that neck. There's something with that neck. That neck, the way it's it looks off. That's not a normal neck. That looks very photoshopped. It looks bizarre. It looks really bizarre and kind of ominous, like putting a rope around a child's neck or something. Wow, $50,000. Wow. Wow, 50 grand. Woo. Yeah, Tom Jr. screwed with Lady C. He's in big trouble. Yeah, right. She would take you to court. Yeah. And she knows her way around a courtroom. Well, it was her idea though, right? It was her idea to raise money. So yeah, that's a lot of money. Good job. Do you think he split with Meg? Here's a question: did he split the money with Meghan? That's a question. I think they're probably getting paid way more by the CIA with our tax dollars, and we already know we're paying for their security. I mean, I don't know. And I think they're all in on it together from looking at these pictures. So it's just my opinion. I think the jig is up for the entire family. Yeah, something's up with every single picture. Samantha picture. I haven't looked at any Thomas Markle Jr. pictures yet. Each and every picture I'm looking at is photoshopped. Each and every one, in my opinion. Yeah, you got to get the Sidley twins' dad to confirm it all. But there's so many pictures, but each and every one is suspicious and chopped. Yeah. Oh, it was closer to 60,000. Oh, huh. Wow, 60,000 pounds. So that's closer to 100,000 US dollars or over that. With 60,000 pounds, you're talking like what, 120 US dollars about. So that's over $100,000 in US. Whoa, that's a ton of money. That's a lot of money to me anyway. That's a lot of money. That would be, whew. Wow. Oh, he disappeared before the GoFundMe ended. Really? Wow. Maybe Meghan had him knocked off or something. Because, Meghan wants that money. Meghan will be after him. Wow. Over 2,000. Wow. Wow, you guys are generous. I don't know, because he's worked for that TV show in Australia. He's making his own money. He doesn't, I don't know, in my opinion, I don't know, but whatever. Yeah, you don't think it was that much. Tom Jr. never gave away an ounce of information. All he did was make fun of M and constantly smack his lips. You never liked him. I knew something was off. Yeah. Yeah, always trust your gut instinct, you know? I thought he disappeared. This is getting weirder. Yeah, he took the money and ran, it looks like. Wow. Wow. A lot of beer, yeah. Wow, making a killing here. Him and Megalodon. Hi, Patricia. How are you? You're just arriving in time for the ending. I'm leaving now. We're going to be saying goodbye. We're at the end of the show, but I hope you all enjoyed it. It's great being here with you and getting your comments on these pictures. And as you know, comparing what we see to get to the bottom of these pictures, I think we're doing a really good job. We're catching everyone. So yeah, we got to do it again. I'm sure we'll have a part 4 coming up soon. So thank you all again for being here and chatting. And I'm learning a lot from you about this and everything else going on. So until next time, everyone, I hope you have a wonderful day or a wonderful evening. All right, I'm going to take off now. Take care. Bye-bye. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So today I thought I would do another Photoshop look at some more Photoshopped pictures of Meghan from her childhood and see if anyone's around. And I was thinking about it the last time we did this, it's been a little while. And I don't think my chat's showing, but anyways, I'm trying a new thing tonight. I'm trying to get my chat on the screen, see if it'll show up. So the last time we did this was right before. The last picture I looked at was here was Samantha Markle's picture that I got from Thomas Markle Jr.'s Instagram page that he posted. And thank you again to the person who directed me to his Instagram because she wanted to look at this picture. And right after we covered this picture and showed the Photoshops of it, that's when I heard, I think it was around that time, like right after or a few days after, that another YouTube channel mentioned that Samantha wasn't happy with what we were saying. And, she probably doesn't even notice my little channel. I know. But I was like, isn't that interesting? It was like right after we covered her Photoshop picture that her brother posted on his Instagram. Like right after, or a few days after. And hi, everyone. How are you? Hi, Picky Vibrations. Jenna, how are you? So I just thought it was... Yeah, you can start seeing the chats are starting to show up. I'm trying to show the chats on the main screen here because YouTube has a tendency to take down the chats afterwards. So I thought, well, if I put the chats on the screen, then they'll be there forever, right? I thought that would be a good idea. But it doesn't have a background color. I was trying to put a background color on it. That doesn't seem to be working. I don't know. Oh, there we go. No, that didn't work. Anyways, oh well. I'll keep trying. But anyhow, so this was the picture we looked at last time. And again, I got this from Thomas Markle Jr.'s blog. And let me just see if I can get the chats to show up. I'm not having any luck tonight with the chats for some reason, getting it to show up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do pop-ups. Anyhow, what I pointed out in this picture, I just want to look at a few pictures tonight, if you're up for it, and see what you see what I see. And maybe with all of our eyeballs, we can find all the errors in these Photoshops. So anyways, in this picture, I pointed out that her hat was very much in focus, but the rest was blurry. And that the corner of her jaw on the right-hand side was very pointy. It looked like it was a little Photoshop there. And her hand down here did not look real. This hand over here looks, between your thumb and your fingers, you have a little indentation there, on a human hand. So this looked very Photoshopped. I mean, this looks like a mannequin hand. Even if if you look at your hand, if your thumb is up, you'd still see some kind of line there, or just a wrinkle there that between the thumb and the hands. Like there's no hand that looks like that. That's totally Photoshopped. So I was pointing that out. Plus the straight up and down line there by the dog. I just thought this looked totally Photoshopped. All the pictures from Meghan's childhood and their youth, they're all black and white, sepia toned. They're all poor quality. They look all scuffed up and scratched up, and and this should be in the late 80s, 90s. I have plenty of pictures in that time period, and they all look perfectly fine. Color, vivid, clear, but none of the pictures from Meghan's childhood or her sister here, none of the, I mean, they did do some pictures like this with the sepia toned, but all of their pictures are either black and white, sepia toned, very blurry, out of focus. It's just very suspicious. I mean, this is a wealthy family. They had plenty of opportunity to take very nice pictures, and they don't seem to have any nice quality pictures, which is very suspicious to me, because in the late 80s and the 90s, you can't tell me that this man who was working at one of the biggest TV shows of the decade, who had tons of money, couldn't afford to have a good camera to get good quality pictures. None of it makes sense. And every single one of them looks Photoshopped for sure. So I found it interesting. Okay, It looks like the comments are finally beginning to show. I don't know why it's so slow tonight. Yeah. I can't put a background on it for some reason in the comments. Don't mind me, I'm fussing around technicalities here. Hmm. Yeah. What's going on here? So I don't know, do you see anything else that's bizarre about this picture? Yeah, is the whole family fake? Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, right. Daddy does this for a living, lighting and whatnot. Exactly. And all the pictures look like this. Maybe if I just bring this out, I'm going to bring this out a little bit. So maybe it'll be easier to see. Yeah, that'll work. That'll be the background for the comments. That looks a little better, right? Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that. All right. Yay, got it. We got something there. So, yeah, but it's, besides that, they photoshopped her face. Now, there's something else. I wanted to look at her face compared to another picture that we see all the time of Samantha around the same age. Don't mind me, I've got like a million pictures up here I was looking through. Okay, so this is the picture from her when she's holding Meghan as a baby. So there's something else. If you look at the two faces, this is supposed to be the same person, right? And maybe it is. You know, you can look very different from one picture to the next. But this just looked too bizarre. All right, here. I want to put the faces right next to each other here. Okay. So look at the top of the her what do you call your, not your dimples, but the indentations by your eye. See, next to her eye in this picture, it goes into her forehead. There's like an inward. The forehead is narrower than her cheeks. Her cheekbones really stick out here, so it's like there's a slant in there. But on this one, it doesn't. I don't see the slants. Now it could just be because her hair is pulled back. I don't see that same. The shape of the face just looks very different. Like it's very much rounder looking than on the left. So that's her on the left and her on the right. Whole shape of the face looks different there. It's all filled out, which I suppose can happen if you gain weight or, you know, if you're on medications, maybe her face puffed up a little bit. I know that. Thank you. She's 100%. The chin is different, you think? Yeah. Yeah, it does look different. Oh, good. I think I can get. Let me see. Trying to get the pop-ups to work. The face just looks much more puffy in the black and white. Yeah, this is Samantha. The teeth look different, you think? Yeah. The black and white photo reminds you of how your chin and neck used to look throughout your 30s and 40s. Yeah, me too. But actually, the photo on the right, her chin, the chin looks much more, there's a dark line around it. It's much more jutted out. And her neck looks very narrow. I don't know. that neck look too narrow on the picture on the right? Maybe it's the lighting. I don't know. The chin does look different. Yeah. It's like the head is wider on top and then the chin is narrower on the bottom. And I mean, you could say her teeth look different. Yeah, I think her teeth do look different. They're different sized teeth. It looks like they do look different. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Oh, he hasn't done his channel lately, Thomas Jr. Really? Let me see something. If I take out the chat, not working. And I can't get the pop ups today. I can only get the all chat. That one for some reason. Eh. More photoshopping to look prettier. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's more than that, though. Not just looking prettier. Her face looks different. I think she may have photoshopped her face onto somebody else's picture, is what it looks like is happening a lot here with Meghan Markle's childhood pictures. Yep, we have the bouncing emoticons. But it looks like they put Samantha's face on someone else's picture. And look at her hair on the right. The hair gets much lighter when it's out from under the hat on the right. It goes from black to light brown, but it doesn't do that on the left side of the picture. There's definitely photoshopping, but I think that they even put her face on someone else's face, is what it looks like. Because the whole shape of the top of from the cheekbones up, the forehead there is much wider on the right. I mean, your forehead doesn't expand from picture to picture like that. But that would happen if you take somebody's face, if you just cut out the eyes, nose, and mouth and copied and paste it onto another person's head. That could happen. Yeah. Yeah, much thicker eyebrows. I kind of dismissed that at first when I saw that, but you're right. They are much thicker. I thought, well, maybe she took a coloring pencil and went in and colored it. Girls, when you're that age, you're doing all kinds of makeup and stuff. But they have very limited photos. Yeah. I mean, there's almost no photos for a very wealthy family in California living in Hollywood, but almost no photos. And all the photos we see are fake. I don't know. I think she might have not liked that we were looking at this photo, is what I'm thinking. Because I think that she knows it does look fake AF. The mouth is the only thing real. Uh-huh. So someone, you don't know if it's true. Now, has Tom Jr. been on? I don't follow him, so I don't know if he's on or not. Has he been on since the fundraiser? He said in the comments, somebody said he has a GoFundMe for his dad's medical bills. Oh, really? Wow. Don't they get enough from all their interviews and stuff? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they make money, but he's retired from Hollywood, I think, and he was union, so I'm assuming he's got a good retirement and all that, and health insurance and everything. Yeah, there's only a few photos. Oh, I think I see what the problem is here. There's only a few photos. I think the photos my comments are my comments are there, but somehow they're showing up underneath this window, which is odd. Why is that happening? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, here we go. I'm going to fix this finally now. All right, now can we see it? Yeah, I think the neck looks much smaller. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Anything else? Anything else stand out to you? Hmm. Oops. How about that? Well, I just wanted to look at this one more time, just in case this is what may have caused some upset in some areas. To point out that once again, so many ways the picture looks totally photoshopped. Hmm. Oh, there. See, the comments are trying to show up, but they're not showing up. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Ta-da! They were hiding underneath. That's why I couldn't get the comments. Phew, this was bothering me. Okay, we got pop-ups now. So just to go back over some of your comments. Yes, the neck is so little. The left side of the face is weird. Which picture? The one on the right or the left picture is weird? Yeah, her picture looks like a headshot for a little house in the prairie. Uh-huh. Yeah, I noticed that Panama hat, that damn Panama hat. There's something with that hat. Right. Yeah, the teeth are different for sure. Thank you. Yeah, someone pointed that out already. I agree. The teeth look totally different sizes. I think they put Samantha's eyes and nose and mouth shape on, I don't know, it looks like on someone else's face. I don't know. I think there's 13 years between them, right? Between Samantha and Meghan. We're supposed to be 13 years. Yeah, the Markles and the Panama hat. Yes, them and their Panama hat. Oh, you think the teeth are the same? Well, I was thinking that her upper lip may be lower in the picture on the left. So that might be the reason why it looks different. But it looks like the same exact the size of the yeah, it could be the size of the smile looks the same though. I don't know. But her mouth is open on the picture on the left, so that may have pulled her upper lip down a little bit. So maybe that's why it looks the teeth are smaller. It's just more covered. Good point, Pink. Pinky vibrations. Yeah, I think the chin is different too. Uh huh. So it's older. Yeah, well, I think these pictures were older. They're not 13. I'm saying there's 13 years between her and Meghan, but Meghan was a baby in the other one, so she must have been 15, 16 or something. And I don't know about the one on the right. I don't know what her age was. Yeah, so it looks totally photoshopped. That hand is photoshopped, and the side of the face with a pointy chin is photoshopped for sure. So there's definitely photoshopping with this picture, one way or another. That hand is too fake, and the point on the chin. Yeah, so that hand gives it away. All right, let me find another picture here. Don't mind the mess. I've got 100 pictures up in this. um, Oh yeah, let's look at this one. I was just looking at this one. You've seen this one a million times, right? How often have you seen this picture, and what stands out to you with this one? What do you think of this one? The first thing I notice, right, is that you just see what stands out to you first. But look at this. She's supposed to have a medal around her neck, it looks like, and she's holding flowers. But you notice the string of the medal that's supposed to go around her neck, it just disappears. It goes to there and it stops. I mean, I guess it's supposed to look like it goes under the turtleneck, but it doesn't look like that. It just looks like somebody copied and pasted a medal on this girl or something. He's holding flowers there, and there looks like there's a hat behind the flowers. Doesn't that look like a hat there? Like there's something weird going on there. And again, it's all blurry. There's scratches on it. It's like, I mean, if it's such an important moment, she gets an award. Don't you think there would be a good, clear picture of it? Why are there never any professional pictures of these moments, right? What are you saying here? Looks like a headshot. It's at a little house in the prairie. Yeah. Really? Thomas Markle Jr. went to ground, huh? Oh, a lot going on there. Yep. Yep. Wow. Something going on there. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Really sorry to anyone. I feel bad for anyone who gave any money to that. You may have, I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I have no intel on that. You guys keep me informed. I have no idea what's going on. But wow. Not sure he'll be back and have an explanation. Probably, he could have said something happened. Maybe he probably celebrated buying a lot of booze and he passed out, hit his head, and had to go to the hospital or something. Oh, she's too tall. Yeah. Look how tall she would have to be. She'd have to be almost his height. And all the other pictures, she's much shorter, right? Her face is interestingly focused, though, compared to the rest. Aha, that's a giveaway. Good point. Dead giveaway, Lee. Good catch. Yeah, when you see one part very clear and in focus, good quality, and the rest is all blurry, those flowers are out of focus. The metal's out of focus. Everything else except her face looks very clear there. That's something to pay attention to for sure. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I took pictures in the 80s and 90s, and they were a lot better than these pictures. I'll tell you what. And if the picture's blurry, they're all blurry. So I hear you. I really thought Samantha's nose looked like Tom Sr. and M's nose. Uh huh. You would like to take a pic and literally paste weird photo postcards of sailors or something? You could if you wanted to. Anyone can copy paste nowadays. Yeah, the color of the face is off. Yeah, it looks very, very light. You know what I noticed they do a lot is they take her face and they put it on someone else's head. So like you see how there's a line there on the side of her face? Can you see that line? It's like a light skin tone and then it goes dark suddenly. That to me means they could have taken Meghan's face and just copied and pasted it onto someone else's head. And you see how the ear looks lighter than her? I noticed that in some of these pictures. The ear is a very light color and her face is darkened in a little bit. So it looks a little off to me. But again, it's a very blurry, poor quality picture. And you can see with him, there's some blurriness next to his chin here. There's like blurriness there. That's a sign that by his collar there, that looks like there could have been some altering going on or copy and pasting or something. And there's blurriness above his ear as well. And it's a very bizarre picture, that strap of the medal and this two-tone skin. Because even on her forehead, look at her forehead and his face. Okay, see the line? It's got a dark forehead and then it suddenly goes light. There's like a line there. So I think they could have pasted Thomas Markle's face onto somebody else's bald head here. Because there seems to be a line. And the same with Meghan. You see her forehead is dark on the top and then it gets very light. Like there's a line across. Like it could have been somebody else's face or something. And then they made it all blurry and bad quality to make you think it's just a picture. Well, you're saying they got freaked out and how I did. We're scared. One girl, 50 sailors. That's a lot. Yeah, she always has her head on someone else's shoulder in a lot of these pictures. I noticed that. Yeah. For the pictures they're using. Look how thick her neck appears to be. Yeah, it does look very thick. You're right. Yeah, it goes right up by her chin there. Yeah, very thick. What, you think it's skinnier? I think Thomas Markle's neck looks thinner than in other pictures. All right, no freckles. Oh, and there's no space between the teeth. Yeah, you got to keep an eye out for that freckle that's supposed to be there and the space between the teeth, right? Shadow or shape of lamp shade behind the flowers. Oh, you think it's a lampshade back there? Could be. I can't tell what that is, but why would you put your flowers in front of a lampshade? It's kind of odd, isn't it? There's something really weird. There's something really funky with this picture. I would assume it's the wrapping of the flowers, I would think, but it's very bizarre looking. Like it looks like a sheer cellophane wrapping or something. Yeah, I remember having assignments in school. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no mole. Exactly. Where's the mole? Yeah. I would think her neck would have to be very long in this picture, the way her head's tilted and the turtleneck. I don't know. So it's hard to tell again. Very poor quality picture. So many of their pictures are black and white and poor quality. Yeah, no mole. All right. Have we had enough of this picture? Have many more to go through if we can get to. But very suspicious looking in some areas. This picture is just that metal is that sticks out to me the most. All right, let's look at before I get to that. Oh yeah, let's look at this one for a moment. Nanaki and Meghan, best friends from childhood. Anything stand out to you? Yeah, the last picture, the quality looks 70s. But you know, another thing I notice, especially with Nanaki and Meghan pictures, is the backgrounds are always black, 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 black. Like so black, they look like they're, because you know, if you're photoshopping somebody onto a picture, you want to have a very black or white background so it's easy to you don't have to put in a lot of details around the edges. So this is suspicious already. Why is it so black in the background? And why is this girl holding their hands? right? That's the first thing I thought. I'm like, why is she holding, who is this girl? Why is she holding their hands? Isn't that bizarre? It's a little bizarre to me. Yeah. Oh, you think the flowers came from another photo in the last one? Yeah, probably. Yeah. The whole thing looks Photoshopped. So this one, right? So what I thought was, I'm going to focus first on the hands. First of all, the arm here is darker than the top, but maybe that's lighting. Okay. But then I looked at the hands closer. So this girl's holding this person's hands, and look at the hands. Look at Meghan's hands here. Does that look like Meghan Markle's hand to you? Is that the hand of a young girl? What do you think? I mean, look at this hand. That's supposed to be Meghan Markle's hand there as a young girl. I don't know about you, but that looks like a man's hand to me. I think this girl was holding her boyfriend's hands, and they photoshopped Meghan and Nanaki Pretty into it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, all the pictures I think are just so badly photoshopped. That's what it's looking like. I don't think any of these pictures look real. But that is not a young girl's hand. And look how the fingertips are a different color than the back of the hand and the arm. And look at that thumb. That looks like a middle-aged man's thumb or something, or a man who works in construction. So we're supposed to believe that's Meghan Markle's hand. And just for reference, this is the engagement picture. So is this the same hand, do you think? Those look like the same fingers to you? The one on the right the nails look much wider. They look like a man's hand on the right to me. That's what I'm thinking. Right? Well, I don't think that's her hand. I think it's a man. Why would this young girl be holding Meghan's hand like that? You know, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, you have a lot of friends, but you don't sit there holding hands in a picture. You know what I mean? This is a little off, and the fingers are different. Meghan has long, skinny fingers, and the hand on the right has chubby, short fingers. I'm telling you, I think this girl in this picture is holding her boyfriend's hand, and they took him out. And look at Nanaki's hand. Okay, so you can see one of Nanaki's hands in the background here. So we're supposed to believe these two hands belong to the same, to Nanaki Pretty. So you tell me, and look at the tone shade from the arm. The arm is all dark, and she's all light. Are these two hands from the same body? What do you think? These are supposed to be Nanaki Pretty's hands, right? Looks like a boy's hand. Yeah. So these are supposed to look at Nanaki's hand holding the girl, and the hand Nanaki has covering her arm. We're supposed to believe that this is the same. These two hands are both hers. They don't look anything alike, in my opinion. The hand on top looks like a teenage girl's hand, and the hand on the bottom looks like it belongs to a man. And at the wrist, there's a dark line there on the wrists where they may have, I don't know, photoshopped it on, or else they put her on. And the hands look like the same, like they're both men. Like, I think this girl is holding two men's hands, not two girls. Those are not girls' hands. They're not. You can't convince me otherwise. I don't think so. I think she is holding two men's hands, maybe her brothers or something. Yeah. Yeah, neither of them no polish. Yeah. Yeah, you see it? Uh-huh. Yeah, so these hands belong to somebody else. So this is a picture of a girl holding the hands of two men, maybe. And they put Nanaki Pretty I think they put Nanaki pretty and Meghan Markle behind her where the men were. Look how much smaller their heads are compared to hers. And notice that their hair disappears into a black background, which is very suspicious. A lot of pictures they do that with. And look how the hair is like straight up and down on the side, like she's cut out and pasted in there. And Meghan's hairline, you look at the line, there's like a light line here where they cut and pasted her in, it looks like. So I think they took their faces and bodies and just copied and pasted them into this picture and made it look like they were standing behind this girl. But those hands give it away. You can't tell me those are girls' hands. I don't think so. And it's a very bizarre picture, like a girl posing with her friends holding their hands like that. It doesn't look right to me. Right, exactly. Girls always have, especially in Hollywood, they have nail polish on. Yeah. Left arm is bigger than Tom's right arm. Yeah. Thumb doesn't match the fingers. And Em has long fingers like her toes. Exactly. Yeah. What's happening with that purple shirt and extra arm? Well, the other arm, I think, is Meghan's arm in the background, or it's supposed to be anyways. I think that's supposed to be Meghan's arm back there. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be Meghan's arm. I don't know what she's doing with it, but and notice there's a line right there. I don't know. That doesn't look right. But yeah, it's got purple on it. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I think that's Danaki's shirt sticking out, and then Meghan's arm is down next to it, so it looks like two purple arms. But it's Meghan's bare arm. Meghan has a bare arm, so according to this picture, I think those hands give it away for me. And the suspicious black background. We're going to see another picture of Nanaki and Meghan, and it's the same thing, black background like this, like pitch black. And but the hands give it away for me. I don't know. Yeah, you think MM looks? Yeah, she looks much younger than them. Yeah, in this picture. Yeah, her forehead looks off. Yeah, good point. Thank you, Jolene. Yeah. Look how her forehead suddenly goes straight across up there. Her forehead never goes straight across like that. It's always rounded, right? I think they put her, so there's the line. That's what's going on. Good catch, Jolene. You see there's a line there? They took Meghan, they chopped off the top of Meghan's head and they pasted it onto somebody else's forehead and the other person's forehead sticking out. That's what's going on, because that's definitely not Meghan's forehead. Her forehead's always round. Yeah, good catch. Good catch. So they really did this. They photoshopped Meghan and Naki's faces onto two other people, probably boys, who are holding this girl's hands. And they didn't even bother changing the hands. And the hands do not look like Meghan Markle's at all. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. You got to ask her. I don't know. I think she said some, I don't know. I don't know. I never thought to do that. Take a close look at her teeth. Look at her teeth. You can't see her teeth in this one. Talk about the girl. The only girl we can see the teeth is this one. I mean, she looks normal. I mean, I think the original picture is this girl. I think that the girl in the front looks fine. I think that they photoshopped Meghan and Nanaki behind her. It looks like to me. I don't know. I think this girl was holding two boys' hands. So it looks like. Right, they would have nail polish on. Exactly. Those hands look like a man's hands for sure. These are not teenage girls' hands. They're too thick and stubby and they have no nail polish. Those are not teenage girl hands. Both of them. And look how thick the hand on the right is. I mean, they're both stubby and short. The fingers on the left are supposed to be Meghan. Her fingers are very long and thin and bony. And the ones in the picture are stubby and short and very manly looking and rough. They look older, rough and older. Those are older hands on the right. We're supposed to believe the hand on the right is Meghan as a teenager and the one on the left is her as a 40-year-old. You know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, Nanaki looks like she's wearing makeup, I think. I don't know, maybe not. I can't tell. Maybe just a little bit, I don't know. Actually, neither of them really look made up. I don't see any eyeliner or anything like that. But, they wear Maybelline lip gloss. They would normally do the nail polish, though, no matter what. But nail polish or not, the hands just look like a man's hand. Those are not girls' hands, you can tell. Too thick and stubby. All right, so keeping that picture in mind, let's get another one here. Oh, look, another picture with a black background. Wow, they took an awful lot of pictures with black backgrounds, don't you think? Yeah. Yeah, those are not her fingers. I agree. Yeah. She looks like she just got a gym class. Yeah. What do you think of this one? Real or is it Photoshop? See, already the black background is suspicious to me. And also, you see, where should I start here? Looking at Nanaki, where is her right arm? Right? Because you see the hand down here. And I think that's supposed to be Meghan. So these are supposed to be Meghan's hands here. Look how thin her fingers are. So I think that what I think happened here, it looks like Meghan's sitting on the edge of a windowsill or something. And they photoshopped Nanaki pretty on top of her or in the picture. So she's standing in front of Meghan, right? You see her outfit here blocking Meghan's arm. But you don't see Nanaki Pretty's arm on the right. There's no arm there. No hand. And you might say, well, maybe she put her hand behind Meghan, but if she's standing in front of Meghan, it'd be kind of awkward doing that. She'd have to be leaning backwards to put her arm around her because she's obviously standing in front of Meghan because she's blocking her arm. And in order for her to lean back and put her arm around Meghan, she'd have to be leaning towards Meghan, leaning back, and she's not doing that, I think her neck is wide on the left, Naki's neck. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, it looks very similar. Yeah, all of these pictures of Nanaki and Meghan, they're always leaning against a rail. They're leaning against a window. I don't know what's the deal with that. They do a lot of leaning against things. I guess they don't want to stand straight for some reason. Nanaki, even a real name. Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe anything. Everything's fake. Who knows? Yeah, you get a creepy vibe from this one. Yeah, it's just you get a Photoshop vibe, I get. And look at the windowsill. Okay, so the windowsill is supposed to be going straight across. On the left-hand side, the windowsill is up to Nanaki's elbow, but then in between Nanaki and Meghan, the windowsill goes down to their hips. It's like it's not even. So it looks photoshopped. Looks totally Photoshopped there. Blurry arm on M. Yeah, a lot of funkiness going on here. I see, this area looks chopped to me or photoshopped. There seems to be some, I don't know if they photoshopped her arm in there or what, but it looks funky there. It just looks weird. This whole area here looks weird, but it could be cut off because they put Nanaki on top of her. It's all black, black, black in the background. Their hair disappears. You can't really see anything. So again, that's a sign to me, a signal of photoshopping. How could it be so black in the background there? Uh-huh. hmm Yeah, same. I don't think, well, they're different outfits they're wearing, I think. Thank you, Sylvanie. Thank you. Riding brooms. Yeah, they were riding their brooms. Lips look different. Whose lips look different? Meghan or Nanaki? Meghan, I guess, yeah. Think her lips look different. Yeah, they do look different. Yeah, that doesn't look like her. Yeah. And her face looks narrower. Look how round it is on top. Whereas the other picture, she had a square forehead there. Yeah, so the one on the right, square, straight line, like Jolene pointed out. And on the left, you see the round, round forehead. hmm I just think Megan posed for a picture leaning against the windowsill, and it looked like they photoshopped Nanaki on there on top of her and trying to make it look like they're together. Well, it looks like to me. Smile wider on right photo. Uh-huh. Long sleeve and tank top. Yeah, what's the deal with that, right? One person's wearing long sleeves like the winter time, and the one on the right is wearing a summer outfit. Looks like it's 90 degrees out. Good point. Good catch. Why are they dressed so differently? Yeah. Good catch, Gina. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. All these weird things with these pictures that all together add up. It's like Photoshop. These got to be Photoshopped. They're just too weird. Every single picture from Megan's childhood is just weird. They're off. They're bizarre. They don't look real. Looks like somebody's made up a history here. Fake, fake, fake. Uh huh. Smile's not the same. Uh huh. Just missing Ghislaine on the right. Yep. Good one. Yeah, something weird. This whole thing's weird. Everything's weird with Meghan and Harry. Oh, it's Hairball's birthday tomorrow. Little birthday present here. Showing him all the fake photoshops of his alleged wife here. I guess they really did get married, so his real wife, her alleged family. Yeah, it looks off. This whole picture looks off. It looks like another Photoshop to me. Yeah, they could be from the UK, maybe. Maybe they photoshopped her in. I don't know. This looks photoshopped. Whatever it's from, it's photoshopped. I don't think they were posing. There's no way Nanaki can put her arm behind Meghan if she's standing in front of her like that. She'd have to be leaning back towards her. Let's see. Let's find out if Samantha calls Lady C again because we talked about her picture again. Let's see if that's what it was. I don't think they like all of us looking at it and commenting. Naki is taller than her, and one of the three of them. They look the same height. Uh huh. Yeah, the height's going up and down. Yep. And is there a mole here? Is there a split teeth? Let's see. Is there a space? There could be a space between the teeth, I guess. Kind of hard to tell. I don't see a mole either. Meghan looks taller than Nanaki, and I think Nanaki is taller than Meghan. Incisors totally different. Uh huh. All right. Anything else with this picture? We'll move right along here. This looks Photoshop. The windowsill looks totally off. Everything looks off with this picture. Getting a Photoshop vibe from that one. And again, black, black, black in the background to make it easy to Photoshop someone on. Look at the line there. The line of her hair looks like she could have been copied and pasted from somewhere else. That line next to her hair. Yeah, I think we got another copy and paste of Nanaki here. Oh, and there's see 2 white dots on her dress, but that could be the windowsill, I guess. But oh, and there's something else too. Look, I guess it's supposed to be the flash of the camera, but why is her hair split there? You see, there's like a split in her hair there. So I think that looks photoshopped too. I think that, my opinion, whatever for what it's worth, I think they may have been a picture of Meghan and they photoshopped Nanaki on it. Because again, why isn't Nanaki wearing long sleeves, long shirt, and Meghan's wearing wearing a summer outfit, and Nanaki's wearing a winter outfit? Looks very off. Yeah, why stand in front of a window? Exactly. And there's no reflection of the window or anything. There's nothing. It's just black, black, black. This doesn't looks off to me. I think they blackened out the window so they could easily Photoshop them into the picture. It looks like that's what it looks like to me. And we looked at this one already. Again, black, black, black background. They probably darkened it so they could Photoshop on it. That's what it looks like to me. What to look at next? They played with some of these pictures. Different places photoshopped and colorized the picture. So I think this was colorized. So I probably won't bother with that one. But again, why are there always these scratches on the pictures? They're fuzzy. Okay, here's one, black and white again, the black and white sepia of Doria and Meghan when Meghan's a baby, supposedly, and yeah, a lot of black backgrounds with Nanaki and Meghan. Yeah, right. Their heights change. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, compare their pictures and their heights and everything. I think if you put the pictures side by side one day, you'll see how more different they are. All about the black backgrounds. Yes, the black backgrounds and black and white scratched up fuzzy pictures. I mean, again, these pictures from the 80s and 90s, we had very good quality pictures in the 80s and 90s, especially if you had a nice camera, which I would assume they would. Working in Hollywood, right? Having tons of money. So this makes no sense that black and white pictures are from the 60s. These weren't from the 80s and 90s. You had nice color pictures then. So again, very blurry. Meghan's very blurry here. Doria's a little clearer. The background is very faded. You see how faded the background is and light, but they're much clearer in the front. Kind of suspicious. And on Doria's head, on the top of her head, a lot of there's a light line there and it's kind of blurry, like she could have been photoshopped in there. And her hair in the front looks different than the rest. I don't know, that's just a picture, but it looks like it could have put her on someone else's body here. There's a lot of blurriness. The whole picture is blurry and pixelated, but you see how blurry, extra blurry it is around her head here. Like a Photoshop kind of blur going on. So I think they may have just Photoshopped them. They seem to Photoshop themselves into things all the time. It's possible. Yeah, is that a tree? Yeah. Tree I think that's a tree in the background, yeah. Or a bunch of trees. Yeah, Doria looks 10. Yeah. Exactly. She looks like a 14-year-old. Right, exactly. I don't know how old. They don't say. I didn't see. Yeah, well, 1980, they had color pictures then. They were bad quality, but they were still color. They. Yeah, black and white. We can blame on slow shutter feed. So again, with the black and white pictures, the black backgrounds, it's much easier to Photoshop into them. It's just that the whole picture is very faded, but they come in very dark and clear. Like you see the shading underneath her shirt is very dark, very contrasted there. A lot of very dark shadowing there. Whereas the whole picture in general is very light and exposed. Yeah, Doria looks too young there. I think they may have put Doria's face on somebody else here. I think they put her face on another young woman. It's quite possible. I'll take a closer look at it. Yeah, it's possible. They could have done it with both of them. You see the line there, how it's light up until this point and then it gets darker? And you see how it's dark up until this point and then it gets lighter? There's like a line there. I think what they do sometimes is they just take part of the face and they put it on someone else's face and you can see the outline of it. Like that. Like this was a black woman to there. Maybe then they put Doria's face there, like a darker black woman, and Doria's lighter mid color is a little bit lighter. And the same here with what's supposed to be Meghan's face. I think it's darker on top and then lighter down here. So it could be photoshopped. You thought MM was lighter than Doria, not here. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like Meghan, and Doria looks 10 exactly. Probably out of National Geographic. That's Meg's face. Yeah. Yeah, just rip out of a magazine. Could have. I don't spend too long on this one. It's black and white, so you can do all kinds of things and not really see much. But it just looks like they're clear and the background's very faded. Just looks off to me a little bit. Because they didn't have DSLR back then, so you didn't get the clear in the front, blurry in the background. Should we look at this one? You've all seen this one. This one, to me, right off the bat, the image I get is that him and her are copy and pasted onto a different background than where they were. So it just looks that way to me. The wedding photo, Meghan at her alleged wedding with Trevor. And even that's come under scrutiny, under question. Legs look different colors. Oh, let me see. Back to this picture. Legs look different colors. Yeah, they do. The girl's legs look different colors. Yeah. The one could be more in the shade, though, so I don't know. Yeah, good. Glad you enjoy it. Upper body looks too big. Okay, so we're going back to the wedding photo now. So back to the wedding. This one, you mean? Yeah, it looks like she's turning her shoulders in there. Yeah, Dorito's forehead was hairy. Yeah. Yeah, it was very hairy. It looks like it's somebody else's forehead is what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. So what about this one? Did they look photoshopped onto this to you or what? I just get, first of all, the thing that's kind of weird is the way she's posing with him, like as if they were a couple, It's like they're almost standing like they're a couple here. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm always thinking that they're photoshopping their faces onto other people. So I'm wondering if Meghan's and Thomas's faces were photoshopped onto two other people, a couple or something. What I'm thinking, possibly. There's a lot of photoshopping going on around here. And they like to Photoshop. And the reason I think that too is because if you look at Meghan's face, you see that line across her forehead, that line straight across. They have a habit of taking their face and just putting it on somebody else's face. And you see the skin tone of a darker person on top. Then it gets light, that line across the forehead there. Yeah. Yeah, Nola, me either. I thought that was a bit odd. They're standing like a couple. Yeah. I'm not, I think this is another Photoshop. I don't think she really posed that closely with her father. It's weird. Yeah, this is like a couple pose. Yeah. Yeah. Very weird. And it looks like her face, it's not her. And that hair doesn't look like hers either. Who's the guy in the mirror? Yeah, exactly. Who is that? Good question. Another man back there looking at his watch or something. Mystery man there. And maybe it's a signal, or maybe it's their handler. Megan's handler back there, putting a little Easter egg in there. I don't think. I think this may be a Photoshop. That line across her forehead just is too bizarre. There's no reason to have a line like that. It's too weird. I think it could be photo. And look how her face doesn't match her shoulders, like two different tones. And his face doesn't match his arm. His arm is really dark. His face is very light. Or his whole head is light. I think Thomas Markle may also be photoshopped in. You see the line by his neck on the right. They could have just put his face on someone else's head. And you see this weird line back there. And also, if you look closely at his ear, it's very choppy, like he was cut out of another picture and put in there. She's got a weird line across her forehead, and he's got some weird, like his face was chopped in there, chopped out, chopped in, and there's a line on his neck with a darker person. I think they put Thomas Markle's face on a darker man's head. You can see the top of his head sort of goes on top of the other man's back of his head. There's a dark line over here, like, yeah, it just looks like they took Thomas Markle's face and put it on someone else's head, and they took Meghan Markle's face and put it on some other woman's head. And that is not Meghan Markle's hair either. I think that could be another woman. That's what I'm thinking. And they just pasted Meghan Markle's face on top of her, a darker skinned woman, slightly darker. Yeah, so this guy in the mirror, John waiting for his turn. She has no neck. Yeah, well, her hair is blocking it seems. Another weird thing. She's supposed to have this long hair. It's like light brown hair, and then it's like very black hair underneath. I think they put that in to cover her neck where they copied and pasted her in. That's what it looks like to me. Because you see this like kind of bad cutting job here. Yeah, so I think that's very bizarre looking. That looks like two different people's hair there. You got dark hair and then a lighter hair on top. I mean, look at this hair. It's like light on top, light and straight. On the bottom is dark and wavy. You got two different women's hair there. Very bizarre looking. Yeah, I think she looks, I don't know what. I think they took her and some hair and put it on top of another woman's head. That's what it looks like to me. Fingers are stubby. Yeah, you can just barely see his fingers in the bottom there. Looks kind of Photoshoppy to me there as well. Notice the black background again. You got a straight up and down line here. It looks suspicious. Yeah. The hand looks suspicious because you got that straight up and down line there. Like he was copied and pasted there. And you see the dark line around his fingers. Looks like he was cut out of another picture or something. The same thing here. The arm looks weird. Fuzziness up here. And again, his arm doesn't match his face. Her face doesn't match her arms. It looks two different tones. Does Doria have a wedding day pic? Yeah, it's supposed to be one out there, the two of them. A wonky eyeball. Uh-huh. Her head seems bigger than his. Yeah. Yeah, it does. She does have a big head, but it does look out of size. Their sizes are off. Yeah. Thomas's left eye, it's almost all you can see this side of another eye there. His left eye or the eye on our left? I don't know. I think they took his face and just put it on him, the whole face onto someone else. I don't know. I only see one eye there. Yep, even back then she was copying Catherine in a wedding dress. Uh-huh. His left eye. So his left eye. So this eye right here. You're saying it looks off? Yeah. I don't know. I can't tell. They do look off. They do look different sizes, like you said. Yeah, Meghan's eyes too, like someone just said, like you just said. One eye is turned into her nose and the other one's straight. It does look weird. They look bigger. They look like she enlarged them or something. I don't know. I just get Photoshop, Photoshop, Photoshop. And I think they cut them out and put them in a different background. I don't know. They just look chopped out to me. This looks off. The whole picture looks off. Every picture they have, they look off. Royals owe me. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. On Thomas or on Meghan? Yeah, on Thomas, his left eye, yeah. I think they're part of a CIA treasonous group who are helping my opinion, they're helping them bring in the censorship, the globalists. So I think the whole thing's been a scam. Because I don't think it's a coincidence they got married right before COVID. COVID was planned, right? He was probably hugging a Thailand girlfriend. That's right. I forgot about that. He's going to Thailand and getting the girls there. That's right. I remember that. I remember Thomas Jr. mentioning that. Yeah. 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 I agree with you. Wow. All right. One more. I've been doing this over an hour. Time flies, doesn't it? When you start really seeing all the pictures. Which one did I want to show you that? I want to show you a couple of quick ones of things I noticed. This one, they don't look like they match the background. They're all clear and bright, and the background's all faded. This is the Samantha picture. I was wondering if they put her face on someone else's body. I don't know. There's a lot of wonkiness around Meghan's hairline here, her head to her hair. It looks like it might have been another baby and they put her face on it. Then maybe copied and pasted Samantha's face possibly there. This picture is Meghan supposedly went to Italy when she was 19, but it looks odd to me. Her arm looks too big. It looks fake. It looks like she copied and pasted herself in there. don't know. This strikes me as kind of fake. Again, with the bad quality picture, faded colors. There was something else I wanted to show. This one looks off because the shadow's too dark. The whole picture is faded again. It's very faded, poor quality. Oh, this one. Okay. Okay, back to a Nanaki Meghan picture. Let's look at this one. Oh, this one we looked at last time, a smaller part of it, but let me do this Nanaki one. This one looks so first of all, I think they're supposed to be in the back of a car or a taxi. I'm not sure. And you see how Meghan, they're supposed to all be a big happy girls having a good night out or whatever. Meghan looks like a hooker. Well, look at her friend on the left, to the left of Meghan, right? She's supposed to be leaning her head towards Meghan, but her hair defies gravity and doesn't fall straight down. It's supposed to go straight up and down when you're leaning over and you have long, straight hair. But her hair doesn't fall down. It's just stuck to her head. So obviously, I think this is another Photoshop. This whole thing's fake. Meghan had no friends in school. If she did, these weren't her friends. I think this picture is completely Photoshopped. It's so fake looking. They're supposed to be in the back of a taxi, I think. Or, yeah, that's what it looks like. And it's like, what are they sitting on? The floor? Like, if you're sitting in a taxi, you're sitting back in the seat, right? But no, they're all scrunched up like they're sitting on the floor or something. Why would they be sitting on the floor? And, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And then Meghan's arm behind Nanaki disappears. It's like she's got a white shirt on and she's raising her arm up. And then you see some white over here, but there's no arm coming out. There's like nothing there. So like, where's Meghan's arm if she's raising her arm? Doesn't make any sense there. Her arm disappears. Nanaki's wearing, look at that. There's a cut there in the blouse there. I don't know if that's the style of the blouse or something, or that's a Photoshop error. But this looks totally Photoshopped, but especially this woman's hair here. Her hair is not falling down straight, like as if she's leaning her head. Like this woman's hair falls down straight. She's leaning her head over. Why she's posing like that in the back of a taxi, I don't know. But apparently she's leaning her head back. Her hair falls straight. But this one, the hair doesn't fall straight. It's so Photoshopped. So this whole thing looks Photoshopped. I don't know why Nanaki's hair is stuck to her head. Nanaki's like leaning down, but her hair is stuck to her head again. It's like, what is it? Shellacked on there? Did she glue her hair to her forehead? Like, how is her hair, if she's leaning over, how are her bangs not coming over and falling on Meghan, you know? None of this, this defies the laws of physics here. It makes absolutely no sense. This picture is, I think, 100% Photoshopped. They look like they're standing in a hole behind they're supposed to be in a taxi. The perspective is totally off. You know, they should be sitting in a seat. They couldn't possibly squeeze this close together in front of a picture from the front seat unless they're all crammed up on the floor or something. It doesn't make any sense. So this looks totally Photoshopped and fake. And I don't even think that's Meghan's face. And these drunk pictures of her where she's getting hugged by that guy, and she looks different here. She doesn't look like her. I don't know if it's the eyebrows throwing me off, but that doesn't. It looks weird. She looks not like her. Very weird looking. But this looks totally Photoshopped. These girls were not posing together. This was Photoshopped, her and Anaki and the rest of them together. This totally Photoshopped to me. Looks totally fake. Everybody leave. Everybody go home already. Oh, really? They have in London. They have sliding windows. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like a New York cab. I'm familiar with those. Oh, I was missing some of your comments. Okay. Yeah, well, that I don't know the purpose that other than they're fake, they're operatives, they're part working for intelligence. The whole thing is a lie, uh, playing a scam on us, like the COVID scam. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, the hair color is different in this picture. Megan, yeah, the hair is much lighter. The mouth is weird. Yeah, it's definitely defying gravity. Her hair, yeah, right. Her picture from last year with the fans, Photoshop that one too. I wouldn't doubt it. She photoshops all her pictures. A limo, maybe. But even if they're, oh, maybe it's a limo. You're right. It could be a limo. I didn't think of that. But why? But doesn't that look the bottom of the limo? It looks more like a cab to me. I don't know. Why are they sitting so close to the glass there? They look stuck to the glass. Yeah, look, someone else is taking the pic, not a selfie from a car window. That face, yeah, she looks gross. Yeah, they came out of the 1960s photo quality. Uh huh. Yeah, Nanaki's wearing good hairspray. She's got extra Aquanet on. Yeah, you can't tell me she shellacked her hair like that. I mean, are you kidding me? See, her hair looks wet in this picture, right? It looks like it looks kind of wet to me. I don't know. Whatever it is, it shouldn't be stuck to her head. If she's leaning over like that, I mean, is her necklace, her necklace isn't leaning over. So she's leaning over, but the necklace isn't really. I don't know. It's weird. The whole thing's weird. It doesn't look right. This whole thing's photoshopped. Even if it's a limo, how can they be that close to the midsection there, whatever you want to call that? Yeah, Meg wearing a cross. Yeah, that surprised me too. I don't think that's her. I think they put her face on someone else. Megan has no teeth. Yeah, where's her teeth? Exactly. That doesn't look like Megan's mouth. Samantha's. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I don't know. London. You think it looks like a London cab? Uh huh. They have the sledding, right? Okay. Naki's neck is huge. Yeah, it is huge. They probably put her face on someone else's neck. Do you think the skin tone looks different there too, a little bit? I think it might be a little different there. Yeah, Samantha has MS from what I hear. Yeah. Well, they survive longer now. I think they got better medication nowadays. I think it's not so bad as it was in the old days. VJ audition. Uh huh. You think it might be Canada? Okay, it could be Canada. Yeah, they think everyone is stupid. Yeah, the Aquanet. You remember Aquanet? They had that Aquanet to get that 80s hair. I was there. I remember. Yeah, it looks like a blank pick pose. Yep. Ah, you got a good point. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, the hair across the forehead, that looks just very strange to me. Like, I think she's photoshopped in there from another pic. That's very weird. Or else maybe they photoshopped hair on her head. I don't know. That's a very strange hairstyle. Like, I can't imagine a woman. It looks very messy. I think you know what happened? You know why the hair looks so weird here? In my opinion, because you see the skin tone on Anaki's face. The forehead is a very dark skin tone, and the rest of the face is light. It looks like two different. I think they took Nanaki's face and put it on someone else's head, and they realized it looks off, so they covered it with hair to cover up to try to make it look more like her. I think this is a Photoshop job, and they're trying to cover it up, so they actually photoshopped hair across the forehead to try to make it look more realistic. Yeah, that doesn't look like Megan's mouth. Yeah, she's a blow up doll. Yeah, all Photoshop. There's no way they could all be squished up. Why would they squish up in front of a window like that? That perspective. It just looks, yeah. Yeah, the whole thing's disgusting. I agree. Yeah, crimping and Aquanet. Yeah, Aquanet and a hair dryer. You got to spray the hair dryer and tease, tease, tease. Yeah, it looks off. This looks photoshopped. I think they're covering up the forehead to make the Photoshop look better. But that's truly bizarre hairstyle there. That looks like a photoshopped hairstyle. And she's leaning over to her right. Her hair should be falling over To the right, it's not. And the same thing with the girl on the other side. Her hair should be going up and down. Gravity would pull it straight down, and it's not. This one's hair is stuck to her head, too. The only one who has normal looking hair is this one. And I don't know where the rest of her body is, because if she's at the end of the car, she looks like she's leaning back, so her body has to be to the left. But where is her body? Like out the door? Like, I don't know. It looks this whole picture looks off. The perspective is off. The whole thing they all look photoshopped in there. It looks like they took a picture of a cab and photoshopped their heads in there to make it look like, oh, good, girls' night out. Look at that. I think it's all staged. I think it's all fake. Meghan would never wear a cross. We all know that. Meghan would never wear a cross. She's way too evil. I think they photoshopped Meghan's face onto somebody else's neck. Look how big Meghan's jaw is to her neck. Okay, just look at Meghan's face to her neck. Her jaw would have to be 10 inches long. I mean, look at that. Her neck goes up here, and then her jaw comes down like a horse. This is so photoshopped. And Meghan's not wearing a cross. So someone else is wearing a cross, and they put Meghan's big, ugly face on top of this woman, and it looks totally wrong. The perspective to the neck is totally wrong. I don't buy it. Her arm disappears. Where does her arm go? Meghan's arm is raising up behind Anaki's neck. Where does it go? Where did her arm go? Where is it? Her arm is, completely gone. I mean, the whole thing is off. This whole thing looks photoshopped, and they didn't do a good job either. Hair is off. The gravity's off. Her arm is missing. Her head looks totally photoshopped there. Just look at Meghan to her neck, her face to her neck. That is a Photoshop. Nanaki's got a neck like a giraffe, and Meghan has no neck. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous how ridiculous this whole thing is. I think this is totally Photoshopped from beginning to end. 100% Photoshopped to try to make it look like she was out with her friends here. Don't buy it. Not buying it. Fake, 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 fake. Whole thing looks fake to me. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen it with thin eyebrows. That's very weird. Oh, you like Tom Jr. sad now? Don't be sad, Jackie. He's fine. He'll be all right. He'll be back. You want to like him again. Everybody's just fed up with these people. Yeah, you said no updates in the Markle. Nothing from Thomas Jr. and Samantha. Well, now that we've covered Samantha's picture again, maybe she'll come out and say something now. Nose goes up and down, up and down. Who, Meghan? Meghan's nose. I mean, look at this woman's nose. You can see right up her nostrils. I mean, you can count the hairs in her nose there. I mean, how weird is that? You can see a booger in her nose, okay? And then, so you say Meghan's nose goes up and down? Yeah. She's got that witchy nose that she has. I still think it just looks photoshopped, and the eyebrows are too weird. It's too weird. I think, and you see a line here. I don't know. It looks like there might be a line here where her face was photoshopped onto somebody else. I don't think this is Meghan's hairline. I think this is somebody else's hairline, and they put Meghan's face on top of it. But that's not Meghan's hair. That looks like a white girl's hair from here. So that's what I'm seeing. And I think that the girl had her neck went up more. I think they just plopped Meghan's face in there, just shoved it in there. That's what I think. Oh, you don't like Dan? I like Dan. Yeah, huge Photoshop. I like Dan. Dan's covered a lot of good news. I still like him. And he covers all the censorship going on in the UK right now. It's very scary. Harry and Meghan are behind that. So, I met Meg, but yeah, everyone else also. Yeah. Yeah, so there you have it. So we've been doing this a little over an hour. How long have we been doing this? We've been doing this for an hour and 26, almost an hour and a half. So I hope you all enjoyed this. I thought it was very interesting for all you, and thank you for all of your insights. And look at the black background again. I'm just realizing, notice how it's always black in the background with these people and these Photoshops. Always the same thing. And you see there's like two heads. There's like another head behind Meghan. Between the two, her and the other woman. Isn't that another head back there? I don't know. Or is that part supposed to be... There's like a white line here and then another head. I don't know what's going on there. There's a lot of photoshopping going on. That's all I know. But anyways, so I'm going to end it here for now. And thank you all for watching and giving your perspective. And yeah, we must do again if you enjoy it. Yeah, porn star. Yeah, she does look like a porn star there. Just hiding the claw. Yes, thank you all for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. And until next time, take care, everyone. Have a good night or a good day. Bye-bye. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope you're all doing well today. Yes, we have the emoticons going. We're live. Hi, Jody. How are you? Hi, Lady of the Lake. Good to see you. Hope you're all doing well today. My day didn't start out so great. First of all, YouTube wouldn't post my live. They didn't like it for some reason. Oh, and I have a new chat set up. Check it out. Ha. I mean, I made it look a little nicer there. There we go. So I'm going to look at some more Photoshop pictures. I hope you enjoy them. Maybe get some more insight. We're just looking back at, because now that we know that Harry and Meghan faked, Meghan at least faked her childhood photos, I'm like, we have to look at everything they've done with a closer look here. And so the first thing I wanted to bring up was Samantha again. Let me see here. Pull up my window. Okay. So Samantha Markle was a model, they tell us. But the only photo that I can find, there's only one photo of her modeling that I can find. And I don't know if anyone else has seen any other photos, because if you're a model, right, you should have had a portfolio, and you would have to have had at least, I don't know, 3, 5, 10 photos at least, right? You have to have different looks. But the only photo I've ever seen is this one. This came from the Daily Mail. They posted it, just this one picture. And it does look a little off, like it might be photoshopped. First of all, it's supposed to be a professional photo, right? So if you're a model, you're going to have high quality professional pictures, and this one's a bit blurry. Now, it could just be because the version we're seeing is a picture of a picture. I mean, that's possible. But even so, the proportions look a little off to me. Yeah, portfolio, exactly, Lady of the Lake. We should be seeing like many photos of her, right? We should be but so I'm calling out if maybe I'm missing it somewhere, and it's somewhere because I didn't really look into this earlier, so I'm just looking into it now, but I can only find this one, which is suspicious right then and there. It's like, oh yeah, I was a model. Here's one shot. There you go. I mean, you should have a lot of shots. It's kind of your job when you're a model, right? To have lots of pictures. So, and when you look at this picture, I mean, it's a great modeling picture. You know, it looks like an outfit from the 80s and whatnot. But when you look at the hands and the size of the head, the proportions just, the picture is very low quality, fuzzy. So I can't tell any, I don't see anything that looks like it was copied and pasted or anything. But the size of the hands, and especially those fingers on her waist, appear to be disproportionate. And by that, I mean, going back to here, this is where I'm getting my pictures today. The sources, People Magazine, and so you can look these pictures up yourself. We're going to be looking at also this one. So this is going to be Harry and Meghan visiting the military base in November 2021, and Harry making a surprise visit at Pearl Harbor in November 2022. And another thing about searching for Samantha Markle's old pictures is that, Meghan Markle's first name is Rachel, right? And so apparently Samantha's real first name is Yvonne. So we've got this thing where both of them have changed their first names as well as their last names. And according to this article on marieclaire.com, it says that Meghan's half-sister Samantha Grant, née Yvonne Markle, also goes by the names of Yvonne Marie Grant, Samantha Grant Markle, Samantha Rasmussen, and Yvonne Markle Hale. So they've all got multiple names, which is like, whoa, what's with all the names? I know women get married and change their names. So you started with that. There's only one modeling picture. So if you're looking for a modeling picture, I'm assuming I look under Yvonne Grant or Samantha Grant. Maybe that's the reason why I'm not finding any. But the one photo that we do have, this, going back to her photo that we were looking at, this one, look at her hand on her waist and look at the size of the palm of her hand versus the fingers. Now, according to body proportions, the palm of your hand should be the same size as your longest finger. So you see the two red blocks, they're equal size. So your fingers, the tallest one, should be about the same size as your palm. And I don't necessarily think that that's the case here. It looks like this palm is not the same size. So I want to look at this real quick. I didn't take a shot of it. Yeah, I'm going to do it right now. So now it is at an angle. So maybe that's part of the reason the palm is sort of facing maybe away from the camera a little bit. So it could be shortened because things do look shorter when it's at an angle towards the camera. But still, it looks a bit out of proportion. So here's her palm. I'm putting her palm. I took a copy of the palm of her hand here. I'm going to hold it up to see if I can move it. Stupid thing won't move. Oh, there we go. So here's the palm of her hand. I just took a shot of the palm next to the fingers there. I don't know. Maybe it's right. Maybe just barely. Looking at her middle finger, like the longest finger. Perhaps it's correct. I mean, it looks like it's just barely the same length as her finger. I think her finger looks a little bit longer. Okay, I'll put it over the finger here. The finger does stick out a little bit on the side, so it does look like it's a little out of proportion there. Her fingers to her palm. The fingers look slightly too long. And then her head as well, her head size to her hands. Again, her shoulders are at an angle, so it's hard to tell. Usually your chest is two head lengths wide, but you can't really do that here because she's at an angle to the camera. But it just looks like her head is too small to me. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, her modeling days would have been over around 94. Said you saw a headshot of her. It looked like she was trying out for Little House on the Prairie. Well, that was that one we were looking at that was black and white. I don't know if that was a headshot. It could have been. That wasn't her face, though. The forehead was too wide. That was definitely Photoshop, that one. What I'm thinking of. Yeah, she's Yvonne Marie. Yeah, I'm thinking she did. She would have had to, right? I mean, it would have been a little bit older, teenager or older. This picture looks potentially Photoshopped to me. It's a very fuzzy picture. The hands, the palm of the hands look too short for the fingers, and the head looks just a little too small for that body. Now, she would have been wearing shoulder pads as well in the 80s. They wore shoulder pads. Remember those big shoulder pads we wore in the 80s? Yeah, and she does look like, I mean, doesn't it look like she kind of, like this model body could have been copied and pasted into this background? It just looks like the background's all fuzzy, but she's all perfectly clear. It's another kind of telltale sign. It just sort of looks like she could have been Photoshopped in there, possibly. That's a very good Photoshop if she was copied and pasted in there. I'm looking closely at the lines around the legs to see if it looks like it was cut and pasted in there or not. If it's a Photoshop, it's a very good one. The length of those fingers just look huge compared to the palm there. Well, if it's a Photoshop, it's a very good one. And of course, they could have touched it up later. I don't know, and blurred it out. But this is the only picture I've seen of her having been a model, and it doesn't make any sense to only have one picture, my opinion. Or just common sense, actually. Yeah, the black and white one you're thinking of, Yeah, exactly. Her head looks too small and the fingers look too long. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where this picture is from. I don't know what it's come from. It's on the Daily Mail website. They posted it and said, here, Samantha was a model. There you go. So that's the first picture I'm looking at, Just her chest looks too big. You look at her head to her chest, it just looks like she's got this huge chest. It just looks out of proportion. I don't know, to me. Anyways, I just want to start with that one before we move on to the military pics. So if anyone sees any modeling pictures of Samantha or Yvonne Marie Grant or whatever name she went by, I don't know what name she went by as a model. They didn't really say. She's gone by several different names, which is kind of suspicious in itself. Why did Meghan change her name from Rachel to Meghan? You know, there are all these name changes going on. It's just like not just the last name, but the first name. It's just kind of like, I mean, I know it's Hollywood. They change your name for acting, but a lot of name changing going on. All right. So let's see. So that's the Samantha picture. I just want to start with that one. So I found some interesting Photoshop fails in these pictures coming up. Now, these again come from People magazine and whatnot. So this is about, I start off with, Harry allegedly went to Hawaii, which is quite a long flight, even from California. That's like a 5-hour flight for Pearl Harbor Day. He's suddenly very patriotic. Well, not really, because he's wearing the red poppy, which is not American. But anyways, so these pictures I'm very suspicious of. And I just want to show you that they're, you know, well done as far as Photoshops. But I think there's some discrepancies going on here. Like this one. Now, if you look at this, Harry is supposed to be shaking hands with, I guess, the head of a ship or a Scientologist. We still don't know exactly if they're real Navy or Scientologists, because Scientologists wear real Navy uniforms, right? But you look at his elbows of this man, the left elbow versus the right elbow. And the left elbow is ivory skin color, very light. And the right elbow is dark brown. I mean, or medium brown there, kind of sienna brown. Two entirely different colored elbows, which is just a little bit too much. That looks a little over the top of the color difference. So it's potentially his arm was darkened or it was photoshopped in from somewhere else. I don't know. But you can't have that much of a skin color change. Even if it's shaded, it wouldn't be that much. And the sleeve here, his sleeve looks a little too photoshoppy in there. His arm sticking out just looks a little photoshopped. And apparently there's some fuzz here. Excuse me, some fuzz here above his arm onto the sleeve. So we're supposed to believe either this is a Photoshop fail or his arms are so hairy that the hairs bend over onto the sleeve here. I don't know. The arms are like suspicious to me. That he might be some photoshopping going on of some sorts. Now, I thought at first, like maybe Harry really went, but he went with some Scientologists. But I'm beginning to suspect the whole thing is just photoshopped into Pearl Harbor. All these people were photoshopped in, and that Harry may never have really gone to the museum, and he was just photoshopped in there. And there's also, just looking at the lines here, there's a little something next to this man's leg. I mean, that could be part of the picture. That's what I'm seeing. The arms, and I mean, it's a good Photoshop if it's Photoshop. And I'm not seeing, there's a white line around his nose. It looks a little suspicious to me. Like it could have been cut and pasted from somewhere else, possibly. So, now, what do you think? Does anything else stand out to you with this picture that looks suspect? I mean, he's so bright white in the front. Now, it could have just been altered afterwards, too. You know, so that's potential there. But there's another one coming up that's just over the top and makes me think that this thing was faked. But I will show you and you decide what you think. So that's one photo. This was from the Royal podcast. I'm going to go back to these are People Magazine pictures again from People Magazine. I'm going to go to this one. I'm suspicious that all these people may have been photoshopped in there. That's what I'm beginning to be suspicious of. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Sylvia. I'm trying. I just want to see what does anything stand out to anybody with this picture? Yeah, we need somebody to authenticate the metals for sure that they're seeing in these pictures. That would be very helpful. Good idea. Thank you. Good point. All right. So, all in all, I mean, nothing stands out from when you look at it, the whole wide angle thing. I mean, I did look at the shoes and thought maybe that was an indication, but when you zoom in and look very closely at the lines around them, starts to begin looking suspect to me. There's blurriness where there shouldn't be, and I try to focus in on the lines around everything. It is like a white line around this thing here. And there's some funky. Now, again, they could have some funkiness here around his sleeve. And again, they could have altered it afterwards in that case, but there's the edges of some of these edges look blurred out. Like around his cap here. I mean, look at this blurriness right by his head. It's a big blurry blob there, like they did some smoothing out by his ear there. That looks off. The face is very pixelated. Now, they could have just gone back and pixelated the face to make him sharper, or they could have been photoshopping him in there. But that white line on to the left of this man's face onto his hat, they did something here. It's covering part of his ear. So it looks like some sloppy photoshopping there. A lot of touch-ups here of photoshopping going on for sure. Shoe shadow, you're saying? Okay, well, look at that. Yeah, the ear looks off for sure. There's something else going on there with the ear that they did. And if you look at these faces, particularly I think that's a woman next to him to the right. Look at her face. There's a line straight through right here. Can you see that? You see how right here, it looks like they photoshopped two faces together, or photoshopped one face onto another. I don't know if you can see my line here. I'm going to draw something in case you can't see what I'm talking about. Like right here, right there seems to be like a line. She's like on the left-hand side, she's very tanned, and on the right-hand side, it looks very pale. So I'm wondering, did they Photoshop someone else there? Did they mess around with her face? The chin has like some kind of sharp jutting out there by the chin. They did something to this face. I don't know if it's Photoshopped on or if it's, something going on there. They did some major Photoshopping here. This part of her face is pale. This part is tan. And there's a sharp line right down the middle. And up here, there's a break there. I don't know and the hat, is that supposed to be like that with the hat? I don't think so. This black in the middle there. The line's broken up. They compare the edges and things. There's some real good photos. Well, these are the photos from People magazine. It's the best I'm going to find, I think. I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, I did do that. I did look at some like Getty images and whatnot that are nice and clear. But I mean, you can even see just how pixelated and off this face is. They did something to this face with that line there. Major line there that should not be there. So something funny going on here with this picture. He also has this guy next to her, he also has a line right here by his head. You can see this scan over here, and then it gets a different shade over here. So they're doing some major alterations here. So the question is, did they just go over this whole photo and alter faces? Because I know they always blur out Harry's head, his bald head, to make it look like he has hair. So whenever you look at Harry, it's blurry up here. They blur out his bald head. So, I mean, are they just touching it up, or did they actually Photoshop these people into the picture? You know, did they get a picture of the museum and just Photoshop these people in? Same thing with this woman's cap over here. Look at the sharp line of the cap there. Very suspect. His cap just ends right here. If you look at that, I'm zooming in there. His cap goes to there and just cut off right there. So I'm beginning to be suspicious that these people are potentially all cut and pasted into this image, this background image of the museum. Harry and these people just sort of copied and pasted in there. And then just is what I'm suspecting here, is what it's looking like to me. Yeah, they look short. Mm-hmm. Yeah, how is it everybody's shorter than Harry? That's a good point. Good one. Good one. Everybody's shorter than Harry. How did they work that one out? Is there a, you're supposed to be short to go into the Navy? It's how tall is Harry? Harry's not that tall, right? Yeah, someone looked weird. Uh-huh. Navy personnel are young, healthy, and athletic. Yeah, that's another thing. That's why I think they're Scientologists. Because I think they're in real uniforms, but they're not so fit, a lot of them. Like they have pouches and they have bellies. Some of them. There's a quick look through what I was looking at today. A lot of funkiness going on with this picture. That's all I gotta say. A lot of, again, you can look at Harry's head. They always blur him out. Look at all this pixelation up here, all blurred right here. Hide his bald spot, and yeah, this looks suspicious. Harry's feet look really small next to the guy next to him. It's like, yeah, the man next to him, his feet look gigantic. What's with that anyway? Maybe it's the white shoes. I don't know. But he just looks like he has huge feet there next to Harry. Harry looks so thin and little compared to the guy to his left and his right. Like it could be doesn't it look out of proportion when you just look at the bodies? What's that about, right? Harry looks like this little figurine there. Very tiny, like as if he were standing way back, but he's supposed to be standing with them, right? Look at the glare on the glasses. Well, that's in the video, not here. There's no glasses here. Maybe this person? One person wearing glasses. I can't really see anything. They're not sunglasses, so you can't really see much. There's some dots there. Yeah, that was great with the video. You could see that was AI. That was good. TRG nailed that one. Yes. I was like, oh yeah, the glasses. Just my mind looking at them. I didn't think of it for some reason. That's why you need multiple pairs of eyes to look at these things. Sometimes you miss something so obvious. Why we all have to look at these pictures. See what stands out. Yeah, they look too scruffy. Yeah, they don't look like they're active military. They just look, yeah. That's why I think it's Scientology. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, we may need to look at that in the future. Yeah. Harry's we gotta be going over more of their pictures. A lot of them looks just too fake. So I mean, just looking at it as a whole, I mean, it just looks like they could have been photoshopped into this background. Because the background looks very kind of dull. They're inside some kind of dome. And it looks like it should be shaded in, but they're all very bright white. And again, it's the uniforms and whatnot, but it just looks a little too bright. I mean, look at this man's pants. Look at these pants right here. What's going on here with his pants, right? What's that about? So that looks very off there. Because if somebody sewed in top part of his pants to the bottom parts. I mean, look at that. That's not a Navy uniform. You'd never get away with wearing that. What is going on with these pants? I just noticed that now. I was looking at this earlier. I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't notice this. Sometimes things just stick right out to you. Wild. Oh, they messed up Harry and KC Games Heights. Yeah, no doubt. They're messing up a lot. Wait till you see this isn't even the worst. I've got something better coming up. That's gonna nail this whole visit. So I think this when I show you the next one, it's so bad that the Photoshop fail. You can see, you can see blurriness like around the heel of the shoe. There's blurriness there. This is very suspect. Very strange. Those pants are. And what's with this loop? What's this loop right here? So everybody's wearing a thing around their neck, and his goes in a circular loop. What is that about? Right? Look at this shirt. It's like a big circle, like a lasso. What the heck is that about? That looks Photoshop to me. It looks like a Photoshop fail, right? They don't have something that is that part of a uniform look? Nobody else has that. He's got a big circle of a thing around his neck. Yeah, so you think they're not real uniforms? Possibly. They could be fake. People fake these things all the time. And if so, this whole article is fake. Harry's fake what he's claiming he's done. Yeah, it looks like the pants are inside out. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they're a marching band. That's a trumpet strap. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Harry pulled him off the street and said, here, pose for a picture with me so I look like I'm visiting the Navy. I believe it. Totally fake looking. This whole thing looks fake and photoshopped. And what's that? He's got something hanging off his pocket. There's a black dot there or something. Right? He's supposed to be wearing all these medals or whatnot. Very strange. Very suspicious. He's got this guy's cap. Like they obviously cut and pasted these caps. How blurry it is. It's like yellowy on the side. It's got some reddish up here on this side of the cap. This cap's got some reddish over there. You look closely at it, they like messed everything up. Very suspicious. It's a red line on the side here, this guy's face. Yeah, that strap, I don't know what the heck that's supposed to be about. Maybe, no idea. I don't know if her head looks small for the cap or not. A lot of pixelation going on here. If you look at her ear, for example, you see how it's like two different looking ears. Like, I don't know, or they pixelated it too much. I don't know, but it looks very strange. Harry's shoes look strange here too. There's another. You look at his shoes. I don't know. It looks very pixelated on the sides, like over here. There's still some pixelation. Like it could have been copy and pasted from somewhere else. I don't know. The whole thing's very strange. You look closer at it, but there's a lot of weirdness going on here. Harry's size is totally off. Look how small and narrow Harry looks compared to all these other people. So I think they got the sizes completely off here. So those hands are bigger than your feet. Any feet? Oh yeah, yeah. That guy to the left of Harry looks huge. Everything looks huge next. If you look at him next to Harry, they're so out of proportion. Even the little guy to his right looks so much wider than him. It just doesn't. It looks off. It looks off. It looks like Harry was cut and pasted from somewhere else. This looks like he just looks off in perspective to these people. It just looks. The big guy in H dropped into the pic, almost floating. The proportions totally off. Yeah, yeah. It does. It looks like I think they copied and pasted the whole thing. I think they got this picture maybe of some Scientologists who are posing and just pasted them in and then pasted Harry in the middle to make it look like Harry was hanging out with the Navy. That's the theory I'm running with so far. This doesn't look right to me, but there's more. You see all kinds of more pictures here. So then there's this one where Harry's supposed to be standing outside with this gentleman, older gentleman. And let me see. The shadows look okay. Something on his leg there. I don't know what that is. Harry doesn't blend into the picture here. It's like there's a line. Okay, here's a line next to his arm. See the outline there? Looks like he was cut out of a lighter picture and pasted in there. A lighter background. Looks potentially photoshopped. They always have another thing to look out for is they always have a plain white background or a plain black background. They just Photoshop them in. I've noticed. Oops, there's the people supposed to be next to him. Even the people near him look like they're cut and pasted in there. Like this guy. I don't know. It doesn't look right to me. I don't know. Something off. May just be too jaded with these. Yeah, I think I'm breaking into a song and dance. Yeah, in the last picture. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It didn't look serious. They didn't look like real military. Yeah. So what about this one? Anything stand out to you with this one? Jazz hands, funny. Well, you know what stands out to me? I'm just realizing now, looking at this picture, why it looks so off. I think the perspective is wrong. And by that, I mean, all right, so you see the background is straight at the horizon, is like straight across. But then this perspective here is like up at an angle. So that looks kind of odd to me. Like these railings go at an angle. I don't know if they're on a ship or something, but it looks misaligns. Maybe it could just be me, but like Harry's up straight up and down, Harry and this man, but the railings are at an angle going up. So everybody should be at an angle if the picture is taken at an angle, right? Yeah, the square patch. Yeah, good point. There's a square patch. They forgot to blur that. They only blurred half his head there. You see that big old bald spot showing this time. They forgot to blur it over. They forgot to blur over this one. Look at that big, huge bald spot. He's totally bald. And he's fighting it. He's trying to fight it. It looks very odd there. Showing his bald spot off. Yeah. Whoops. And how convenient is it that there's a British flag over here? Coincidentally, what a coincidence, huh? I'm sure that wasn't photoshopped in. Nah. Very clear, too. Oh, wait, there's more. There's more. So this one I didn't see too much. I mean, the back of that guy's head looks funny. It looks like it bulges out a bit. But, I mean, that could be him. I don't know. He looks older. There's just some outlining on Harry here. This looks like an outline. I think potentially Harry and this man are both photoshopped in or somewhere else. Again, there's something on his pants there. Looks a little blurry here. Kind of an outline, a little bit of an outline. His pants are too tight. And they look very narrow there. Yeah, very close fit there. Maybe they too narrow the right leg. Yeah, the right leg does, the right calf there looks a little too narrow. He's got Meghan Markle's legs now. He's been with Meghan so much, his calves are shrinking like Meghan's. Oh yeah, maybe it's a body double. Could be. I don't think so though, because I'm seeing photoshopping here. Seeing a lot. Okay, so this one, I'm just gonna pass on this one. Get to the good one. Okay, well here's another one. Here's one more. Two more. I haven't shown you. There's a big surprise at the end of this. Hang in there. You're gonna wait for it. It's gonna be a really good Photoshop fail coming. So we're supposed to believe Harry and this guy are looking at the memorial on the wall. So again, I think it's potentially Meghan got this picture from their website and copy and pasted Harry and this man in there potentially. Look at a nice white background, easy to copy and paste someone in. Back of Harry's head looks very pixelated. And look at Harry's face. Look at his jaw. Look at that. That looks too odd. This guy is supposed to be pointing. I mean, look at all the pixelation around this guy. Like he was cut and pasted in there potentially from another picture. Because this is a very high quality picture. And they could have just taken a poor quality picture and put it in there, and it just doesn't match up, you know? The hat blurring into the jacket. Look at all this pixelation around that jacket. And look how straight up and down it is behind Harry's leg there. It's like straight up and down right here to his heel, very straight up and down. Which to me it can seem like can be photoshopping going on. But they just don't, they just look, it's just looking at the picture. They look not in the picture. Like they look like they're photoshopped in just by looking at it. Yeah. Oh, it's worse. There's going to be worse coming up. Wait, one more picture. Wait till you see the Photoshop next. There's no doubting the next one. I can't wait. Yeah. I think Meghan's been doing all these. And that's why I don't understand the AP blocked Catherine's picture, but they never block any of their photoshops, even that recent one with that tennis match, which is total Photoshop and AI video fail. And then Meghan and Harry pretend like they're going to be fighting against all these deep fakes and everything. I mean, it's also just scam. All right, anything else stand out to anybody here other than that in this picture? Very suspects. All right, here we go. Here's for the grand finale. Let's open the grand finale here. All right, this is the grand finale. So I'm going to ask you first. Does anything look off to you in this picture? Look at it closely. What do you see that might be wrong with this picture here? Oops. You can't see the whole thing, can you? Let me see if I can. Let me get here. There we go. A little bit like this. Okay, there's the whole picture. I gotta do something with this chat. It's taking up too much room. I'm gonna make the chat a little smaller there. Okay. All right, so look at this picture and tell me what you see. Does anything look off to you? Yeah, they're trolling us. I agree. Meghan and Harry are trolling us. Yeah, where was Meghan, by the way? When Meghan wasn't there, Meghan's always grabbing Harry's arm wherever he is. Makes me, that's another confirmation that it's never happened. This is all Photoshop to make it seem as if Harry were allowed out without Meghan all the way to Hawaii. You think Meghan would let Harry go to Hawaii without her? Are you kidding me? So I think this whole thing is photoshopped, and this picture seals the deal. So what stands out to you? Anything stand out? Bueller. Harry's top back part of his head cuts off. Okay. Harry's always in a ballet position. Really white under it. Uh-huh. Top back part of Harry's head looks odd. All right, so let me start there. Yeah, look at Harry's face. So there's a couple of fails in here. Look at Harry's face. Look at his head. Look at his face. Look at his nose. Where's his nose? Lobotomy. Yeah, this is after Harry had a lobotomy. Exactly. Isn't this unbelievable? Meghan, what did you do? Unbelievable. And we're not done yet. This is just the beginning. I don't know what they were thinking with this picture, but they really, yeah, the nose. Where's the nose? It's like straight down, that straight down line. Yeah, Meghan messed up his nose. Did a really poor job on him in this one. I don't know. Maybe Meghan let Harry do the photoshopping in this one. Look at that. Look at the white line next to around the face, around the chin, and the guy next to him. Look at this white line. Another indication that they're copy and pasted in there. Oh, look at that. Look at his face. Be a nice close up there of Harry's face. I should use this for his for a cover for a video about him. Yeah, somebody kicked him in the face. Maybe one of the Navy people kicked him in the face there or something. And it went out the back of his head. And look at his beard. His beard goes straight across, straight line. Look at that. Another straight line there. Yeah, just draw in the beard there. Yeah, the guy behind him too. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's taking too much Coke. Drinking too much Coke when she was doing this one. Yep. I went to the barber, asked for a flat top. Yep. They crushed his skull. Yeah, so Harry's a mess. He has no nose. There's a white line around him and everyone else, looking like they're cut and pasted in there. What a mess. Oh, what a mess. And you see the white line continuing by Harry's arm. Look at the white line. Look at the white line around Harry's body, around the man's body. Look at the white lines around their legs. I mean, talk about Photoshop. Look at that. Look at the white lines. They're like glowing. They're glowing. The radiation emitting from them. Maybe some people will say that's just their aura. Their aura is extra bright here. Look at this. Total cut and paste job. Yeah, Harry's about to pirouette, as somebody said. Oh, yeah, as Denise said, yeah, he does. He looks like he's dancing. He's got to do some ballet there. Big open space. Yeah, they're radioactive, that's for sure. They're toxic and radioactive. Look at the black spot on the neck into his shirts. Black spots. Yeah, look at Harry's neck into his shirt. It is a mess over there, right? Look at that. What the heck's going on there? I don't know. I think so you see the line there by his neck, like he was his head was cut and pasted into this body or something. I don't know. This whole thing is a mess. Over here, right here is a dark dot right here. Yeah. Very messy Photoshop job. It's like she just slammed it together and then blurred it and hoped nobody would look too closely at it. But what a mess. Oh, what a mess. It's like the worst Photoshop job. And it gets worse. There's more. There's more. Oops, I zoomed in a little bit too much there. But yeah, so this is absolutely 100% Photoshop. Look at Harry's thumb. Look at Harry's hands there. What's going on with his thumb? What's going on there? Look at his look at his hands. Look at the hands of the guy behind him. Harry's thumb. What the hell happened there? So you can't get the what 80s song, White Lines. White Lines. That's a good song. Yeah, this is a mess. This whole picture is a mess from beginning to end. Look at his thumb. Look at his hands. What a disaster from beginning to end. But at least they have him pirouetting. Yeah, they have him dancing there. So it's a little entertaining. But oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. So Harry looks deformed, like he had a lobotomy. The guy behind him, his face looks smudged in. I don't know what they did to his face there. This guy, he's got weird things going on the side of his face. Very bizarre. Photoshopping there. Their whole bodies have a white line. They're radioactive. And then we say, well, let's look at the other people. Sometimes you want to look for a Photoshop. You look for the lesser important people to see if anything stands out there. So does anything stand out to you here with this part of the photo? Anything unusual? Look closely. Oh, sorry to hear you have bad eyesight. Yeah, we all get worse eyesight as we get older, though. So I feel for you. I wear glasses, so I've always been nearsighted. But you can't miss these Photoshops are so bad. You can't miss certain things once it's pointed out to you. Yeah, look at the camera woman closely. Look at her face. This picture is from People magazine. You can check and see for yourself. What's going on with the woman with the camera and her face? If you want to call that a face. Yeah, you can't see her other hands. True. She looks very strange. Yes, that's putting it mildly. Yeah. That's it. Ding, ding, ding. Kim got it. Well, it's either two noses or two ears. I don't think she has a nose. She has no nose, but she has like two or three ears here. You see that? No nose and three ears. This had to have been Meghan. Meghan had to have done that. Yeah. Yeah. And this isn't go check out People magazine. I can show you right now. This is from, they published this picture. Let me see if I have it up. And this was not stopped by the AP. The AP did not call out. So here's People magazine. Oh, let me see. You can't see it. Let me get the screen up here. So here's People magazine. Harry visits Pearl Harbor, November 2022. There's the picture. They put it right there. Photo from Debbie Bishop Conover. And you zoom in, and there she is with her three ears. People magazine published this. This is straight from People magazine. This is on their website right now. You can check it out. Harry, oh, so that's what's going on with Harry. You see where his neck ends, the back of his head ends? There's another back of his head there. He's like that line going down, and his ear is a mess, and there's a line going down. So he was like photoshopped twice there. It's like two heads blended in there. Just noticed that one. Yep, this is on People magazine. People magazine is still up there. Debbie Bishop Conover apparently took the picture, allegedly. So, yep, there you have it. This was published. It's still published. It's up there. It's official. And nobody caught it, apparently. Nobody said nothing. Still up there. So I'm like, oh, man, we got to look at every single picture they've posted. I mean, they're putting Photoshops like this up, and we're so busy that we don't even notice these things. I'm not looking, but oh, my God. It looks like every single picture they've published has been photoshopped. It's looking like, man, it's beginning to look like nothing is real with these two. Nothing. Yeah. Yep. You won. You won, Kim. Ding, ding, ding. You get a date with Harry. You win a date with Prince Harry. How about that? It's more like a punishment, right? Oh, yeah. Like her collar's flapped up in the wind, apparently. Yeah. Very strange. She's the only one with wind there. What's going on there? And look at the outline. They're all out. You see around the black guy, there's a big white outline around him. And the sheriff, I think that's supposed to be a sheriff or something. I don't know. Or some kind of, look at the head of the ranger guy or whatever this is with a big white outline. Black guy's got a big white outline. They're cut and pasted from somewhere else. They weren't there. Look at the white outline. Look at the legs. Look at the white outline around the legs. So all these people were cut and pasted into this picture. Every single one of them. This whole thing is fake, in my opinion. It looks like they were all cut and pasted in there. They just got a picture from the museum and cut and pasted people in there with Harry. Yep, 2 ears. Yep. Said your son's been in the Navy 25 years, and when he wore his white uniform, the only time the bib clipped was in a windy aircraft carrier. Yeah, it looks. I think this whole thing is fake. Yeah. Mhm. So there's not ears; it's a hand. What hand? Whose hand? Oh yeah, it does look like a hand. It looks like a hand, but it's not. She photoshopped a hand onto the face, maybe? That's what it looks like. You're right. It looks like a hand. Maybe Meghan's getting creative with the hand. Maybe she may have accidentally cut and pasted a hand there or something. Yeah. Smokey the Bear hat. Yeah. Like, where'd they get this guy? Where'd he come from? What's he doing there? Just had him posing there. It's so strange. This whole thing is so strange. And people, I noticed like they always want to have you know, a variety of, there's going to be men and women and black and white, and they always want to make it look very diverse. Diversity is very important to Meghan with these pictures. Pointy thumb. Yeah, on the woman there. Let's look at her thumb. Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, look at the woman's thumb. Oh my goodness. Look at that thumb. What happened to her thumb there? So it's not her ears, it's her thumb. Yeah, good catch. Very off there. You can't unsee the hand. I mean, Meghan slapped her. It's Meghan's hand slapping her. Yeah, the woman with two ears has a pointy thumb. This is Meghan's photoshopping. This is published in People magazine. Think about that, people. People magazine published this and said, "Oh, look, Harry's in Hawaii, everyone." So you see how they have been scamming us, the mainstream media and Harry and Meghan. This is in People magazine. This picture I just showed you, it's on their website right now. It's been up. Nobody caught it, or if they did, nobody listened. Sure, nobody's going to listen to this. But you see how bad these photoshops are. This whole trip of Harry allegedly going to Hawaii for Pearl Harbor in November 2022, this whole thing was just a Photoshop. Meghan breaks out her Photoshop, pastes Harry into some pictures in a museum in Honolulu, and People magazine publishes it. And I go, oh, look, this is what they're doing. When you know they probably weren't even in the country. Who knows where they were? But you see the scams Harry and Meghan are pulling on everyone with this. What a scam everything they do is, and you can't trust anything that they do or claim to do. And you certainly can't trust the mainstream media like People magazine. Oh my goodness. What a scam, huh? What a scam. And it gets worse. Okay, this is bad enough, right? We got more to go. How long have we been? Look at this. I want to look also. Wow, has it been over an hour already? Wow. Time flies and you're having fun. But I also want to look at those New Jersey pictures. So this is the picture that seals the deal. This whole thing is photoshopped as far as I'm concerned. Because if you look at all of them, there's one more here with him and the old guy. This one's a much clearer, better Photoshop. But it still looks photoshopped to me. They still look like they're cut and pasted in there. Look at his jacket. Harry's jacket's not affected, but his jacket's basically blowing off. This is very weird. The whole thing. Some lighting here under Harry's sleeve that looks totally off. So, and you look at the outline around them, it's all pixelated. On his back here, it looks like this big blurry box in his back that looks off. A big bald spot there. Yeah, so this whole thing was just photoshopping. That's what I think. But anyways, moving right along, let's skip on this one. Who cares about this one? So I want to look at Harry and New Jersey, visiting New Jersey. A few more pictures here. It's 3 pictures. Oh, again, these are from People magazine, published by People, of Harry and Meghan in November 2021 when they allegedly visited New Jersey, an army base there. Does anything in this picture stand out to you? Or what stands out to you with this one? Anyone? Well, what stands out to me is that the carpet is very clear and crisp and good quality photo. But the men here, everybody except Harry and Meghan, are blurry and desaturated. So Harry and Meghan kind of stand out in general, just being sharper, clearer, which kind of looks to me like Harry and Meghan may have been photoshopped into this picture where these army personnel were, in a discussion or a meeting, because their coloring is totally off to begin with. And notice the white background. It's either white, or black, black. So it's very easy to just cut and paste people in and out of a picture. But you notice, even though the men and the lady at the end, the army people, they're all blurry, but the carpeting is underneath them is very crisp and clear and sharp. So you've got these blurry people sitting there, but the carpeting, so it looks like the carpet was put in afterwards. So right then there, it looks fake. And it doesn't look like Harry and Meghan actually posed in the same place. Their saturation, their clarity is totally different. And you look at these people, the army people here. I don't know what these the symbols on their arms mean, but this one has an American flag, clear. The one next to him has an American flag, but it's very faded. I don't know if that's correct. The picture was just faded and desaturated, but you see how different the 2 flags look from one man's arm to the other. And I'm not sure what the medallions underneath represents or anything. Maybe somebody may know. But they look very blurry. These 2 men look very blurry. You notice they have the perfect diversity here. White man, black man, woman. Harry and Meghan always do this with their pictures, right? Yeah. And then Harry and Meghan look much clearer and crisper than the men. So it's almost like they're 2 different, they got their pictures taken at 2 different times. And Harry and Meghan were just photoshopped in there with them. Because Harry and Meghan and the carpet are all crispy clear and everybody else is blurry. So this whole thing, either they're all going to be blurry. Now, maybe they went back later and altered the picture to make Harry and Meghan clear and the rest blurry for the optics. But the carpet is all clear, right? Look at the carpeting is all very crisp and clear. While the men are blurry, it looks very off. It looks very photoshopped. Like they just went in later and filled in the carpeting later, And then look at Meghan's shoes. There's like 3 white dots behind her shoe. The heel there, which looks like photoshopping was done there, possibly. Well, what else could it be? I don't know. It looks suspicious. Of course, Meghan always photoshops herself very well, so you don't have to worry about probably not going to see an error with her body. Harry's knee is partially blurred and partially clear. But yeah, they appear to be taken from different pictures or something. Like suddenly Harry has hair again. Look at that they photoshopped Harry's hair in again. And then the woman's blurry behind them, and she's got some kind of black square on her army uniform, whatever that's supposed to mean. So yeah, this picture's very bizarre. Okay, let me see here. My comments are being held up. Okay, let's see what your comments are. Yeah, 100% central casting. A hand. Oh yeah, I don't think anything's real. I wish these people would see themselves in People magazine and sue the publishers for using their likenesses. They should. Yeah, they do need to be shut down. Yeah, I think they use stock photos of Pearl Harbor. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they photoshopped a guy next to Harry, a different uniform. Yeah, these are very strange. They're 2 different uniforms. Yeah. I mean, I think they have a tan one and a green one. I know that, but yeah, it still looks, they're very blurry and off. Yeah. Yeah, the carpeting is very dated, but it's very clear and they're blurry. Why is the carpet clear and the people are blurry? Doesn't make any sense. Her legs, color wise, are off. They look tiny. Yeah. Her calves always look tiny, though, but yeah. Color looks off. Yeah. The shading of it. I think she made her feet smaller for this picture. Maybe she squished them down. Yeah, it doesn't look like her foot is really on the ground. It looks floating. This looks off. Doesn't look right. The angle looks off. And besides the 3 white pixelated dots there, like your foot would be on the ground. Her foot's not on the ground. It's like it looks like they photoshopped her at an angle, her foot at an angle, and it's just like very strange because your foot would be on the floor. It's not on the floor. It's like on the side there. Very weird. Yeah, they both look photoshopped in there. I don't think either of them were ever there with these people. Yeah. Guy in the back, a bit odd, leaning against the wall. Oh, see if I lost my comments. Okay, I'm just fixing my comments. So the guy in the background, yeah, the guy in the background just standing there and doing who knows what, maybe the bodyguard or something. Meghan loves having a bodyguard, but look at the back of this woman's chair to this guy's leg, the bodyguard in the background. Look how it's off color. They cut and pasted this woman in the chair or the guy in the background, and his leg is like 2 different colors. It's part tan, part black. Doesn't make it. It's all blurred into his shirt. Yeah, so the guy in the background looks definitely photoshopped in to look like a bodyguard, I guess, but it's all photoshopped. Another Photoshop fail. Oops. Yeah, 3 different camouflage army outfits, one clean, one dirty with no flag. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would she have a black square? That's not an army, right? I mean, that's something totally bizarre going on here. Very weird. Yeah. Yeah. Harriman's getting sloppy. Yeah, Harriman, yeah, it was either him, Misan Harriman, or Meghan Markle is getting they're very sloppy with these pictures. And People Magazine publishes these. Oh wait, now here is the piece de resistance. I got something to show you here with this one. Before I do, real quick, there's this picture too. Harry's sitting at a table. Everyone's blurry. He's the only one. I think they photoshopped this whole thing. I think the woman in the front, the army woman, looking like she's carrying plates or something, is all blurry. I think she was photoshopped in. And Harry is sitting next to a tranny, right? Because it looks like he's sitting next to an older woman. But when you look closely at it, you see the arm is a man's arm. And you see the face, the guy's got a mustache. So it's a tranny next to Harry. So they actually photoshopped in my opinion, a transgender next to Harry. And you don't see you see another older woman here. Who's this older woman? She's not in an army uniform. What's she doing there? So she looks photoshopped in and she's all blurred out so you can't recognize her. Everybody else is all blurred out. So nobody's wearing a uniform here. There's no uniform except this blurry picture. You can't see the badge. The only one that looks like they might be in uniform is sitting next to Harry, but he's not wearing a uniform. He's wearing an olive shirt, an olive colored button up shirt. And it looks like they photoshopped on a couple of what looks like badges, but they look totally photoshopped. You can't really see what they are. That's not, it doesn't look like a uniform. It looks like just an olive green shirt. So I think this picture is not even taken on an army base, or if it is, nobody's in uniform except for the photoshopped blurry woman in the front. It looks totally fake to me as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, they blur out the other people, it seems. Yeah. Okay, so wait, here's the last one. This one's gonna be like, what? Not as bad as the 2 ears, but wait till you see this. So this picture, when you first look at it, looks pretty normal, right? It's just like nothing standing out. But when you zoom in, wow, things get very, very interesting. When you really zoom in on each person and really take a close look. So this one, again, I think is a Photoshop. I think these are all Photoshops. Look at the faces they put in there. Like, first of all, look at the people, especially in the background. You've got all these people in army uniforms. So this might have been the guy sitting next to him, supposed to be wearing this uniform, I guess, with that badge on. So maybe that was it. Maybe that's who, where'd it go? That's who this guy is supposed to be, I guess. But this guy in this picture looks very thin compared to this guy. It's supposed to be the same guy, I guess. I don't know. But it doesn't look like the same color. Like, this is a very light color. This looks like a very green. I don't know. It doesn't look right. But it could be the same person. But get this. You zoom in. Look, suddenly there's this girl over here. I think Meghan photoshopped in for some diversity. And she's wearing a leather jacket. Like, where'd this come from? So you've got all these army people looking very army-ish. And then there's a leather jacket back there. And some other, like, civilian type looking people. And so it's very suspicious looking. And then when you zoom in really close and you start looking closely at them, one by one, things jump out. For example, this is a big one right here. Look at this lady right here. And look at her left side, her left arm. And just to the left of her face. Look at this. Do you see this line It goes straight down, and it actually goes into her arm, and then her bottom of her arm starts over here. So it looks like a major Photoshop fail here, where Meghan may have photoshopped these people in to make it look like there were more people there, or to make it look like it happened when I don't think it really happened. Crap, I just lost my place. My chat there. What do you think? Yeah, some people are blurred out. What's on the side of Meghan? Okay, let me see. So, anyways, but one more thing though. Look at this. So there's a big line here next to this woman here. Goes straight down. Obvious Photoshop. It's like straight down, and then she photoshopped in. Look what she photoshopped in. Do you see it? Well, Meghan photoshopped in there a little artwork. Do you see what I see? Yeah, these are really bad photoshops. I don't think they did. I think Meghan did these, or Misan Harriman. But what do you see here? Does anything stand out to you in this part of the photograph? Quiz time. Does anybody see anything unusual that doesn't belong here? Creepy face, yes. Eyes. You see the eye? Do you see that eye? Look at this right here. The all-seeing eye. You see that? They she actually pasted in an all-seeing eye. I mean, that is not an accident. That was intentional. A sign of evil too. You know, Meghan with her all-seeing eye. Look at that. Look how obvious it is when you see it. Yeah, like anime. Yeah. Faces in the print. Uh-huh. Yeah, you see it? I'm like, when I saw this, I'm looking, I see this straight line. I'm like, oh, Photoshop, straight up and down line. And look at the bottom of this woman's shirt. It's like straight up and down. And then her shirt begins over here, obvious Photoshop. And then I see this big eyeball staring back at me. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. The all-seeing eye in there? That's not an accident. They want you to think like, oh, so you see the stuff they try to put in you subconsciously, putting this kind of stuff in pictures. I mean, they're getting downright evil, man. This is downright evil. Putting the all-seeing eye, showing the Illuminati Masonic connections of Hairball and Megalodon. So now you can't miss it. Even from far away, you can see it. It's a big eyeball. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that wild? This is in People magazine. You can look it up. They're just publishing this stuff all over. Nobody's noticing. Yeah, the evil eye. Yeah, it is crazy. I'm telling you, the more you look at it, the crazier things get. Uh-huh. Yes, exactly. Eyes. Yeah, they get away with it all because they control the mainstream media. Yeah, all subconscious. Uh-huh. And this was in November 2021 at the height of COVID when they were making mandates and being evil. I mean, this was the height of their evil. The Masonic powers were so on high. They were so high on themselves. They were in their full power. They're just putting the evil eye right there in the military pics with Harry and Meghan. And I think this is all photoshopped. It's that you know, the whole thing. The more you look at it, the more bizarre it gets. with everyone. Let me see here. I think this whole thing may have been photoshopped. This whole visit, possibly. There's a lot of really bizarre things going on. Like, what's this woman supposed to be holding over here? She's got something. Oh, and there's something else. There's another symbolism down here. Over here. Okay, underneath the eye, this man or this woman, actually, the same woman. Okay, so you got this woman here. She's next to a straight up and down line that cuts off the hands behind her. You got the all seeing eye, and then her foot or her knee is on top of a little red book. Is that Mao's red book? I don't know. But that looks photoshopped into me. It can't be that bright white under her leg. Yeah. Right. No masks. Wear the masks. Exactly. You can see it without your glasses across the room. Exactly. Yeah. Trans woman with a man's arm. Yep. Yep. Next to Harry. Yeah. Very evil and dark. Yeah. Yeah. So something about this little red book. I don't know if that's Mao's red book is the symbol or something, but that to me is a symbol or a message of some sort with the all-seeing eye over here. So this is very evil. These are evil people involved, the Masonic, I think, or just the people who made this picture. I think this whole thing is photoshopped, in my opinion. And the closer you look at it, the more mistakes you'll see. Like, I don't know, this foot over here behind this woman is supposed to be the person behind, but a lot of bizarre. That's the biggest thing, though. That's the one that stood out the most to me was that eyeball and the straight line there, and the red book. So a lot of messages going on here. I think this woman in the gray and black was photoshopped in. You can see her arms cut off up there. I mean, her fingers cut off there. She looks photoshopped into me. I think these heads in the background were photoshopped in. I mean, where are their bodies? How can they all fit in there? See, there's a bunch of heads like cut and pasted in there, I think, is what it looks like. You see the white line here? Like, she looks like they just took some heads and cut and pasted them in. How is this guy so tall back here? Is he cut and pasted into? The top of this woman's head looks funny. Something going on there. There's blurriness next to this guy. It's weird. You can't blurring everything out. I think they photoshopped all these people behind Harry and Meghan. They all look photoshopped in. It all looks very photoshoppy to me. It all looks very fake. Yeah, the red portrait is evil. Oh, the red book of spells. Oh, okay. I gotta look that up. That's part of the Illuminati, I guess. Yeah. Well, I was thinking, that guy, what's his name, about Saturn, and they worship Saturn. They worship a black cube. And I was going to look back at those pictures that were just photoshopped of Harry and Meghan with that tennis court thing. The woman's holding a black box. And then another picture, the woman's holding a big black suitcase. I may end up on that. I'll end up on that. I wanted to show that because it does look like that's maybe more symbology. So there's a lot of satanic, Masonic symbols going on here. And it's all photoshopped. It's all fake photoshopped. Is what it looks like to me. I don't think there was any. Yeah, this whole thing just looks fake. I think all these heads in the background, they're just photoshopped in. Let me real quick. Yeah. See Meghan's eyes look weird. Whole thing is weird. It's all blurry, not good quality, so harder to tell. But you can see some potential cutting and pasting here next to Harry. I think it's creepy and evil as usual. And there's the tranny over there next to Harry. It looks like a tranny to me. Yeah. Yeah, let me end up on that. I'm going to end up on looking just real, because I think that was also more satanic or Masonic symbology in that latest photoshopping of Harry and Meghan. So it's looking like everything that they claim to have done is all Photoshop. Most of what they've done, anyways. So many lies and Photoshops. But I mean, you have to go back over everything Harry and Meghan have done, because it looks like they just Photoshop everything. So going back to that tennis match real quick, we'll end up on this. The tennis match. Okay, so the Photoshopped tennis match that Meghan Photoshopped together with the fake pictures and the AI video. So there's two cube references, two Saturn references. One is, I don't know what the deal with the legs are. There's something about the different legs. You know, in Masonic, when they initiate somebody, they roll up the sleeve on one leg. Maybe that's why the two legs are different. All right, so here the woman is supposed to be holding a black box there in the middle. That could be a Saturn symbol Meghan's putting in for the Masons there. Where did a black box come from? Why is she holding a black box and they're hugging each other? It doesn't make any sense that she'd be. And that whole picture is photoshopped. We looked at that one already. It's totally photoshopped. These are really bad photoshops as well. Misan needs to be fired. Whoever is doing it today, it was the same person. And then the other reference to Saturn is that other picture I was thinking about later after we looked at it. Oh, shoot. Wow, Daily Mail. Daily Mail. There we go. I'm going to pull it up again. Now they are their videos. They're always fussy. So the black box was one, and the second one is... I gotta wait for it to get to it. Can't fast forward. One more black box. No, not there. Almost. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, crap. Now that I won't let you see it. Well, you see where that woman was holding the suitcase? She's holding a black suitcase.
It's a special time. I mean,
oh, well,
clearly...
I can show it one other way. I have to pull it up. Hold on. I can pull it up. I have the video. Yeah, I hate when their videos are like you can't stop it and just look at it for a moment. They purposely do that so that you can't analyze the videos too closely. So you have to sit there and record the stupid video so you can look at it. I have it though. Of course. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Let's look at this video. And I can skip ahead. Right there. All right, right there. There it is. This woman is sitting there posing, holding a big black suitcase. Why on earth would anyone be posing for a picture holding a big black suitcase like that? What kind of sense does that make? And plus her knees are photoshopped as well. Her knees, one's too high, one's too low. So this whole picture was photoshopped, and they put in this big black suitcase, which I think is the black cube, which is Saturn, which is also referencing the Masonic. They're all Masons. They're all Satanists. So yeah, so I think that's part of it too. That's the last thing I wanted to say. That's they're all seeing eye in the black cube. I think that's part of it. They're letting you know they're all Satanists and Masonists. Yeah. Yeah, the black cube. Yeah. They have one in the UN. Yeah, it's Moloch related. They all sacrifice children and chickens. Yeah. Yeah, you don't think Meghan has control over darkness? Uh huh. Is incapable of conjuring anything with serious help? Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she's mean and a devil worshiper, I think. She's doing both. There's a lot of symbolism here that's just it's too obvious that it's symbolic. Yeah. Well, I don't think that's a real picture. That picture of Harry hugging the woman, that's all Photoshop. That's all fake. It's not real. That's why it looks so bizarre. There's no woman there holding a black box and Harry's hugging so closely. The whole thing's photoshopped. It's all fake. Yeah, Beyonce's a high priestess. Yeah, but even if she has a tennis bag, why is she posing for a picture with it? That makes no sense. You put the bag down and you pose for a picture. So I think it's a symbol. I think that they pose for that with the picture to be a symbol, you know? Plausible deniability, right? You want to put up your symbol, but be plausible deniability around it, right? Yeah, I think the whole thing is just satanic, and Harry and Meghan and their photoshopping is all part of their inversion and lies. They worship the father of lies, and that's why. And also, it's as Jordan Maxwell said, these people are of the belief that if you're duped by them, if you're fooled by them, deceived by them, well, then that's on you. Too bad for you. Like, they're all about deception. All these people that are part of this group that Meghan and Harry are with, very evil, very Masonic, and anti-American and anti-free speech. And they're trying to all bring in tyranny. Harry's balls are in the bag. Oh, okay, that's it. That's why she's carrying the bag. It's like, oh, I got Harry's balls right here. Harry was hugging the woman with the black box because his balls were in the box and she was returning them to him. Here, Harry, I got your balls back from Meghan. Harry's like, thank you, thank you. Gave her a big hug, you know. That's what was going on. Thank you. Makes sense now. Hey, recollections may vary. How are you? Uh-huh. Their pat is, that's how they look. You travel, yeah, but I still don't think she'd pose for a picture with it, though. I mean, it just looks bizarre to me. I just think it looks possible symbology going on there. And that picture is photoshopped. Her knees are totally off. It's a fake picture. All in all, anyways. But anyhow, there you have it. Those are the photoshops I have for today. Thank you all for being here. It was so great chatting with you. Thank you for your inputs. I hope you all enjoyed it. And we must do again. Maybe next week we'll look at some more. So there are many, many more pictures to look at for sure. Because it looks like we have to scrutinize everything these two clowns have done. But anyways, that's going to be it for today. Thanks for being here again. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye-bye. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So I was taking a look over here at Daily Mail, and it turns out the Daily Mail seems to be using a lot of photoshopped images from Meghan and Harry, in my opinion. And one of the latest stories from today is that came out October 3rd is that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's global press secretary, who heaped praise on her boss amid Duchess' difficult claims, steps away from her role as she launches her own firm. So Meghan and Harry have lost another employee. And it's not this woman, it is, scroll down. It's this woman right here. So she stepped down from Archwell. And I got to thinking, we've seen a lot of Photoshops. That whole tennis tournament that Harry and Meghan went to was totally Photoshopped. And I was looking at these pictures of her in this outfit with the Arabic lettering that's made by some charity that's supporting Iranian women. And let me see if I have an article about that here. Yeah, here it is. It is support for women of Iran fighting against the strict dress codes. So it's the T-shirt. Let me see here what the words are again. It says women, life, and freedom. Women, life, freedom is what it says in Arabic. But I don't know. The outfit just looked a little too young and hip for Meghan. I don't know. I gotta tell you, I was looking at these pictures and I'm like, I don't know. Is that really Meghan, or do they plop her head on someone else's body? I don't know. The neck looked really blurry, and the whole thing looks blurry. It looks like they touched up these photos majorly. But anyways, this one looked totally photoshopped. But they looked, the photos look real. It doesn't look photoshopped. It looks real. But like here, her hair looks so light brown, and then her hair is dark brown. I don't know what's going on here. But I couldn't find any Photoshop errors, so I guess it is a legit picture. Just looks suspicious to me. Maybe it's just a very good Photoshop job. But there's another one that I came across looking at another article from Megalodon. Going back to the earlier one, Meghan's kindness happens behind closed doors. And I was looking at that one too, and that one also, I couldn't find any Photoshop errors in it. It does look like it looks legit. I was just really surprised that outfit Meghan's wearing just didn't seem like a Megalodon outfit. But I guess it is her, but of course it is very touched up, very blurred, And as I looked at the pictures that were given here, there was a picture right here. Okay, this one from their Colombia trip. And I just took a closer look at it. I was like, this looks Photoshopped to me. You just tell by looking at it. And then I took a closer look, you zoom in and look at her arm. Look at the black outline on either side of her arm. And it goes all the way up. I'm like, oh, this looks Photoshopped. Now, I know they went to Colombia. I'm not saying they didn't, but I think this particular picture was Photoshopped. I think she actually Photoshopped them holding hands in this particular picture and put it and gave it to the Daily Mail to publish. And the Daily Mail just published it. Also, at the top of her head, if you zoom in, it's like straight across on the top there. You see that? Like they just shaved it straight across at top, and the lighting on the side, her head looks like an outline, like it was cut out of cut from somewhere else and put in. This photo looks really Photoshopped to me. And look at this line, the white line next to her shoulder there is very bizarre. It looks like it's from cutting it from somewhere else. Again, the dark outline on both sides of her arm. Yeah. Now I'm wondering, why would she? Oops. This definitely has the telltale signs of a Photoshop. Stupid thing. Let me get this smaller. And even Harry's feet, his foot over here, I'm like, this foot looks wrong to me. The foot in the back, you can see it's got a very dark outline under his foot there. It's looks a little off. It looks like they're just very off. This picture looks photoshopped to me. And then I went back. I'm like, well, there must have been another picture. I remember them coming out of this. This is after they met the Francia Marquez woman, the leader there that they met, the communist leader. And there was a big to-do about it. And so first I checked Getty Images. Okay, so here's where they met, the Columbia, whatever her title was. I don't know if it was Presidente or what, but they took pictures with her. But there's no pictures of Harry and Meghan walking down that hallway. You know, it's just them meeting her, and that's it. So Getty, and she's doing the communist Marxist fists there. She's total commie. Harry and Meghan are as well. But anyhow, there's no Getty Images of them walking out of that tunnel. But we do know about this video because Meghan ordered, that was the image where Meghan told Harry, give me your hand. And all the lip readers were coming out and saying, oh, Harry and Meghan had a fight. This is the hallway right here they're walking out of after meeting the Colombian woman there, Francia Marquez. So this is the picture of Meghan photoshopped. And you can quite clearly see they're not holding hands, right? So, and she was caught ordering Harry. Lip readers could see her ordering Harry after they're already outside. Meghan says to Harry, hands, and then he gives her his hands. Okay, so it was only after they stepped out of the hallway, the tunnel there or whatever, that she ordered Harry. Is at this point she ordered Harry to give her his hands. So they weren't holding hands walking down the hallway, but she had to tell him after they got out. And everybody could see it, and the lip readers were picking up on it. So, I mean, for example, right here, they're only just starting to grasp each other's hand after Meghan orders him to, when they're already by the trees there. Right? She's reaching over, grabbing it. And they got photographers behind them in this picture. So they're walking out. This photographer's right behind them. Right? There's two men right behind them. So there's people walking behind them. They're not alone in the hallway. Right? And there's a video, too, if I can find one that will play here. And they keep using that photoshopped image, the same photoshopped image everywhere. Let me see, I'll find it here.
Meghan Markle's faux royal tour of Colombia kicked off today. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex were welcomed to Colombia by Vice President.
So, yeah, sorry about that earlier interruption, but see, this is the video of them coming down the hallway. Okay, they're going to meet the Colombian VP. So here, they're walking towards the Colombia VP.
Meghan
They're not
Markle's
holding
faux
hands
royal
until they
tour
get
of
to the
Colombia kicked off
trees.
today.
So if that's the case, judging by the video, that they weren't holding hands until they were by the trees, photographers came out, then where did the image go? Yeah, then where did this come from? Because they weren't holding hands walking through the hallway going towards the VP. They only grabbed hands after Meghan ordered him to. So Meghan, I believe, judging by the Photoshop indications on this picture that I've seen, all the outlines around her arm, I think Meghan actually went back and created this picture, and she's distributed it everywhere. A lot of news sites are using this, and the Daily Mail is using this. The Daily Mail has this as one of their pictures in this article. They're actually using this photoshopped image that Meghan created to make it look like her and Harry were holding hands in the hallway, approaching the VP. I mean, how controlling and is this woman that she has to control every picture? She had to have a picture of them holding hands when obviously they weren't until they saw the cameras.
Markle's faux royal tour of Colombia.
They only just grabbed each other's hand at the tree. I mean, she has to control every single image that goes out there. It's insane.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's faux royal tour of Colombia kicked off today.
right. So
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's photo.
yeah, so I just want to point that out. Another Photoshop here. This is a Photoshopped image. Another fake phony Photoshop. And also you can see that there's someone's head behind Harry. You see a man's head because there were photographers behind them. But there's no body. Where's the man's feet? Where's his body? All you see, again with the sloppy Photoshopping, you got a man's head behind Harry's neck, and you don't see any evidence of his body anywhere. It's like Meghan just forgot to Photoshop the head out. She deleted the rest of the man. And I think there was another photographer behind them as well. So another sloppy Photoshop from Meghan. There's probably more errors in this. Right from the Columbia tour. This picture does not exist. So she Photoshops so many images, even on the Columbia tour. So I found that interesting. That, the Daily Mail releases it, and yet they jump on Catherine's picture for being Photoshopped, and yet Meghan is still heavily Photoshopping this Columbia tour. Look at that. It's just, look at the head. There's a head with no body attached, nothing else. Oh my goodness. Just to emphasize again, they weren't doing it. Now, these pictures of her and her employees also look suspicious to me. I got both of these pictures from the Daily Mail, from those two articles. The one on the right is from the one where they're saying, which a wonderful behind-the-scenes boss, and the one on the left is from the employee leaving, right? Announcing that she's leaving and starting her own company. Just came out. So these images look like they were supposed to have been taken at the same time, right? So the one on the right, she is standing with the Madonna woman who's wearing all white, a white blazer. And the picture on the left, you can see the arm of the Madonna woman, whatever her name is, the blazer, you can see it. Meghan in this outfit next to the blonde woman, right? Now, besides the fact that Meghan looks like she has entirely different hair colors in each picture, and in the picture on the left, Meghan is standing in front of a black background, and the woman's standing in front of a white. Like, whenever you see anything black background, Meghan loves doing this in Photoshops that she's done from earlier. It's easier to Photoshop someone on there. But the one on the right doesn't have a black background. And she's apparently standing in the same place. On the right, there's a poster there, or it looks like a mirror, actually, behind them. It looks like that's reflecting something, like a bag or something there. So it looks like that's like a mirror behind them. And if there's a mirror, why aren't there reflections in the mirror, right? It's reflecting something over here. It looks like a bag and door or part of a window there. It looks like there's a reflection there. So it looks like a mirror. It looks like this is just a mirror and it's reflecting a neon sign. Past, present, future. I don't know. That's it. At first I thought it was a poster, but now in this image, which again, they're standing together, it's all black. Like they blacked it all out. Like she blacked it all out. So there's obvious, outlining on her hair here. It's very smooth, like she blacked it all out around behind her for some reason. So there's definitely Photoshopping going on in this image. But other than that, the one on the right, I was looking closer at it. The hairs, you can see all the hairs look real. Meghan's head is down, so her forehead looks bigger in the one on the right. But, you can get that if you tilt your head down in a picture. It can be distorted like that. But it just seems strange to me. I just can't, I don't know why. This outfit just doesn't seem like something Meghan would wear. I wondered if it was actually a friend of one of the employees and then Meghan just plopped her head on the friend's body. I don't know. Because, Meghan's touching up everything with these pictures. The neck is all blurry. She blurred her face out so you can't see the Ozempic lines. Still very blurry. So it's hard to tell. I mean, is it Photoshop that she put her head on someone else's body, or is she just touching up the hell out of it? Because the other picture is definitely Photoshopped completely. Because I just don't see Meghan hanging out with her employees like this. I mean, maybe she did. Maybe it was the pinning ceremony or something. They got their pins, little Sussex pins. But she definitely altered the background there. You know, it just looks like if this is supposed to be standing in this, the picture is being taken at the same time. I can't imagine they did it multiple times with Meghan standing next to this woman posing for pictures. Yeah, just very suspicious pictures, but I can't find any concrete Photoshop errors in this one. Of course, it is cropped very closely, so, but I don't see any, besides a lot of touching up, I can't see anything that looks like it was Photoshopped. Unlike this one, which is definitely Photoshopped. I mean, you get Photoshop errors all over the place with this one, including that head. Some news articles crop this picture, but you still see the head of that person behind Harry. So Megalodon has been laying low since she was outed as a dictator in high heels and $4 million missing in the Archwell. And we did have a crazy days and nights that said she went to lunch with a woman that owns a surrogacy agency, Pure. She had lunch. So she's laying low right now. She's doing her disappearing act, which she always does whenever she's caught lying or caught out for bad behavior and being a dictator. And now she just lost another employee. Another blind item is the illiterate one is ticked off. Apparently the plan, because Harry has been on a bender with the PR stunts, right? He's been all over New York, all over, speaking at the UN, speaking at the Clinton Foundation, going to Well Child. Now he's in Africa talking revolution, according to Dan Wooten's video posted about it. So he's been doing a lot of appearances, speaking. He's all over the place. It's the Prince Harry tour going on. His privacy tour in full swing all over the world, from New York to UK, now South Africa. And it says here that Meghan is ticked off. Apparently, the plan was that Harry would use all of these media ops to talk her up and try to shift the narrative. And he hasn't done it. And she thinks he is a little bitch for not doing it. So apparently she's seething in Montecito that Harry is not talking her up and trying to change the narrative for her. Although I don't know how he'd really do it. I mean, if he's going to stand there and talk about, you know, my wife, she's so wonderful. I really. All right, so let's take a look here. It's going through husband's mind. You finally seen the writing on the wall. I'm going to do another Lenormand's. Take a look at Hairbrain. Talking about revolution with the young people. He actually said that in South Africa. Said, oh, you know, people ages 6 through 25, you know, they're raring for change. And, you know, he's telling young people, we got to sit and listen to you. You should be dictating everything. And I mean, they're right. I mean, Dan Wooten's right. Harry is promoting a revolution. Here we have a British prince in the U.S. trying to create divisiveness, censoring us, of course, pushing the New World Order with the UN, with the digital IDs for online safety for children, trying it to train American children to censor each other with their digital safety online, basically snitching on each other. And there's just a commercial I saw on Twitter from the UK, which is basically encouraging people to snitch on each other if they talk about, not liking the immigration going on, the diversity. That's diversity. That's one of the communists they're pushing for. So if you complain about it, they encourage you to report the person to the police for hate speech. They're still pushing it. They're not stopping pushing that. And George Soros just took over, I forget what the percentage is of our airwaves, very corrupt. So that they're still going forward, and they're pushing the propaganda. And you're going to be hearing more of it in America, unfortunately, with that evil George Soros trying to destroy this country, and he's just taken over the radio waves. He's trying to, right before an election. So spreading misinformation and lies to create more controversy. That they really want a civil war here. But anyways, I digress. But Prince Harry is a part of it. He's a part of this whole plan. So why is Prince Harry not boosting up his other half? Why is he not following orders of Megalodon and promoting her in all of his appearances and saying, my wonderful wife, she wishes she could be here. She sends her love. She sends her joy. Why is that? Let's see here. What's going on with Hairbrain? Why is he not promoting Megalodon? So we're looking for the man card. Let's see the card. There's the man. There's Hairbrain with his gray jacket. The gray outfit. You have the garden. This is the past. The woman. That's Meghan and Lily. Royal family or purity. Promises there to the wife when he's at his appearances, garden. But he hasn't done it. Why not? Tower. An institution there. Mountain. Ooh, great enemy or blockage. Something's blocking him. Okay, this institution could be the PR firm. Or some other, whether it's the royal family, but I think the globalists, this could be like the UN. But some group, I think it's probably his PR group, blocked him and said, don't you dare. Fox, being clever. Like, Harry, we need to separate you from Megalodon. I heard that reason Harry is by himself, he's trying to reignite his old image. It's all about their image. It's all about their PR image. That's all they ever think about. I mean, Meghan actually went back and photoshopped a picture of her holding Harry's hand. I mean, two middle-aged people constantly with a hand-holding photo ops. And Harry's trying to bring back his old image of happy-go-lucky Harry that the royal family first, had given him most of his life, that had people believing he was a nice guy. And now we're finding out the truth. So for that reason, I kind of get the Lilies can be a royal family, can indicate them as well. There may be an influence there of Harry. Now, they've been saying Harry's trying to get back in, trying to meet his father and whatnot, trying to get back in their good graces. I assume because if Trump gets back in office, Harry's going to hightail it with his tail between his legs and run back home. So, yeah, I think that's why. Some institution advised him, don't do it. They stopped him. They said, no. They're outfoxing Foxy. They're outmaneuvering Megalodon. Yeah. And I have this confirmed with the mirroring of the cards. So if you look at the cards, what mirrors each other, the company with the garden, which is the public, is public relations. So this would be the PR. The woman is mirrored to the mountain, which is the great enemy, blockage. So that's how Harry sees Meghan right now, at least as pertains to his public image. He sees Meghan as a great stumbling block, right? Because Harry had a great reputation until he married her. And this can be a sly older person. Okay, this could be an older person who's very sly, maneuvering, tricky here, outmaneuvering Megalodon. So I'm getting that an older PR person, an older person in the group advised Harry, no, Meghan is an enemy to your positive PR. So he was advised not to keep, and that older person could be someone, I don't know, Obama, Clinton, someone high up like that, a globalist that Harry obeyed. So that's why Meghan is seen as the great problem here, the great blockage, the great enemy to Harry. She's taken Harry, they see her as taking Harry down with her. She's down the toilet already. And those photoshops are just over the top. I'm sure there's many more where that came from. I mean, she's done. She's so crazy with that. that it's, she's totally exposing herself. So there you have it. Harry was advised not to. They recognize that Meghan is nothing but a problem for Harry, and that everybody wanted Harry at their events and not Meghan. She's the ball and chain. She's a great enemy to Harry. How does Harry feel about it? I'll throw a few cards here, 3 more cards. Does Harry feel guilty, or is he okay with that? So he's basically betraying his wife for PR. Yeah. But they're so in love, don't you know? He loves her, she loves him. They're a love story. They're Romeo and Juliet. Don't you know? They're so in love. How's Harry feeling about it? 3 cards. How Harry's feeling about it. Does he feel guilty? Does he feel exuberant because he's separated and free from Megalodon's constant claw? How's Harry feeling about it? How's Harry feeling about being away from Megalodon and not even talking about her and promoting her and following her orders? How is he feeling about that? Let's see what the cards show. Oh, Ryder. Yeah, he's traveling around, going here and there, sending his message. PR message again for the PR, for the business, for the firm, from the globalists that he serves. Loyalty. All right, I'm getting here that Harry's loyalty and the message is going to be a message, sending messages out for, I see this as the PR, the globalists. You could look at this as that he works for. New World Order crowd there. He's loyal to them, to Obama and Clinton. His loyalty lies with them over Meghan. So he does whatever, he sends the message out, whatever they tell him to, or else he knows he's a dead man. That's because they'll just kill you if you don't say the right thing. So, and this is his family. I mean, this could be looked upon as the firm, as, royal family at the head of it all, right? So I do see this as Harry's loyal to that and their New World Order mission, the genocide mission. And that's why that he's loyal to them. So he feels like he's doing what he's supposed to. He's a dog and he's loyal to them. And they say don't do it, and he's going to disobey Megalodon. He's going to be a bad dog to Meghan. He's going to be a bitch. He's not Meghan's bitch. He's the globalists, the UN, the royal family, and Bill Gates, George Soros. He's their bitch, not Meghan's bitch. Burn, Meghan, burn. Yeah, keep doing your photoshops. She can't Photoshop words into Harry's mouth. That's she can't stand. But watch, we'll see some AI videos coming out soon. She'll reconstruct all of his speeches to praise Meghan. Anyway, so there you have it. So I hope you enjoyed this. If so, please like and subscribe. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye-bye.